creature that appears unnaturally similar to the werewolves you see in Hollywood films. They call it the Dogman, or the Beast of Bray Road. What many people don't know, though, is that hundreds more people throughout the globe have been seeing something similar for years now. So, here are 10 real sightings of the Dogman. If you want your story in a video like this one, you can post it on darknessprevails.org. Thank you. Attacked by a Werewolf by Leo Wildwolf. The story takes place in Southern California on my grandparents' property. Their place is about 4 acres big, and their house is close to the road. This encounter happened when I was 6 or 7. I used to visit my grandparents every 2 weeks on the weekend. It was a 3-hour drive from my house through the desert. My dad and I always took our old F-250 Ford truck, and my dad would sometimes buy me things like toys or video games when we visited. This is an important detail to the story. That day, my dad bought me a Nerf gun, and when we arrived, he told me to leave it in the truck for the day. We made it there at around 6 in the afternoon in the winter, so there was still about half an hour of daylight left. We ate dinner inside, and I began to play with toy cars that my grandpa let me play with when we visited. At one point, I asked my dad to see the keys to the truck so that I could show my grandpa the plastic rifle I had. My dad answered with a simple "sure" and handed me the keys from his pocket. Our truck was parked about 30 feet from the house. My grandparents' house is elevated about 5 feet off the ground with a porch that had 2 entrances, which was also elevated. There was a fence to keep people from falling off the porch, which was pretty old and would creak if you leaned against it. With the full moon out that night, it was bright, and it was particularly windy. It was around 9:30 when I went outside to retrieve the blaster, and my dad chatted loudly with my grandparents, who only spoke Spanish. I began walking to the truck nearby when I heard rustling in the nearby plants, which I thought nothing of because of the abundance of small animals in the area. Assuming it was a squirrel or rat, I went right to the truck and opened the door. I struggled to find the rifle, so I sat back down in the side passenger seat and looked out the window. Had I not climbed inside, I may not be here today to write this story. Because that's when I saw it, creeping in the tree line, keeping an all too close eye on me. It appeared hairy and had dark yellowish eyes that peered back at me. Its fur was black, with a tinge of red, and it blended unnaturally well with the plants. When I had noticed it, it came running right toward the truck. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked up from the locking mechanism, and I peered through the window only to see that the thing was gone. But I knew that it wasn't really gone, so I waited for my dad to come outside to get me. I was little, so I didn't think of honking the horn. Instead, I waited. I waited for a long 20 minutes, I think, when suddenly the car began to shake. It rocked back and forth, the entire truck, but I could not tell where the creature was. I then heard loud scratching coming from the outside from the rear of the truck, followed by a loud thud on the side window, a tap, then another light scratching sound. They say that these encounters make grown people feel like children. I felt like I was going to pass out from sheer fear. What I saw next made me feel paralyzed. I looked up and I saw this wolf-like thing staring at me with dark yellowish eyes. It growled loud enough to be heard from inside the truck, drool dripping from its mouth. I first thought it was a bear looking at me from the trees, but as it peered into the window, I thought it was a wolf. When I looked at its arms and the way it looked into the truck, I wasn't sure what it was. Its paws were more like hands, and it simply observed me from the side of the truck. It stared at me for a lifetime as I hid in my dad's truck. I felt helpless, even though I was close to my family. They knew nothing about the creature inches from me, threatening my life. Looking back on it, something that size could have easily smashed the window. Maybe it knew my family was inside, and it was trying to stay quiet. Ugh, I feel nothing but dread writing this, looking back on it. If it had broken the window, no alarm would sound, and who knows if there would even be any remains that my family would have found of me. It ran away on 2 legs very fast. It looked back and made what looked like a terrifying smile. I noticed it had a long, bushy tail like a wolf's. At that moment, my dad came outside looking for me. I didn't know what it was, so when he found me and asked why I was so afraid, I simply told him about my encounter with a bear. My dad saw the scratch and didn't really care. He was just worried about me. The story doesn't end there, however. Later on that night, the porch creaked and I could hear light footsteps outside as I slept alone in the living room. I could see it, the same creature, looking through the windows which were close to my toes, and the thing stared at me. It scratched at the glass as if measuring the density of it, then walked away. In the morning, the window was cracked. I didn't sleep much that night, and I think that the thing broke the window to taunt me, as if to say I could have gotten you in that truck, and I could have come inside the house. I'm 14 now, and I've grown a lot. I'm 6'2", and unlike others, I want to see the creature again and get a better look at it. I would have taken a picture of the scratch, but my dad had the truck fixed to prevent rust a long time ago. I never saw it again, and my grandparents moved closer to us for medical reasons, so I may not ever see it again. And while I said I wanted to see it once more, this is a good thing. Wolfman by Michael L. M. I left La Junta, Colorado on June 9th, heading to Missouri. I went down Highway 94 until I got to Highway 287. I made a left and went to Ray, Colorado. I eventually came to a town called Arapahoe, Nebraska. There was nobody behind me at the time, and no one in front of me. I started to descend a hill at the bottom of the hill about 3 miles across, until I started ascending up the next one. Before I got to that hill, I looked to my left, and I thought I saw a bear. As I'd never seen a bear before in person, I pulled over on the right-hand side of the road. As I stopped and rolled down my driver's side window, the creature stood up. It was 7.5 feet tall, and it knew I was there as it turned its head to look at me. It had to have weighed about 450 pounds. It had long fingers with claws on the tips. It had pointed ears like a German shepherd. In fact, its face was more canine-like than bear-like. It had 4 long canine teeth, with slobber oozing out of its mouth. I was dumbfounded, staring at this creature, until it bolted into a sprint, running towards me on 2 legs. I was so scared. I was petrified for a moment, unable to move. I grabbed the steering wheel hard, and I thought to myself, "You have to leave now, before that monster gets you." I pushed in the clutch, and I hit the gas and took off. As I got about half a block away from it, I looked in my rear view. The thing was standing in the middle of the road. It was reaching toward me with both hands. I was hitting about 55 miles an hour by then. As I got to the top of the hill, I saw a sign for Beatrice, Nebraska. I believe it said 165 miles away. And then all I remember after that is just being so scared that I drove for hours straight without ever stopping. When I felt safe enough to slow down, I pulled out my phone and called the highway patrol. It was 6:30 p.m. when I called. I reported the creature on the road that nearly attacked my car, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got hurt. I was even told by the officer on the phone that a different officer had fired at something that looked like a strange bear on the road there. but he said that they missed because the creature moved too fast. Whether we like it or not, there are creatures in those woods that we don't understand, or just don't want to try to understand, because they look so scary. Just be careful and alert when you're driving alone. Beast of Bramley by Ollie Hollett-Lees. This story begins on my 15th birthday, the 9th of October, when me and a couple of my friends from my squadron arrived at a cadet camp in Bramley training area. We were told by the camp warrant officer to get inside the warehouse that we would be staying in. As we walked inside and got settled in, it was clear that the SAS had been here due to the smashed windows and empty casings, as well as the big SAS emblem spray painted on the wall. After packing our kits up and getting ready for patrol, the squad commanders, me being one of them, were told to meet the camp OC, or commanding officer, for the patrol briefing. Our objective was to patrol Sector A of the training recon, a pretend enemy position, then set up an ambush involving all 5 squads on the main road. As we planned our routes and tested our radios, we heard a guttural cry coming from the distance. It was odd, but we continued on. I soon confirmed our position with the comms operator back at base when we advanced to the position we would be observing. It was around that time that we began to hear twigs and branches snapping behind us. I turned to my squad and whispered, "That's how you don't be stealthy on a patrol." Right after I said it, we heard yet another deep guttural cry, this time coming from where the snapping branches were. It was so close that my heart immediately pounded. The entire squad was frozen. The next thing I know, one of the cadets behind me is firing like crazy into the wilderness, as if he completely forgot that we were just carrying blanks. As he couldn't hear my orders, I nearly tackled him. His name was Thompson, and he was trembling so hard that he couldn't even pull the magazine out of his rifle, which was now empty. I demanded to know what he thought he was doing. He stuttered, saying that when he turned around earlier after hearing the cry, he saw 2 big glowing red eyes 8 feet off the ground. When the thing took a step towards him, revealing its inhuman face, he said he panicked and did what he felt he had to do. I said he was talking nonsense, but he grabbed my shoulder and said no. Whatever it was looked like a wolf and a man together. Its face was more dog than human. Seeing the serious look on his face, I had to believe him, or at least believe he saw something. I reported it back to the training camp, and for reasons I would later find out, the base ordered all squads to return back. So the training was cut short for that day, only for us to be warned back at base about wild animals and how we should keep our distance from them. I was able to pry more details out of the other officers. Turns out Cadet Thompson wasn't the only one who saw a half-wolf, half-man looking thing. And now, hearing so many of my fellow soldiers report seeing something that strange, I don't know what to believe. Dogman Knows Where I Live Now by Sharon I. Being a Native American from the Seminole tribe, I also practice as shaman and medicine woman. People always just assume that all I do is herbal medicine to help my people, which I do, but there's other things I also do that our people don't talk much about, especially outside the tribe. I deal with evil entities, demons and spirits, and quite recently, an evil known as the Dogman. Dogmen have been around for centuries. They are dangerous and unpredictable. I received a call from an elder of our tribe recently, requesting my assistance to aid a family who was being harassed by a supposed Dogman. I gathered my bag on a Thursday evening and arrived at their home, at which I had requested for no one to be there, so it was just me. The first thing I did was retrieve a bucket full of salt and ground up dogwood bark, mixed together and proceeded to pour a line of it around the edges of the property. It is said that it holds the Dogman at bay. Our tribe has handed down the rituals like this from shaman to shaman. I walked through the house after opening up all the windows and doors so the casting protection would flow everywhere. I started to beat my handheld drum to a beat as I sang out the ritual. As I entered the kitchen, I heard a high-pitched howl that sounded like an animal in sheer pain. I eased my way out and started scanning the edge of the backyard. The woods there were thick, and the setting sun made it look even more sinister. Then I saw movement to my right. There was something standing by an oak tree, with one massive paw around it. Now, studying these rituals and performing them, compared to actually experiencing what you're performing them for, those are completely different things, and I was not prepared for witnessing something like this. The creature was about 6 to 7 feet tall, standing on 2 legs. Legs that looked like beefed-up German Shepherd's legs. The torso was built like a hairy man's chest and stomach, and the fur was a bit black, mostly brown with a touch of white here and there. Its arms were thick and built, defined like a weightlifter's, but the head was the most pronounced thing. It was exactly like a wolf's head, with 6 to 8 inch long pointed ears. The eyes were jet black, but its maw, with 2 big white fangs, seemed to glow. I forced myself to continue the ritual, remembering that if I stop, things could get very dangerous. I heard it walking back and forth, snarling, growling, howling, as I kept up the beat, keeping my fearful eyes on the drum, because if I looked too long at that inhuman creature, I would go insane. It sounded like it was desperately trying to find a way in to me, wanting to stop me. But finally, after one low, louder howl, I heard it swat at a tree branch before running into the forest and fleeing. I kept playing, doing the ritual for another 5 minutes. I heard it only once more before I was finally able to leave. The next day, I informed the elder that the ritual was complete and the family could now go home. Luckily, they haven't had any more problems. But the elder did give me a grave and terrifying warning. He said because the Dogman watched me perform the ritual, he now has his eyes on me. I kept praying he was wrong, until 2 days later, I was walking out of my house when I noticed a paw print on the outside window of my home. Now this window was 3.5 feet up from the ground, and the paw print was bigger than my hand. I called over a friend who's a game warden. He came over and studied the paw print. But when he saw it, all he could do was scratch his head before finally saying it's probably a bobcat or panther or bear. He didn't sound very sure at all. When he was leaving, he did admit that in all his 20 years of service, he had never seen a print like that. So I took a photo of it. I called the elder, and he came by to examine it, and he said that it was definitely the Dogman. And before he left, he said to me to be very careful whenever I exited my home at night. The next day, I protected my home and the edge of my land, but the other evening, as I sat on the back porch, I could have sworn just for a moment I heard something in the woods, something like a low howl. It knows where I live now, and I've never been more scared. Werewolves Outside My House by Michael A. This event happened 7 years ago and still haunts me to this day. I was 23 years old. My girlfriend and I wanted to find a place to move to. We're nice people, me and her. We didn't go to high school or college because we acted like fools and didn't pay attention to class. But we didn't care. Together we dropped out and made the best of the world we could. She always wanted to move somewhere far away, so we did. We ended up finding a house in the country. We were happy It took some time to move everything into the house, and for a while we didn't have a bed to sleep on, so we slept on a pallet in the floor. On one of the first nights there, when the sun was beginning to go down, she and I were going to sleep when we were jolted awake by what sounded like a menacing howl. Immediately, I shot right up, thinking to myself, that doesn't sound like any howl I've ever heard. My girlfriend said, probably just coyotes, right? As she looked to me for reassurance. I said, yeah, probably just coyotes. I laid back down and together we went back to sleep. But once more, we were startled awake when something huge slammed right into the side of our house. We both jumped up. She was crying, she was so scared. From where I was standing, I could see out one of the side windows. And from one of them, I could see a silhouette moving around. A figure covered in fur. Immediately, I thought we were being attacked by a bear, or at the very least, a hungry bear wanted in to search for food. But then it stood up, standing upwards of 8 to 9 feet tall. Its ears were pointier than a bear's, and its build was much more slim. I was so horrified, my mind reeled. Was this a person I was looking at? Someone in a mask? But then the animal's face shot towards me, and it showed its teeth. That was no mask. I knew my girlfriend was seconds away from screaming, but before she could, 2 more creatures like the one before us appeared behind the first. They seemed to be just walking around, checking out the house, and from the sound of that loud bang, had probably tried to break inside. Just when I thought we were done for, we heard loud banging sounds coming from outside. It seemed to frighten those creatures. As their ears perked up, then they bounded off into the woods nearby. A few moments later, someone was knocking at our door. Believe me when I say I was almost too terrified to answer it, but after checking the window and seeing that it was a middle-aged man, I quickly answered it. The gentleman, without introducing himself, asked if my girlfriend and I were okay. I said yeah. I tried to stutter out a question, something like, did you see that? But he immediately nodded. Been seeing them out here for 12 years now, he said. To be frank, I don't know what they are. My girlfriend and I both decided that we needed to get out of that house. I mean, if this guy had been dealing with them for 12 years, I did not want to be a part of that cycle. So we pleaded with our mortgage company. We took a big credit hit, but at least we managed to get out of that place. We're renting now and have a kid on the way, and we are in a much better place. But I can't imagine what would have happened all those nights ago if the man hadn't showed up and those creatures managed to get inside. Werewolf or Dogman by Braden D. This is a quick but creepy sighting I had. I was 15 years old living in Kansas City, Missouri. My family and I were visiting my girlfriend's family, who live in a really rural area of Kansas. On our way home from the visit, at around 1 a.m., as we had stayed too late that night, we saw something peculiar on the side of the road. It was a deer carcass, and it seemed fresh. As we passed by it, I saw something more than just the deer. Whatever it was huge and covered in fur. It turned to look at us as we drove by, and the moment we exchanged eye contact, I was filled with the most dreadful feeling I've ever felt. I didn't say anything to my family or friends due to it being so late and not knowing if I was just imagining it or not. I focused on my music, shaking and sweating. For the next few weeks after that, I had nightmares of it. That thing covered in fur, the bulky half-man, half-wolf-looking creature on the side of the road. It was a super quick experience, but it was so absolutely horrifying that it's going to stick with me forever. Thank God we were racing down the road in a metal vehicle. Dogman Street Sighting by Spacewig Diddy. One night as I was going to bed after a long day, I was awakened by a strange feeling, like the most intense feeling of being watched I'd ever had. So I decided that I should look outside. I looked out my window to the street. I couldn't see much as it was really dark out, but I could make out a silhouette. It looked like a person at first, but they were very tall. Then I looked harder and saw that the figure was bending over. Its hands were near, if not touching, the ground. At that point, I thought it was a huge dog, but it was taller than any dog I've ever seen. I didn't know what to think at the time, but I was still confused. I looked at my brother, who had witnessed it all as well, and asked him what he thought it was, and he didn't know either. I went to take another look back, but the thing was gone. I didn't feel scared per se, because there was a wall and glass between us, but I was very confused. I don't believe in werewolves or lycanthropy, or anything of that matter, but I do clearly remember that this thing was not human, not entirely, and it looked very much like a dog. Maybe it was someone in a suit who had nothing better to do, or maybe it's something that I don't believe in yet. Virginia Werewolf or Kentucky Dogman by Hybrid Musician 333. I have seen what I think to be a werewolf or dogman on several occasions now. The first time I saw it, I was 17 years old. I was driving from Dalton, Georgia, where my parents lived, to my grandparents' house in a small town in southwest Virginia called Pound. The town is located near the Kentucky state line, and their house is right next to a forest. This forest completely surrounds the home. It was 3 a.m. when I drove up the gravel dirt road that leads to the house. Something immediately felt odd that night as I drove toward the house. It was completely silent. Not even my grandpa's dogs felt like barking. And even stranger, the crickets were completely silent. It was April, and anyone who lives in this area will tell you that that's not right. I could tell you this was unusual myself. I'd lived there with my parents till I was 11. As I got closer to the house, driving up the long driveway, I saw something strange walking down the road from the woods. At first, I thought it was a man, because I saw something like a ripped white shirt on it, a ripped dirty brown jacket, and torn up blue jeans. At first, he was walking normally. Then the clouds moved and revealed the full moon, allowing me to see everything. He was covered in fur, had extremely long nails, and his legs bent kind of backward, similar to a dog or wolf. He had a long snout like a dog as well, with huge sharp teeth and a maw filled with drool. I stopped my little aqua-colored Ford Taurus about 3 feet away from the creature. I thought at first I had fallen asleep and was dreaming this. Then he noticed me, and I swear I saw it smirk, like some sort of psychotic man. I screamed, realizing this was no dream. It jumped toward the hood of my car, drool splattering on my windshield as it clawed at the glass. This creature was mad, and I definitely think it wanted to hurt me, or even end me. Its eyes burned like fire as they stared into me. I panicked and slammed the car into reverse, flooring the gas pedal. I backed up so fast and turned into my grandpa's neighbor's driveway. When I slammed on the brake, the creature flew off the hood of my vehicle. I put it into gear and drove as fast as I could to get out of Rat Creek Road. I checked the mirror several times to see if it was following me, but it seemed to be gone. But still, terrified, I kept driving toward Pound. It took me nearly 30 minutes to calm down. I ended up stopping by my friend's house. Her name is Sarah. I broke down on her and started to tell her about what happened. At first, she did not believe me, but then I showed her the damage and drool on my windshield, not to mention the entirety of scratches on the hood of the car. I had actually seen and had basically been attacked by a werewolf or dogman. I know most won't believe this story, and I wish I could disbelieve it myself, but these events are etched into my memory. You might recognize this last story. It was one of the first monster encounter stories I ever read. It's called Grandma and the Dogman by Wyatt H. I live in Arizona, and my aunt is Navajo. One night I was with my grandma in northern Arizona when she herself and my aunt saw what she called a dogman. My aunt referred to it as a skinwalker. She said as they drove through the woods just before the city of Show Low, Arizona, they drove by a large mass of fur lying in the road. My grandma assumed it was an animal carcass, maybe an elk or deer due to its size. But then she saw the mass of fur stand up on two legs. She said it must have been maybe 8 feet tall. And she said it had the body of a muscular man. Its hands had long dagger-like nails. But its head, she told me, its head was not human. My aunt said it had the head of a coyote, its eyes glowing a bright yellow. My grandma slammed on her brakes, and it just looked at her. And with one step it was off the road and gone in the darkness of the pine trees. She said it was the most terrifying thing she'd ever seen, and she'll never forget it. Dogman Encounter by Freddie. I live on a 10-acre estate in a heavily wooded area. One night, at about 11:30 p.m., I drove my truck behind the backyard of my house. It was dark that night, but something felt wrong. It was extremely quiet. Now I have an open shed near my fence line, and there was a tall dark figure standing there. I shone my flashlight at it, and its eyes glowed back like yellow amber. The figure stood about 7 feet high, and it looked at me with anger, like it didn't want to be seen. I yelled at it, thinking it was a trespasser. Well, whatever it actually was not impressed. It began walking toward my truck. It was about 70 feet away from me. I got back in my truck quickly and backed up to my round driveway to the front of the house. I ran inside and went upstairs to my room. I went to my bedroom window, shining my flashlight outside, and the figure was still looking right at me. I was frightened, but decided to ultimately wait it out. In the morning, I went outside. The creature was gone, but my barn cats were missing as well. I checked with my neighbors, and it turns out on the same night, something ate almost all their chickens. These days, things are different. Ever since seeing that thing, my neighbors' dogs go crazy at night, and the livestock in the area make strange noises, like they're afraid of something. This happened in 2005, and I haven't seen it again. But a certain new feeling has remained ever since I saw it. A feeling of being watched on my own property at night. So is the dogman a werewolf, or are werewolves dogmen? Who knows? Whether they're just one creature from different perspectives, or completely different creatures that haunt the night, ultimately that means there's something out there, watching, waiting, and preying on people and livestock. Don't be caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, especially under a full moon night, or you could become something else's midnight snack. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And don't forget, you can send me your true stories at darknessprevails.org. If you want to support my channel further, go to patreon.com/darknessprevails. Donating any amount, you'll get access to ad-free MP3 downloads of future episodes, and you'll have your name appear in the end credits of these videos. I've also got some creepy cool Darkness Prevails merchandise if you click the shop button below or go to teespring.com/darkprevails. Thank you. Now, as usual, here are my 5 favorite early comments from the previous full video about 10 paranormal pet stories. Night Darkhound says, "Meow, finally a black cat and pumpkin. I know that thumbnail turned out really cute instead of scary, and I kinda want to put it on a shirt. Let me know what you think." The Predator 97X says, "Time for spoopy pets." To be honest with you guys, I was dealing with a poopy pet just the other day. There's nothing quite like waking up and letting your pets out of the cages, only to find that the biggest one released the biggest tempest of feces you've ever seen in your life. Gross. Dealing Rat's Egg says, "My cat is pretty much a normal cat." That sounds an awful lot like what a not normal cat would say. Would you like some catnip, Rat's Egg? Crystal Amalgam says, "I remember stumbling upon your channel 2 years ago. Wow, your channel has grown and the video quality has improved so much. Thanks, Crystal. But there's still so much more I think is missing from this channel. It's not really high quality in my opinion, and I want to do so much more. I really want to do interviews with people in real life. But I don't know if I have the gall for that just yet. We'll see." And the Geek of All Geeks says, "I think my guinea pig Ollie loves your videos almost as much as I do. Keep up the good work." Ah, a guinea pig of culture, I see. This one's dedicated to you, Ollie. Anyways, guys, that brings us to the end of another Darkness Prevails video. More scary stories are coming soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, here are the credits to my patrons who continue to donate. They're awesome, creepy people. Remember, stay safe out there, and stay creepy. Because this world is a strange one. Subscribe now for hundreds of true scary stories and real monster sightings. Wait till the end of the video for the discussion question as well. Beware the golden arches. This world is a strange one. McDonald's is the most successful fast food restaurant in the world. It may not be the healthiest place, but it sure is convenient and delicious. But even the most falsely happiest of places can be riddled with dangers and horrors. Ghosts lurk around every corner. Perverts and creepy strangers watch us from afar, and creatures of the unknown wait to make us their prey. So, to make sure you have nightmares of every possible location, here are 5 true scary stories of McDonald's submitted by viewers. If the burgers don't kill you, something will. Number 1. Drive-Through Ghost. Submitted by Maynard. 2015. I worked for my local McDonald's for about 4 months. Yeah, it didn't last long. I like to believe that there's something better for me out there than fast food. Plus, this experience didn't exactly make me want to stay. It's definitely the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Trying to kiss ass and move up quickly, I let the managers know that I would cover any shift they needed me to, and I could fill in for any call-ins. I needed the money. The more hours, the better. Well, one night at around 8 p.m., just before my bedtime, yay, I got a call from work. Someone from the night shift had called in. Very irritated and tired, I hesitantly agreed to cover the shift and got up to get ready. I had never worked overnight before, not at that McDonald's and not at any of my previous jobs. I was kind of excited. I mean, it was night. There would be at least half as many customers coming through, and the manager on duty was John, the most laid-back guy that worked there. Easy money. When I arrived around 8:30, they were slammed. I clocked in and chiseled away at the mountain of customers in the lobby. By 10:30, the sudden wave had died down,
and the building was mostly empty. The previous shift leader left me with nothing but a good luck, even though this was my first night shift. So it was just me and John. He was busy checking drawers or something, while I manned the drive-thru, the front counter, and the grill. Needless to say, I was nervous. If too many people pulled in, I was fucked. My drive-thru time would be horrid. So, instead of remaining relaxed like I thought I would, I ended up so focused that my heart was pounding the whole night. Anyway, at our restaurant, I'm not sure if it's the same for every Mickey D's, our headsets will chime whenever someone pulls into the drive-thru. It's a kind of pixelated bell sound that gets very annoying, very fast. This is exactly what I heard all of a sudden. So, naturally, I greeted the customer. "Hi, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you today?" I said with so much fake enthusiasm it even made me sick. I never quite understood if it was a magnet or a scale that told us if a car drove through, but the microphone was on, ready to pick up the customer's voice as they ordered. Yet, all I heard was white noise. Nobody picked up, nobody spoke. I didn't even hear the rumble of an engine idling. It was as if no one was there. Now, this wasn't too weird. We've had this happen a few times since I started. The thing can be triggered just by someone driving around the building or a person walking by. The thing needed fixed, that's for sure. I didn't want to know every time someone took out the trash in the back as they rolled the bins over the drive-thru. After about 3 minutes of static, the mic clicked off, meaning whatever was on the wait was gone. Finally, no more annoying noise in my ear, but less than a minute later, it clicked on again, that bell chiming loudly in my ear. I rolled my eyes and repeated my greeting. "Hi, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you?" And again, there was no reply. The mic stayed on longer this time, though. I swear at one point I could hear heavy breathing. I started to get freaked out. At that moment, I was pretty sure someone was outside trying to mess with me. It turned off after about 10 minutes of me listening to nothing. I was tempted to take off the headset and make John wear it, but my be-all-I-can-be attitude got the better of me. I tried to distract myself. I started scrubbing the counters, which had already been wiped down, and checking to see if anything in the lobby needed restocked. But everything was fine. I needed to keep myself busy. There was just something so sinister about the darkness of the night just beyond those large lobby windows. When the bell chimed once again, I nearly fainted. I should have probably turned the volume down on that headset. Before I could say my shallow, meaningless greeting, I heard the loudest, blood-curdling scream. The moment I heard this screech, I threw off my headset and backed away from it. What the hell was that? Shakily, I put my headset back on. I was pissed and terrified at the same time. Without another thought, I ran angrily out of the store and headed toward the drive-thru. I stood right next to the menu, and there was no one there. But still, somehow, the static from my headset never disappeared. The mic was still going. Whatever made the drive-thru go off was still there. And then I heard it. "I see you." A slowly whispering voice coming from the mic. I ran back inside as fast as I possibly could. I had been standing right next to the mic. No one was there. No one could have possibly made that sound. There was no one that could have spoken those words to me. I ran back into the light and warmth of the building and into the safety behind the counter. I found John. He was at the manager's desk, head in his hand, while typing in dates on the upcoming schedule. "What the hell was that?" I said louder than I meant to be. He jumped in his chair and turned around. "Christ, man, you scared the hell out of me." "What are you trying to pull?" I asked. "What are you talking about? I haven't done anything." He turned to continue typing on his computer. I kind of felt bad. I just interrogated my superior, the only fun superior that worked there. Shit. I walked up front and stood behind the counter, just waiting. It was about 1:30 when I looked at the clock again. We were about halfway through the graveyard shift. The night was going by so slow. I ended up just standing in the drive-thru nook. That way I could just play on my phone away from the view of the nearest camera. We had had only 2 customers in the last hour, so it was even more slow than I thought it would be. So I just stood there, leaning against the counter by the POS computer, playing Clash of Clans and checking Facebook every so often. But suddenly, I felt cold air on my forearm. It gave me chills. I looked over toward the drive-thru window, and it was ever so slightly open. I didn't mind. I paid it no attention and continued to invade random online folks. Slam! I dropped my phone, breaking the screen when it hit the ground. I nearly had a heart attack. My eyes darted all over, searching for the origin of that noise. The drive-thru window had been thrown wide open, but I had been standing right next to it. I hadn't heard anybody run off or walk up, and I definitely hadn't seen anybody. So who the fuck just opened the drive-thru window? I was done. I took my headset off and stood in the kitchen pretending to work, waiting for this terrible shift to end. Whether or not someone drove through the drive-thru, I didn't care anymore. I wasn't coming back after that night. The rest of the night, or morning, I guess, passed by without any further incidents. Never in my life have I encountered anything so strange and terrifying. Standing out there, right next to the microphone that cold night, then hearing those words whispered to me. I will never forget it, and I will do anything in my power to avoid having to work fast food. And I am no longer a fan of horror movies. I know I'm in denial, but I pray every day that what I heard that night was nothing but a prankster, not a ghost or a demon that felt like taunting me. But if that's really what it was, I'm scared that there's nothing stopping it from happening again. Number 2. Pervert at the Habit Trail. Submitted by Close Call. Remember when McDonald's had those jungle gyms with the ball pits? Yeah, for the longest time, those were the hotspot for children to jump around and just have a shit ton of fun. Hell, I even remember as a child playing with my temporary friends in those balls. Every time we'd go to McDonald's, I'd gleefully find other kids I hadn't met before, and we'd jump into that rainbow-colored pit. Now, though, with a child of my own, I've heard plenty of horror stories that will make me keep my kids away from the habit trails altogether. Well, actually, it's not so much the horror stories I've heard that scare me. It's an experience that happened not too long ago. I try not to let my kids eat fast food. It's disgusting, it's unhealthy, and it's addictive. Eating fast food in and of itself is a terrible habit, but there is one thing it does have that tempted me to treat my daughter and son to a couple of Happy Meals one day. Convenience. Around noon, I was enjoying my day off with the kids. My wife was at work, and I hadn't bought groceries like I was supposed to. Not to mention, I was exhausted from work. This was my first day off in a very long while. So, when my son Chris started begging for McNuggets, I thought, what the hell, and stopped on by our local artery clogging experts. That McDonald's was extremely packed. There had to have been 4 dozen people in there either lined up waiting to order or sitting down awkwardly staring at each other. Expectedly, the moment the kids saw the play area through the windows in the back, they took off. They hadn't even told me exactly what they wanted to eat. Figured, though, they probably only wanted to stop by McDonald's to play on the habit trail. After several minutes, I was finally up to order. I got them both a couple of nugget Happy Meals and headed to the play area and sat down at a bench. The kids frolicked and played all over the damn thing with 10 other children, most of which looked like they hadn't been bathed in a week. As you can probably tell, I'm not very fond of the McDonald's scene. But again, I was desperate that day. If a big hunk of plastic tubes and ladders could babysit my kids for an hour, I was fine with that. The kids played for about 10 minutes before they finally came down to eat their food. We were enjoying our meal when I noticed something rather strange. There was a chubbier child in the ball pit. He was redheaded with curly hair. What was strange was the expression on his little face. He looked like he was about to cry at any moment. He was frowning and tearing up, his eyes locked on one point in the room. I looked to see what he was staring at. It was just a glass window with lightly busy midday traffic just beyond it. So I just kept eating my food, trying not to pay any mind to the motionless kid. But for every bite I took, I was more and more worried, curious. I mean, my kids were here too. If this kid was crying, I'd like to know why. Eventually, he pulled himself up out of the ball pit and began to walk back over to a woman that must have been his mother. But on the walk over, I noticed the kid's pants were down, and he started pulling them back up. My first thought was, Jesus Christ, this kid just shit in the ball pit. And at that point, I was ready to leave. My appetite was gone, the appetite I barely had in the first place. I let my kids finish eating, though, not saying a word about what I saw. Once they were done, I told them we had to go, and despite their whining efforts to make me stay, I made them get back in the car. Well, later that week, I was reading the newspaper. I made the mistake of drinking hot coffee when I read a certain article. I literally spat it out on myself when I read it. At that very same McDonald's that we had gone to, a man had been arrested for, get this, sexually assaulting children while hiding in the ball pit. Holy shit. Luckily, my kids had never gone in there themselves that day, but they had been so close to it. And in the headline photo, there was a woman being interviewed. She was crying. It was that chubby boy's mother. I remembered her face and that red hair. This moment terrified me, shocked me more than I had ever felt before. I feared for my children and for the society as a whole. We let our kids run around, play, and trust that the world built around us is safe and protected. But that day, right under my nose, was someone that, within seconds, could have ruined my children's lives, forced a lifetime of therapy on them, and took away their normalcy from then on. I am so grateful that my kids were spared that. I can only pray that that poor little boy grew up all right, and that that perverted fucker got what he deserved. Also, if you're wondering about the case itself, this happened around '89, and I've tried a few times these days to find it online. But I guess it's just not on the web. Doubt the story if you want, but as a father, I'm not spreading this to tell some disgusting lie. I'm telling you this story as a warning and a cautionary tale. No matter how you've raised your kids, stay close to them and keep your eyes open. Number 3. Bathroom Creeper. Submitted by M. Perkins. Public bathrooms have always scared me. In school, no matter how bad I had to go, I would not use the bathrooms. I just couldn't even force myself to use them. I mean, I've seen kids make fun of other kids just for going to the bathroom. Kids are horrible. I wanted to avoid that at all costs. People simply scared me. They would embarrass you, humiliate you, hurt your feelings, all over something so natural and stupid. So for most of my life, I avoided public restrooms. But one day, this was in 2002, we were driving through Dallas at the end of a road trip on our way home. It was me and 2 other friends, Jessica and Ruby. It was maybe 11 at night, and we were on the highway. They were starving. I was tired, but had to pee bad, and we were still an hour from home. I had already been holding it for about 2 hours. I'm surprised I even made it that far. Anyway, we were passing one of the many dozens of random McDonald's in Dallas, and Jessica suggested we pulled over and take a break. Of course, I was extremely hesitant about using the bathroom there. I would almost rather pee in a bottle in the car than go into a public restroom. For the first time in my life, my body won out on this one. I got out of the car and ran before I peed all over myself. It only took me a second to locate the bathrooms, and to my dismay, there were no family restrooms. I was already there and seconds away from bursting. I threw myself through the swinging door. First, the smell hit me. Now let me tell you, just because it was a woman's restroom doesn't mean it wasn't disgusting. This thing smelled rancid, sort of like spoiled milk or a rotten diaper. It was bad. There were 3 stalls. I quickly checked for feet below the doors and saw that they were each empty. The coast was clear. I opened the first one and nearly threw up. There was piss all over the seat, used toilet paper scattered on top and next to the toilet, and it looked as if the thing had been used daily but hadn't been flushed for weeks. I shut it and very reluctantly checked the second stall. That one was clear and clean, but somehow, for some reason, smelled 3 times as bad as the other one. Just in case, I checked the third stall. It was disgusting as well, so I stepped back and into the second and locked it. Well, it didn't really lock. The little bolt caught in the hole, but anyone that wanted inside that stall would just have to push. That creeped me out, but I figured I'd be in and out in a few seconds, so I covered the seat in toilet paper and sat down slowly. It was a relief to finally get all of that out of my system. 15 seconds of relief later, I was about to stand up when I heard the swinging door open. I froze. Someone had entered the room with me. Immediately, I stayed quiet as possible, trying to pretend I wasn't there. Yeah, I'm a freak. I just really hated being in a vulnerable spot like that. I waited for the person to do their business. But I never heard the faucet come on. In fact, I never heard anyone open a stall. That's odd, I thought. I had heard the footsteps after the door opened, but now there was no sound. If anyone was there, I'd definitely hear them breathing at least. I waited a few more minutes. Still, no other sound came. So I assumed I was safe. Maybe somebody had walked in and backed out. Maybe someone changed their minds about coming in. I didn't know, but to be sure, I lowered my head ever so slowly to check for the feet of someone else in the room with me. There was a man's face staring up at me. He smiled a toothless grin. He was lying down on the bathroom floor looking up at me. He was dirty with messy gray hair and a darker gray beard. I jumped off the seat, pulling my pants up, while trying to cover up all my exposed skin with my arms. I screamed. I knew everyone in that building would have heard me. A second later, I heard laughing and the sound of footsteps running out of the bathroom. Then, maybe 10 seconds after that, I could hear Jessica and Ruby. "Are you okay? Sherry, what happened?" Jessica called, knocking on my stall door. I could barely even talk. I didn't know I was crying, but there were tears running down my face. I remembered I needed to pull my pants up, so I did. I stepped out to see their surprised and worried faces. "Oh my God, you don't look good. Did something happen? Are you hurt?" Jessica wanted answers. I shook my head. Some fucking pervert was staring up at me from under the stall. "Jesus, are you okay? Where'd he go?" Ruby sounded angry. "I don't know, he just ran out," I replied, starting to calm down. We all walked back to the car, eyes peeled for that creepy man. The girls begged me to make a police report, but I couldn't help but feel, I don't know, weird, I guess. I just wanted to get home, take a shower, get in my own bed. Besides, I only saw the man for maybe 5 seconds before he was up and gone. I climbed in the back seat of the car and sat back. Before we stopped, I was tired and ready to go to sleep, but now I felt wide awake and homesick, a little bit shaky. As we took off, I ended up glancing back at the place, the big neon arch hurting my eyes. Then, I saw him. I swear to God it was the same man. He was standing exactly where we had been parked, smiling and waving goodbye at me. I got chills. Travel in packs, girls. Keep each other safe. I can only be thankful that that creepy man wasn't more desperate. Number 4. McDonald's Mugging. Submitted by incandescent skies. This is one of those things that I, and probably everyone else, easily assumed would never happen to me. Needless to say, I didn't expect it, and it has left me very twitchy and nervous since then. This happened in 2007 when I lived in Kansas. There was a local McDonald's in my town that I stopped at every morning, or at least tried to. One of those half gas station, half fast food joints. This one just happened to be at a very convenient corner on my way to work, so I'd often go in, grab a McMuffin, and a can of Starbucks espresso to get my day going. This was a Tuesday, and I remember it all plain as day, unfortunately. For some reason or another, the McDonald's side of the store was crowded that morning. There were at least 30 elderly folks there, chatting up the place like a bunch of teenagers. I almost walked out. The line was a bit long, and I only had 20 minutes to get to work. The drive itself was 10 minutes long, so I didn't have too long to be waiting. But I had never been late, and I was starved that morning, so I figured what the hell. I stepped in line and waited, eyeballing the menu to see if there was anything new, or if there was something else I wanted, even though there was no way in hell I'd be changing up my routine. As I stood waiting, I felt something poke against my lower back. Before I could turn around, I heard someone whisper a bit too close in my ear. "Don't do anything." My heart froze. I felt paralyzed. The voice continued while I tried not to panic. "I'm just going to grab your wallet. Everything will be fine if you just don't move and don't say a word." I was silent, but honestly, I had never been more terrified. Maybe it was a kid with a butter knife trying to take advantage of me, or maybe it was an ex-convict desperate for money with a gun in his hand. I had no way to be sure, and I wasn't about to die on a Tuesday morning at a fucking McDonald's. "The fuck is it?" I heard him nearly shout behind me. He just barely managed to whisper. The man sounded pissed. That's when I realized I must have left my wallet in the car. Often, I would put my wallet in the passenger seat or in the cup holder, as it would make my back hurt or my bottom uncomfortable. "So where the fuck is it?" he asked very hurriedly. It's in my car," I said nervously. "Well, looks like we're going for a little ride then." He seemed relieved. Fuck, I thought. He was happy we'd be going in my car. Away from people, away from prying eyes. He could make me go anywhere he wanted me to. God, I was so scared. My heart was racing. I wanted to take off running and scream that someone was mugging me. I was surrounded by so many people, but I felt more afraid than I've ever been in my life. And for the first time in my life, I was actually afraid I was going to die. I started thinking. Quickly, I had to figure something out. I had to get myself out of this fucking mess. If I turned around or made any sudden movements, surely he'd use the weapon that he had shoved into my spine. If I spoke too loud, I'd be dead before anyone could do anything. So, I was stuck, life endangered in the breakfast line at a McDonald's. How the hell had my life turned out that way? Anyway, there was one thing I could do that didn't require me risking the existence of an actual weapon behind me. The guy didn't sound old, but he didn't sound young either. I thought I could talk my way out of this. I swallowed hard and gathered my courage. "I don't think you want that wallet," I whispered back to him, my head turned toward my side as far as I could get away with. "Shut up. Start walking." He seemed to be ignoring me. "I don't think $10 is worth 15 years in prison. Maximum security prison, too." He must have heard me that time, because he seemed to stand still. He didn't urge me to keep walking. I tried to look even further behind me to see his face, but I couldn't. I did manage to see a woman with 3 unwieldy preteen boys come in. I continued. "Robbery with a firearm is a first-degree felony, and I honestly don't think you'd be fast enough to shoot or stab me before I ran through those doors." What the fuck was I thinking? My heart felt like I was going to explode. Every word I whispered nearly came out stuttered, but somehow I found the power to make them sound confident. I was no lawyer, but I remembered a bit of the basic stuff from a legal studies course in high school. The kind of shit they nail into your head and can't forget. Thank God for that this time. Shut the fuck up. I'm sure you've got more money than that. I see the coat you're wearing. I saw the car you got out of. Well, if there's not more than 10. He sort of snickered. Let's just hope there's more than 10. Fuck. It hadn't worked, and now I was sure he was threatening to kill me if I didn't have the money. And the fucked up part? I really only had $10 in my wallet. I had recently paid a few bills and was ready to glide through the rest of the week with food from home. I've actually done it a few times before. Come on, keep moving. He shoved the weapon in my back hard. It was cold and painful. I didn't want to move, but I felt I had no choice. Jimmy, I heard a female voice behind us shout. Then there was a hard smack as if something fell to the floor. A lot of movement behind me made me turn. The man was no longer looking. I turned around and saw it. One of the boys that had come in was wrestling around with his brother when he was shoved into my mugger. The mugger himself, who was far more thin and frail than he had sounded, and wearing a thick black hoodie, was on his ass in the floor staring at something that lay on the ground. I looked toward it. A jet black pistol. It wouldn't have been noticeable blending in with that damn hoodie he wore. In an instant, I made a break for it, and so did he. Sadly, he was closer, and he grabbed the gun. I expected the worst to happen. But it didn't. He grabbed the gun, shoved it in his pocket, and ran full speed out of the place. When I was sure he was out of the building, I looked around and saw that everyone had seen it too. They had seen the man drop the gun. Immediately, I got out my phone and called the police. I made a statement, told them everything. They talked to several other folks as well. In the end, though, nobody got a good enough look at his face, and last I heard, he was never caught. I like to hope that he ended up trying and failing again and was arrested for a different crime, because it is honestly a bit hard to sleep at night knowing that there are terrible people out there, and then there are even worse people, too, who are still at large. Number 5. Midnight McDonald's Creature. Submitted by Marco Poco. This short but terrifying experience took place around late September of 2014. Me and some friends were making a night of it at my place, and at around 1 in the morning, we all had the munchies. We decided to hop in my van and drive over to the McDonald's that was about 2 miles down the road. It had been raining that night just before we left, so the empty streets had that creepy, wet glimmer from the street lamps. It was already an eerie scene. The van's air conditioner hadn't worked for months either, so I usually drove with the windows down. We pulled up to the drive-thru. I noticed that there was no one in the parking lot, and not a single car in the drive-thru. That was fine by me. It just meant we'd get our food more quickly. It is important to note, though, that at this particular McDonald's, there were numerous trees on the right, and the restaurant itself to the left as you pulled through. It was almost a forest, but it was too thin to really be that, and just on the other side of it, the island of trees led to a pharmacy. We pulled up in front of the menu and waited to be greeted. And waited. And waited. Eventually, I said hello, trying to get someone's attention. But no one answered. The guys were telling me to just pull forward and see if they'd meet me at the window. One of them said that despite the 24-hour sign, that they might be closed for some repairs or something. I doubted that. If anything, this whole situation was kind of suspicious. Just when I decided to go ahead and pull forward to the window, one of my friends said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stop." I put my foot back on the brake and turned toward him. "Did you hear that? There's something growling over there." I thought he was joking. until I turned toward where he was looking. I saw glowing yellow eyes next to a tree about 5 yards away from the van. I could just barely make out a low, steady growl. I assumed it was just a dog, so I rolled up the windows on that side so it didn't try to climb in or jump at us. I continued to pull forward when suddenly the thing that had been behind the tree ran out of the darkness and beside the van. I only got a brief look at it, but I was entirely sure that this was no dog. It was more the size of a grown mule, but thin and bony. Its skin was green and brown with random hair scattered all over it. I kept my foot on the brake and rolled up the rest of the windows right away. I didn't want to keep moving, just in case my mind was playing tricks on me, and this was some kid playing a joke. We all waited, spooked out of our minds. I kept looking out of the windows to try to find it. The thing must have been just below us where we weren't able to see. Then someone in the back screamed. I looked toward them and saw at the back window, just above the edge of the metal, were a set of eyes and horns. Small but pointed horns. The thing was just staring in at us. And at that moment, we all screamed and jumped away from the creature. Then, with a loud screeching noise, the creature took off back into the small patch of trees. I didn't hesitate. I drove back home. It wasn't worth a Big Mac staying next to those damned woods with that weird thing out there. I have no idea what we all saw that night, and we haven't seen anything like it since. Its eyes looked reptilian with that sort of black slit in the middle. I honestly have never seen an animal in real life or on TV that looked anything like it. And I hope I never see it again. The next time you're out on the town and just can't wait to get home to have your next meal, think twice about stopping anywhere, even McDonald's. You are never as safe as you want to be. All it takes is one person, one spirit, one creature to decide that you will be their next victim, and you will never see it coming. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Thanks. Time for the discussion question. What was your most terrifying or worst experience at McDonald's? Food poisoning? An attack? For me, it would be the time I went with my fiancée one morning, trying to enjoy my bacon egg cheese biscuit, when a toddler pulled down her pants and shit in the floor. That was an entirely different kind of biscuit that I was not in the mood for.
Ever wonder what stories scare a scary story narrator like me? Well, here are 10 of my favorite scariest stories. Keep in mind, this is not a definitive list. Rather, these are 10 of some of my favorite ones that I can remember, starting from around 2019 and on. So there are some stories I missed that won't appear here. Also, this is very much my opinion. You'll likely enjoy or dislike these stories more or less depending on your own tastes. So, without further ado, enjoy. I have a friend named John. From RJB. On May 19th in 2015, John came home a different man. It was the night that haunts his dreams. I knew him once as a bright, happy, and kind man, but after that night, he was different. John was a forest ranger in Arkansas for 8 years. He was 6'5", never got scared very easily. He was a tough and rather built guy, and on that night, I had pulled into his driveway at around 10:30 p.m. to pay him a surprise visit. I lived in Louisiana at the time. He hadn't made it home from work yet, so I figured he might have had to work later than usual, as he'd said that it happens sometimes. He didn't know I was coming, and I hadn't seen him in 2 years. John pulled up about half an hour after me. He parked beside me and shut off the engine. However, he did not get out. I got out of my little Ford Ranger and walked to the passenger side to open his door. I opened it to see a grown man crying. The smell of alcohol was thick in the air. Obviously, he had been drinking. "John, what's wrong?" I asked him nervously. He continued to cry, so I placed my hand on his shoulder, but he immediately jerked away. "John, it's me, Ryan." I thought he may not have recognized me, because I had grown a full beard in the 2 years we hadn't hung out. "Come on, man, let's go inside," I told him. He clumsily stumbled out of his truck. I wrapped my arm around him, helping him walk. Then I carried him over to his sofa and sat next to him. "John, what the hell happened to you?" He didn't respond at first, but he did stop crying at a point. He was pale and had a look on his face like he had been to war. Shell shock, I think it's called. I repeated myself. He looked at me with tears drying in his cheeks. "God, Ryan." He stumbled over to me with shaking legs and gave me a hug. "Yeah, you have no idea how happy I am to see you," he whimpered. John had been my best friend since grade school. We grew up always hanging out, mostly wandering around the nearby woods, climbing trees, and as we reached our teens, we'd often go camping together. We had never been scared in the woods. The only strange occurrence was when we found some weird footprints one time, but that's a different story. He let go of me and grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the freezer, pouring us both a glass. "Don't you think you've had enough?" I said as he handed me my glass. John calmed down and ignored me. "Can you at least answer my question? What happened, John? I don't think I've ever seen you like this before." Like I said, he'd always been a happy-go-lucky guy. He spoke. "There's some weird crap going on in those damn woods." "What do you mean?" I asked, worried. Ryan, we found a body today," he replied. I was puzzled. I know he had found bodies before, but he'd never been this upset about it. "I'm sorry, man." I genuinely was sorry for him. "Go ahead, tell me everything." He downed the glass of whiskey in no time and poured more in it. And this was different. This wasn't like the other bodies we'd seen. There was something had been eating him, he said, swirling the glass around before he downed a second. I was still on my first. "Good God, John, stop. That's enough," I said, grabbing the bottle and putting it back in the freezer. "Fine," he groaned. I asked him what was eating this man's body. I don't know. It was like nothing I'd ever seen," he said. I told him to start at the beginning. He spoke. "I was at HQ when we received a missing person call. The woman said she and her husband had been hiking on one of the more remote trails when her husband decided to walk a ways off the trail to take a leak. She waited for 10 minutes for her husband to come back. She yelled for him, but she didn't get a reply. She went into the trees in the direction she saw him go, but she didn't find him. She instead found blood on the ground. That's when she called us. My coworker Bill and I immediately packed our gear and headed to the location he was last seen. We didn't have to go far, because we found an arm about 100 yards off the trail, and the rest of him was about 50 yards further. The sun had already set, but we had our mag lights. When I found him, there was something else, something squatting over him, and I could hear it tearing flesh off his body as it was ripping chunks of meat off him and swallowing them. John began to tear up again, but he pulled himself back together and continued. I shined my flashlight to get a better look at what it was. I should have just ran. God, I just froze, though. Bill was just terrified. We couldn't move. It stood up and turned around towards us, giving us a full view. It was tall, about 7 feet. Its skin was pale, almost gray, and seemed like the skin was painfully stretched over old bones. It was so thin. It had a single large, pure black eye on the left side of its face, too. Its mouth opened, and it made this weird insect-like clicking sound. It didn't even have a normal mouth. It opened up like a bloomin' flower, like petals filled with rows upon rows of teeth. The mouth seemed to vibrate too as it made the sound. He paused, grabbed a cigarette from his pack and lit it. He took a long puff and exhaled. His story sounded insane, but the look of pure fear in his face told me otherwise. From the look of him, he seemed to be telling the truth. Sure, he would sometimes lie to prank me, but those tears, that desperate need to drink, that was all real. Please, go on, I told him, and he did. I pulled out my .45 and took aim. My coworker screamed and ran, so I prayed it'd do some damage, or at least buy us some time. It lunged at me and I fired. It wailed, and I proceeded to empty the clip that I had. However, it still stood there, though it was bleeding bad, but it acted like it was just a scratch. I ran. I'd never been so scared in my life. Jesus Christ, I thought I was gonna die. He took another drag. My lungs, my legs burned. I felt like I was gonna pass out at any second. We made it back to HQ and turned around to see if the thing had followed us, but there was nothing there. We were safe. Or we assumed we were safe. I sat there in disbelief, still holding a mostly full glass of Jack. Oh God, I replied. That sounds awful, John. Don't I know it? But it was so vivid, so real, he said, with trembling hands. Ryan, I'm done working the late shift. The police took a statement and Bill quit on the spot. The police said it was probably a hallucination caused by shock of finding a corpse like that, but I was adamant that what we saw was real. One of the officers pulled me aside and said quietly so no one else would hear, "If I were you, I'd just forget what you saw. It's better to let us handle it." Man, they know what's out there, but they won't tell us details. I'm honestly terrified to go back. Screw risking my life for this job. I'm not going out after dark again. John finished telling his experience. I'm going to bed now, and I think you should do the same. John got up, gave me a bro hug and a thank you and went to his room. But I didn't sleep much that night. I know this is a long and pretty unbelievable story, but I do believe there's something in the forests of northern Arkansas. Something who, just by the sight of it, has haunted my friend. Whatever it is, it doesn't care if you have family or friends. It's something that won't hesitate to rip you apart and devour you bit by bit. Be careful out there. Sometimes you don't know how scary it is out there until it's too late. The Rescue, from Kim B. I live in the rural end of a village in England. I've always thought I was very lucky with my line of work and where I lived. I was employed by an animal rescue charity. This tended to be wildlife call-outs more than domestic, but I was pretty handy at getting a cat out of a tree. Back in 1995, there was a particular night while on call that I'll never forget. It started out as any normal night. I had just decided to watch a movie when I received my first call of the evening around 9 p.m. The caller advised that some livestock on his farm had been found dead in unknown circumstances. I informed him that he would need to call the police or RSPCA as we didn't deal with dead animals, and I politely ended the call. A bit of time had passed after that when the phone rang again. It was the same guy, though this time they sounded slightly different. He spoke in almost a whisper, like he was trying to filter his voice. The person got upset that no one would help them, begging for me to come out to help him because a wild creature was hunting on their farm. I told him I would see what I can do. Then I took down the address. When I checked it, it was only 30 minutes from my house. So I called my colleague Joe, who lives closer to the village and worked the same shift as me for about 5 years. We talked about the call and decided that we should go and see what we can do to help. After all, the past few nights had been pretty quiet. Soon enough, I pulled up to the address. I knew that Joe wouldn't be far behind me. I could see the farmhouse to my right and the top of a barn behind it. There was also a glow from the back from what I assumed to be the lights in the yard. I had a quick look around from the drive, but couldn't see anyone. After about 20 minutes, Joe finally arrived. As he got out of his car, he told me that the place gave him a really creepy feeling. I recall Joe saying, "This is a farm, right? Then why is it so quiet?" I told him to get a grip, but a second later I realized he had a point. I was beginning to feel uneasy. We were making our way up to the front of the house when something made us both stop in our tracks. There was movement in the bushes a good couple of feet away to the left of us. Suddenly, there was a mighty growl. It was so deep it hit me in the bottom of my stomach, making all my senses go crazy. It was truly a fight or flight moment. I turned my head round to Joe, and I whispered to him, "What the hell was that?" Joe was about to answer when we heard whatever it was in the bushes moving again. Something big, something dark, ran out, heading away from us down a small path that appeared to lead round to the back of the house. I did not get a good look at this thing, but I knew it was something that I'd never seen before. We stood there for a few minutes gathering ourselves. We looked at each other, and without a word, decided that we should continue up to the house and go knock on their door. After all, we were still professionals. But feeling a bit shaken up, we approached the porch steadily, then knocked on the door. I remember Joe kept his back to me, constantly checking the bushes and path to our left. After a few minutes, there was no response, but we could hear that the TV was still on somewhere inside. I knocked again, louder this time, and we waited. But there was no answer. While we just stood there and waited, I thought about what we were going to do when Joe spoke up. It made me jump a mile high. He suggested we should go and try to find the back door. I was surprised, as Joe could be a bit of a wimp at times. We looked around from where we stood and saw the only path which led round to the back was the same way that the dark creature had taken. I decided that we weren't going down there, so I desperately looked for another way. I found a gate which led to the yard. We hopped over because it was chained shut. We stayed close to the house and looked into the windows to see if we could find anyone. Again, there was nobody. But I could see a glow of light coming from what I thought to be the kitchen. By this point, something deep down inside of me was screaming for me to turn around, get back in the car, and drive away. I ignored this feeling and carried on, looking around the property. I'll never forget how silent that place was. It was really getting to me. As we made our way around, we reached the yard, and I pointed out to Joe that the back door was open. I remember thinking that this whole situation was so wrong, and we are not the people who should be here. We made our way over to the back door anyway. I had a sudden, overwhelming feeling that we shouldn't be outside right now, and that we were being watched. I know we shouldn't have, but we entered the house, calling out to anyone that was there, hoping that someone would respond. I took a quick scan around the kitchen and noticed that the phone had been pulled off the wall. It was lying on the floor with one of our info cards beside it. On the back, I noticed my number had been handwritten. While we were stood in the house staring at this, I still had the feeling we were being watched from somewhere outside, so I quickly shut the back door behind us. The second the door was closed, there was a deep, low growl that came from the other side. But this time, it was ever so different. I'll never forget the sound of it. Whatever it was trying to say something. It sounded like broken speech. After a few terrifying minutes, the sound came again. I stood there, utterly petrified. Something then began to scratch at the door, sniffing at it too. I turned to Joe, who had turned pale with fear, gesturing to him to keep quiet. Eventually, the sounds from the door stopped, and I heard it outside moving away. That creature. We stood there like statues for a few minutes, till we felt it was safe to move or make any sort of sound. I thought I should have a look around the house, so I slowly walked through the kitchen into a hallway and saw the glow of the TV coming from a room to the right. I called out again, but this time softer, still terrified and intimidated by that experience at the door. I needed to know if someone was in here, but I was not getting any answer. I walked to the room with the TV in it and looked around. There was no one to be found. I found the remote on the arm of a chair and muted the TV. I didn't want to turn it off for some reason. To this day, I still don't know why. I made my way back and noticed a window at the end of the hall left the kitchen doorway. There was something moving just outside of it. The window overlooked the yard of the farm and the joining barns. It was lit up by the yard lights, which seemed to be attached to the house from the shadows that were being cast. I looked over to check on Joe, who was still in the kitchen. He hadn't moved at all, but he did look at me, fear in his eyes. I pointed toward the window near me, which later on he told me he couldn't see from where he was. I moved closer to try and get a better understanding of what was going on out there. From the window, I couldn't see any movement from anyone or anything, just farm equipment and random stuff thrown about. But then, something moved. I turned my head quickly, trying to get a glimpse of it. What I saw was a black mass moving along the shadows of the barn opposite the house. It looked to be sniffing around, like it was trying to find something. As everything else around us was entirely silent, it wasn't hard to hear this thing sniffing and growling. It was still difficult to see what it actually was. From that distance, and with this amount of light, it was just a black mass. If anything, it reminded me of a dog. It walked on all fours, but its legs were twisted. It was big and dark. It was blacker than the shadows it was in. Feeling creeped out, I slowly moved away from the window, keeping low in the hopes it couldn't see me, and I headed back into the kitchen to be with Joe. 1 a.m. was approaching. I remember this because I kept looking at the cuckoo clock on the wall. The kitchen was old-fashioned, stained yellow with net curtains on the window above the sink. The walls were covered with dated and stained wallpaper. I kept thinking, this place would be nice if it had a fresh lick of paint. By this point, I was getting very tired and achy from sitting in the same place. Joe and I hadn't said much to each other in the last few hours, in fear of the thing outside hearing us. I looked over and Joe's eyes were shut, so I gave him a slight nudge as I couldn't believe he was falling asleep in a time like this. He sat up straight and looked at me in a panic. I whispered it's okay, telling him that we either need to lock this house down and stay until sunrise, or we need to try to make a break for the car. As it was wintertime, the sun would not be rising until 8 or 9 a.m., and I did not want to stay in this place for another 7 to 8 hours. We sat there in silence for a bit longer, thinking over the options. Then, in the distance, we heard the growling again. It sounded like it was getting closer, though. Keeping low, I made a move for the hallway. I headed to the front door to see if I could open it, but the handle wouldn't budge. I thought it must have been locked. Fed up and just generally pissed off because we were stuck in someone else's house, I have to say that I used to have a very short temper. I stood up straight and walked back into the kitchen. The back door was the kind of staple-style door, with a top half and a lower half. I unlatched the top half and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Would you just saw it off?" I quickly slammed the door shut, Joe looking at me in utter shock. Then, from outside, we heard the growl again. The scratching and sniffing grew louder at the door. My anger had caused us to become in danger again. I shook my head and silently apologized to Joe. We waited for another hour, not moving, until these sounds finally went away. I wanted to get out of this house, out of this situation. I made my way back into the hall to try and look for a key for the front. I was not taking any chances leaving via the back. I searched around the few rooms on the lower ground, all of which needed to be fixed up. I found a key in a dresser drawer in the living room, but it wasn't the one I needed. Feeling truly trapped and getting to the point of giving up, I decided to try the front door again. This time I checked every inch and found it wasn't actually locked. It was latched. Finding this out, I laughed so hard at myself, all while trying to keep quiet. I was making my way back to the kitchen when I saw a silhouette-like figure in the window staring directly at me. I froze in the spot, staring back at whatever it was. I still couldn't get a look at it, as it was so black, and it was really dark outside in the first place. I couldn't see any eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it. It was going right through me. I thought this was it. It's now or never. I was close enough to the kitchen that I could see Joe's back. I softly called his name through my teeth. Still locking eyes with this creature, I could feel myself getting more terrified. I called out for Joe again, and he finally came over to the doorway. I whispered in a tone through my teeth for him to get down low and that we were going to make a run for the cars. I remember Joe looking at me and nodding his head. I told him to not look toward the window, which was to his left, and to just head to the door. Joe got down low and headed toward the exit. When he made it to the door, I told him where he could find the latch, to get a hold of it, as we were going to run as fast as we could to the cars. After waiting a few minutes, I turned and shouted, "Now!" He unlatched the door and threw it open. I ran out so fast. I recall turning around just as I left the door and looking at the window. I could tell that the black mass of the creature had gone. We reached the cars, which luckily neither of us had locked. My car was the closest, so I dove into the driver's seat and Joe jumped in the back. In the corner of my vision, I could see the dark figure moving quickly down the path at the side of the house. It was heading right towards us. This time, I could have sworn I saw it running on 2 legs, not 4, making me even more confused as to what the hell kind of animal it was. Its stride looked awkward and cumbersome. Feeling seriously beyond freaked out, I started the car, and the 2 of us sped down the lane. I went straight to the police station. I had gone so fast I nearly crashed the car. Even though it was likely the police wouldn't believe us, I just wanted to be somewhere that I could feel a bit more safe. When we made it to the station, Joe and I got out, looking at each other, and laughed with relief. Then I looked at the car and noticed that there was a massive dent in the shape of a footprint on the bonnet. It almost looked like a dog's paw print, but it was bigger and misshapen. I looked at Joe and just shook my head. It was now nearly 4 a.m., and I'd given my statement to the police. I knew some of the officers quite well. They saw how scared Joe and I were. They assured me they'd go to check out the farm when they were able to the next day. Not feeling in the right mind to be alone, Joe said I could stay at his house, as it was nearer to the village than mine. We made it to Joe's and we both just sat on the sofa, not really saying much to each other. Joe then realized he had left his car at the farm, so he had a call to make. I must have fallen asleep, as the next thing I knew I was waking up, and it was sunny outside. I called the station to check if they had attended the farm. They advised me that officers had been and found that the front door was shut and that they were not able to open it. They could hear the TV on inside as well. This made my skin crawl, because I had muted the TV. They advised that the officers had gained entry through an open rear door and found no one inside. They checked over the barn in the yard and didn't see anything unusual. Joe had asked about his car and they agreed to bring it back for him, as he refused to go to the farm to collect it, even during the day. After a few days passed, I received another call from the station. They had continued their search and were informing me that they had found the farmer, who had locked himself in a small storage room in the barn opposite the house. It took them a while to convince him to leave. Once he was out, he just kept rambling about the darkness and how the shadow had killed his animals. I still do not know what was going on at that farm. I have no idea what we encountered, and this is easily my worst experience working in animal rescue. I can't be the only one who grew up in a small town with a few resident creeps. I'm not talking about criminals or stalkers. I'm talking about those people who live in the house on the hill, or at the end of the street. The people that everyone knows about, but nobody actually knows. Everyone else in town seems to agree that something is not quite right about them. They never even have visitors. I'm sure you know the type. When I was a little kid, I spent a great deal of time at my grandparents' farm in the foothills of North Carolina. I would explore all around their property, and most of the neighbors would let me explore their lands too. However, there was one man who lived a few miles from the farm, whom my grandparents warned me about, saying that I should never go near, and the neighbors all agreed something about him was a little bit off. The exact reasons people cited were varied, ranging from PTSD to an escapee from a mental asylum, but nobody could say for sure exactly what his problem was. I always followed my grandparents' advice, and I never knocked on the door of the elegant two-story farmhouse where the mysterious man lived. But I nevertheless found myself standing in front of that old farmhouse back in November of last year. I'm a machinist by trade, but sometimes I work odd jobs on the side for some extra cash. I often do jobs using heavy machinery, mostly grading driveways or digging drainage ditches. So when I got a call asking about what my rate would be for removing about a dozen large tree stumps, I was excited at the prospect of an extra payday. However, when I arrived at the given address, I was more than a little bit surprised to find that it was the oh-so-familiar home of the mystery man from my childhood. I slowly rolled up the long gravel driveway, suddenly trepidatious about meeting the man that I'd been told to avoid my whole life. Finally, I reasoned with myself that surely the resident must simply be an old shut-in, and I scolded myself for being irrational and almost avoiding a perfectly good customer based on childhood gossip. I knocked on the sturdy door of the farmhouse, and after a few moments, the door swung open to reveal an elderly gentleman of about 80 years old. I introduced myself, and he hobbled shakily out of the house to show me the stumps that needed to be removed. I gave him my estimate for the cost, and he nodded slowly. That'll be fine. When can you start? The sooner the better, he said. We shook hands on a date and a price, and as I got back in my truck to leave, I thought to myself that he seemed far less scary than all the rumors might have suggested. Although, as I looked over my shoulder to back down the driveway, a flash of movement from the tree line caught my eye. It was only for a second, but I could have sworn I saw a person's face staring out at me from behind one of the trees at the edge of the yard. I had always been told the man lived alone, but I figured it wasn't really that odd for someone to be visiting, right? Maybe it was one of his out-of-town grandchildren exploring the woods, just like I had always done as a kid. I returned a few days later. The stubborn walnut stumps proved no match for my old D7. When I was done, I knocked on the door and informed the owner that I'd finished early, so I'd be billing him for fewer hours of work than anticipated. He smiled dryly and thanked me for my honesty, offering to pay me extra for finishing the job so fast. I initially assured him that it was really no big deal, but then he made me a very tempting offer. He asked if I would like to come and hunt on his land. It was the height of deer season at the moment. I was definitely interested, since his entire 250-acre property was ringed with barbed wire fences and no trespassing signs. In fact, everybody I knew avoided the place due to the rumors and stigma surrounding the owner, and that meant that I would probably have a chance at some pretty nice deer if I took him up on the offer. I eagerly accepted and thanked him for the opportunity, and as soon as I had a free weekend, I headed out onto the land. Nearly the entire property was covered in dense forest and pine thickets, so this wouldn't be the usual post up in a tree stand and wait sort of hunt. This would rather be a real old-school deer stalking. It couldn't have been more than 40 degrees that day, and to make things worse, it was misting rain. It was great weather for hunting, but it certainly made me grateful for my thick clothing and warm socks. I followed a tangle of game trails through the thick woods, seeing plenty of deer tracks, even a few fairly large ones, all leading deeper and deeper into the pines and cedars. I should also mention that the woods were incredibly calm and peaceful, as the gloom and chill of the rainy November day had practically put the entire forest to sleep. In fact, other than the occasional rustle of a small animal dashing through the damp underbrush, the only noises were my own footsteps and the soft pitter-patter of raindrops. The rest of the day passed in much the same way. But by 5:15, it was starting to get too dark to continue. So I decided to turn around and start making my way back to the truck. Luckily, the rain had almost stopped, but a thick fog now hung in the damp evening air. I carefully retraced my steps as the woods became darker and darker. However, just when I was about to pull out my flashlight, I noticed that mine were no longer the only footsteps in the twilight thicket. I stood very still, listening to the movement in the brush as something drew closer. The footfalls were too loud to be deer, and besides, even a herd of deer is careful and methodical as they move, pausing regularly and picking their way around any obstacles. In contrast, these footsteps were reckless and constant, and I could hear twigs and low-hanging limbs cracking. This, I realized, was the sound of another person traipsing through the woods. I quietly crouched and hunkered down behind the base of a large poplar tree, making myself small in its shadow. I was worried that whoever was coming might have been a poacher, and I certainly did not want to catch a bullet due to being mistaken for an animal in the murky darkness. As the footsteps grew closer, I realized there was definitely more than one person out there in the fog, and even worse, I couldn't tell exactly what direction they were coming from. I could hear voices too, at least 2, maybe 3, but they sounded muffled, distorted in the thick mist. I held my breath as I listened closely, and I leaned out from behind the tree just enough to look in the direction of the noise. There, about 20 yards away, was the soft glow of an old incandescent flashlight bobbing through the fog, and silhouetted in that light, I could see 3 nightmarish figures. At first, I couldn't even make sense of what I was seeing. The 3 silhouettes looked alien and bizarre, each one an amalgamation of human and animal features. However, on closer inspection, I realized the mysterious shapes were actually people. Strange people. The one in front was wearing a deer's skull and antlers on top of its head, as well as a hooded cloak made from crudely cut animal skin. It also carried what looked to be a shovel over its shoulder, and in its hand it held the flashlight responsible for the glow. The second and third figures stood close together, and they both wore a collection of coyote tails like bandoliers across their bodies, along with coyote skulls adorning their hoods. As I squinted to look more closely, I could see that they were carrying something between them. It was a large tarp or sack, and judging by how the 2 coyote men handled it, it was heavy. As I watched the surreal column move wordlessly through the undergrowth, there was suddenly a loud rustling in the brush behind me. I snapped around, struggling to bring my rifle to bear, but when I turned to face the noise, I saw that it was only a fat possum. The little thing just stared at me for a few moments before dashing away back through the woods, but I guess the noise of its passing had gotten the attention of the 3 animal men, because when I looked back around the tree, the one with the deer antlers had turned back and began to walk in my direction. I held my breath, making myself as small as possible behind the poplar. I silently flipped my rifle safety off. The deer man drew closer and closer, and the ground on either side of my hiding place was bathed in the yellow glow of the flashlight. My blood thrummed in my ears as my heart beat faster and faster. I didn't know for sure if these people would be hostile, but I wasn't about to pop out and introduce myself all the same. The footsteps of the deer man were very close now, and if I listened carefully, I could make out the sound of breathing on the other side of the tree. However, just when I was sure it was about to come around the tree, I heard one of the coyote men call out in the distance. I couldn't tell quite what he said, but I could make out the word heavy, so I assume he was complaining about whatever he was carrying. The light suddenly disappeared as it was pointed back in the other direction, and the footsteps again receded into the distance. I must have waited a good 5 or 10 minutes before getting up from the hiding place, unsure of whether or not the bizarre trio had truly left. But when I poked my head around the tree, they were indeed gone. I wanted nothing more than to get the heck out of there as soon as possible, but I couldn't help going and having a quick look at where they had passed. It didn't take me long to locate their footprints, and much to my relief, all 3 sets I found were normal shoe prints. No giant hooves or paws. However, as I shone my flashlight on the ground and investigated the footprints, something else caught my eye. Right in the middle of the trail the 3 of them had left, there was a glistening splotch of red-brown liquid that couldn't be anything but blood. I pointed the flashlight further down the trail, and sure enough, there were more drops and splotches. Further still, there was even a large puddle where the coyote men had stopped as the deer men had backtracked, looking for me. A feeling of nausea brewed in my stomach as I realized the implications of this. I quickly doused my flashlight to avoid broadcasting my presence. Now filled with a rising panic, I got moving back toward the trailhead as quickly and quietly as possible. The rain had started again, and in the foggy darkness, I could barely see a few feet in front of me. Even so, I only pulled my flashlight out when I absolutely had to, in case those people were still prowling around. Finally, I stumbled out of those woods at about 7:45, and I hastily jumped in my truck, pulling back onto the road. I was pretty focused on getting out of there, but as I drove past the farmhouse, I noticed none of the lights were on. There were no other cars in the driveway either, so whoever I'd seen in the woods hadn't come in by that route. Once I was safely home, I called the sheriff's office and anonymously reported that I had seen some suspicious men in those woods. I did not mention the animal skin cloaks or the various pelts and skulls. I have no idea if there was ever an investigation, but nothing ever showed up about it in the local paper. As far as I know, no bodies were ever found too, and no arrests were made. But I can tell you for certain that there are places in those woods where something could hide and never be found. For the rest of the season, I did not go back there, and I'm not sure if the man's offer was good for more than one season. Even if I got the chance, I don't think I would go back there alone. However, at least now I think I understand all those warnings from my childhood. I don't think all the neighbors were really that concerned about the old shut-in. I think they knew about those people using his land for God knows what, and they wanted to keep me and the other children in the area safe from ever wandering into something we shouldn't. After all, who knows what somebody that disturbed in the head would do to a witness in the woods. The Leer, from C.T. Flaska. Falling asleep has always been a problem ever since I was young. I thought what had happened back then was a dream, but only just recently was I reminded that it was very real. When I was 10, I would often lay awake in bed thinking about the day that I'd just had, or the challenges the next day might bring. I spent nights watching the lights dance on my bedroom wall as cars went by, or glancing around my room at the few toys I had. I would get lost in thought, thinking about what kind of adventures they would get into if they had come to life like in that one movie. The house I grew up in was located on the corner of a less traveled intersection. One streetlight lit the four-way. The light was old but bright, shining through my window soothingly, giving my room an orange tint like a dim melody. The streetlight would flicker every once in a while, causing the collection of bugs around its bulb to disperse only to return once their oddity of light came back into existence. The nighttime setting was memorable, comforting, until that thing showed up. One night after crawling out of bed from pure boredom, I sat on the edge of the footboard watching cars go by. I counted the passing vehicles while getting lost in thought. One car, maybe two all night, but sometimes none at all. A few hours passed without a car whizzing through the intersection. The light flickered, and when the bulb regained power, I saw it standing directly beneath it. The night air went still, and the noisy insects went silent. The dark figure stood frozen, but not in a natural way, not in any way that seemed comfortable. Oblong limbs on a cracked and deformed body. The figure was so dark, it was hard to be sure if what I was looking at was a person or a shadow. Climbing over the end of my bed, I crept over to my window, never removing my gaze from the being. I couldn't tell, but I think it knew I was watching it. It wasn't long after I reached my bedroom window that I knew something was not right. The dark figure under the streetlight had moved. My eyes narrowed and I focused on the abnormal being. I studied it. I noticed it was breathing, not slowly, but fast and erratically. Almost as if it was out of breath, or as if it had just exhausted stamina sprinting a long distance. Its arms moved slightly up and down with every sporadic breath. At this moment, I realized it had moved again. Slightly, but it was definitely not in the same position as when I had first seen it. It was hard to be sure. The being was so dark under the light that it was too hard to focus on what was its torso or limb. I continued to stare at it, my eyes just above the window frame. I was so focused on the strange creature in the street that I jumped when I heard a noise in my own home. Quickly, I turned around toward my bedroom door. One of my parents, or maybe my brother, had just gotten up to use the restroom down the hall. After assessing the situation, I turned my head back to the newfound problem in the road, and I noticed the figure had moved again. It was now obviously staring at me. I knew this because I could see its eyes now. I froze. Its eyes were small but bright. They were piercing white sparkles so tiny they almost seemed to get lost in the black void of its body. I knew for some reason that it wasn't just looking in my direction. It was looking me over. It was staring directly at me. After a few minutes, I decided I needed to leave. I had to run and get someone to show, to ask someone, what in the world is that in the road? I slowly began to stand out of the view of the window, but I didn't take my eyes off the figure. It was at this moment that I realized the game I was in. Before I made my way out of the window frame, I blinked, and upon opening my eyes from a single blink, the figure had shifted. I blinked again, and it moved again. That thing out there was moving any time I wasn't looking. It had by now taken a full step in my direction. The dark figure looked excited, like it knew I'd finally figured out the horrific rules of its game. Its frantic breathing grew more intense. This is crazy. This isn't happening, is it? I asked myself. My heart began to pound and my breathing quickened too. What's happening? I thought. I was in disbelief of what was happening. held my breath as I stood in my bedroom, shutting my eyes. I thought to myself, I'll count to 5. It must be a dream after all. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4. Suddenly, I heard a crunch like a tree branch snapping. I opened my eyes. The figure was no longer at the streetlight. I was overwhelmed with adrenaline, with panic. I bolted from my bed and dove under the blankets. I was so scared, I forgot what I'd just proven to myself. I had to look at it. I had to look before it got even closer. As I shuffled the covers, I heard quickly approaching footsteps. They sounded unreal. The steps were quickly growing louder and were hitting so hard, I swear I could hear the dirt and sticks outside being thrown into the air behind it. My head rose above the blankets, and sure enough, the footsteps stopped. I stared at the window. The only visible thing was the intersection lit by the light pouring down from the streetlight above. Although the figure wasn't in my sight, I knew it was there, somewhere in the dark. I sat in my bed staring through the window in the bedroom. I didn't move. I would blink once in a while, and when I did, I could always hear just a bit of movement. I knew the longer I blinked, the more distance between us the creature would cover. This nightmare lasted for hours. Every time I was tempted to yawn, I would fight the reflex, fight it with every fiber of my being. After what felt like an eternity, the sun rose. A soft light began to wash over my neighborhood. I decided to get out of the bed and to move to the window to attempt to locate the thing from the road. I knew it was out there, but where? I slowly approached the window and was given a much broader view of my yard leading up to the intersection. Even though I was looking for the creature, it still made me jump when I laid eyes on it once again. There it was in greater detail. The blood left my face, hands, and feet as soon as I saw how terrifying it truly was. The thing was in a paused motion. Must have been about 7 feet tall and was perched on one leg as if frozen mid-stride. One of its dangly arms was open-palmed on a tree it had been passing, as if it was going to use it to push off of and increase its speed. The other hand was open and clawing right in my direction. It was now 20 feet from my window, whereas in the road it had been about 45 feet. The creature's skin was black, wrinkled, the texture of dried leather. Other areas of its body were made up of random patches of black mangled fur. It was tall and gangly and unbelievably skinny. The creature looked as if it had been malnourished, starving and desperate, and its sights were set right on me. Every time I moved even slightly, I noticed its breathing would intensify. It was excited, as if any moment I would turn and lose eye contact with it, and it could continue its hunt, its rampage towards me. I remembered its piercing eyes and decided to look at them in the small glimpse of daylight I now had. As I lifted my gaze towards its head, the streetlight suddenly flickered. The sunrise was causing the light sensor to diminish the power to the bulb, and it was shutting off. I was tired and not thinking when I flashed my eyes to the light, which I noticed had just went out. My eyes hit the streetlight. The light went out, and I then heard a low growling coming from that creature. The noise it emitted was low and scratchy, and it sent shivers down my spine. I quickly relocated my eyes back toward the creature, and it was gone. I didn't move for quite some time. The creature had vanished, but the last time that happened, it had covered nearly 25 feet in a matter of seconds, so my guard was up. I scanned the yard intensely. I was shaking. I could feel the cool morning breeze hit my cold, sweat-covered body. Minutes had passed and still no change to the absence of the being. A car passed through the intersection. I hadn't even noticed if cars had passed at all since the thing appeared. I still couldn't find it. I was unsure that the thing had vanished at all. Then there was a beep beep beeping. I jumped and shot my head around so as to evaluate the sudden noise in my room. It was just my alarm. I threw my head back toward the window. There was still no sign of it. Had the creature finally disappeared? Was it unable to be in the daylight? It vanished as the streetlight went out, so it must be gone. Maybe it can only pound. There was a knocking at my door. I gasped. "Turn off your alarm. It's annoying. Come on, dude." It was just my brother. I sighed with relief and mouthed in almost silent, "Yeah, sorry." Knowing that someone else was within reach, I felt that I could take my eyes off the yard, so I turned to silence my alarm. I felt uneasy. I felt alone and unsure. I sat in bed and covered myself, attempting to regain composure. The day went by, but many questions clouded my head. Was I going to see it again? Could anyone else see it? I told my brother what happened, and he just chuckled at me. Same reaction from my parents, too. Their conclusion was that I had a vivid imagination, so no more scary movies or I'd have more nightmares. This was my situation to handle on my own. To my dismay, it was under the streetlight multiple times after that night. Sometimes it didn't show, but that didn't mean I was just going to bed like nothing happened. I mean, there was no instruction manual to this thing. All I knew was I had to stare at it, blink sparingly, and under no circumstances nod off. I made that mistake once, and it nearly cost me my life. After a few nights of this, I had a good system going. I would blink about 20 times per hour, so by sunrise, it would only have made it a few steps, which at that point was only the beginning of the lawn. The system worked so well that I became bored. Boredom led to drowsiness. One night, I repeated what I'd done most every night for a couple of weeks. I didn't even remember shutting my eyes, though. I only recall jumping awake to the sound of the screen bursting off the window. My eyes met the creature as it was now frozen in place. One foot on the bottom of my window, and a hand at either side of it, as if it were ready to launch itself at me. Its breathing changed from fast and frantic to slow inhales and exhales. Calm, like it was sure it would finally get to me. Huge gnarled teeth and unblinking white eyes had expressed anger and yearning. I stared for the remaining hours, and once that sunrise hit, it vanished once again. This nightmare lasted about a month, and then it just stopped showing up entirely. I stayed awake as much as possible the next year after that, until I slowly began to gain a normal life back. 5 years passed, then 10. Now I'm 32, sitting at my desk writing this post at about 6:30 a.m., with a cold cup of tea to keep me company. I'm submitting this experience everywhere I can, in an attempt to reach out to someone who may have been this thing. I need to know if others are seeing what I'm seeing, and if they have any answers for me. I'm asking because I think it's back. Last night, it managed to climb up 4 stories to my apartment's balcony. I accidentally spotted it on my way back from the kitchen with a hot cup of tea. It was only just getting its other leg over the railing outside the sliding door. That freaking look on its face, it almost had me. If you know what this is, comment below, because I don't think I can do this again. Camping with Anna, from Anonymous. I experienced something in the summer of 2013 that still haunts me and continues to make me question my sanity. My girlfriend Anna and I had decided to go camping as a last farewell to summer and to get some alone time. She'd be going back to college soon after, and I wouldn't see her as often. We'd been together for over 2 years then, and I was completely head over heels for her. I was even thinking about asking her the question. So on a weekend in early August, I packed up my camping gear, driving 45 minutes away to the park we often frequented. It was a nice park, thick with trees and wildlife, along with a small creek running through it. We knew the area well, since my friends and family had camped there since childhood. I sent a text to Anna after parking my car, letting her know that I'd made it, and I'd set up camp in our favorite spot. You see, Anna had been caring for her sick grandmother all summer, and her sister had finally agreed to watch her so that Anna could get away for a while. But she had to wait for her sister to get off work around 5 p.m. to relieve her. To save time, I'd volunteered to go ahead and set things up. I trekked up the trail a bit, until I found the spot we always camped at. It was nice and level and was right beside the creek. I immediately started setting up the tent. I wanted to get everything done fast so Anna didn't have to help. 40 minutes later, I had it all set up. The tent, the sleeping bags, a little fire. Everything was organized and cozy. My phone suddenly buzzed. It was a text from Anna. "I have something to tell you," it read. Just as I began to text her back, I heard footsteps coming down the path. My body tensed up a bit, because you can never tell what kind of people you might run into out here. We had on a number of occasions met with a few drunks and the occasional rowdy teenager out here. But I soon relaxed as I saw Anna step out from behind the trees with a big grin on her face. I walked up and hugged her, scooping her up off the ground a bit to make her giggle. I set her back down and asked her what she had wanted to tell me. "I love you," was the reply I got from her as she planted a kiss on my cheek. Her voice, though, it sounded different, and her lips were chillingly cold. I asked her if she felt sick. She simply shrugged off the question and went to check out our campsite. I gave her a brief tour before I set about cooking the dinner. I made us each one of those pre-packaged camping meals that you add hot water to. It was pasta Alfredo, and I opened a bottle of red wine to go with it. We sat around the fire, eating, while I tried my best to entertain her with some funny stories. The sun was setting, and I was having a great time. I watched the shadows dance off of her and the surrounding trees. I listened to the gentle motion of the nearby creek. The daylight was almost gone when she said she was cold. I mentioned she could go in the tent to warm up while I cleaned up from dinner. She made her way inside, but not before giving me a smile and another freezing cold kiss. I was starting to get worried about her. I wondered if she was getting sick, but I didn't want to nag her, so I didn't say anything. I busied myself with cleaning up our dinner, and it was then that I found Anna's plate of food that she had set off to the side on the ground. She hadn't even touched it. I also found her glass of wine nearby, tipped out onto the grass. This wasn't like her at all. That girl loved food, and that particular wine was her favorite. At this point, I was more than a little worried, so I headed into the tent to ask her if she was feeling sick and to suggest that we pack up and get a motel for the night. But when I unzipped the tent and crawled in, I found her sound asleep in her sleeping bag. I contemplated waking her up so we could leave, but she looked so relaxed that I decided against it. I went back outside and finished cleaning up camp, putting out the fire before I laid down next to her in my own sleeping bag. I had had a bit too much wine, and I fell asleep quickly. Morning came soon enough and filled the tent with a soft glow as I listened to the birds singing outside. Anna was still sound asleep, so I decided to get up and start some breakfast. 15 minutes later, I was admiring the meal I made. Well, as much as one can admire slightly runny scrambled eggs from a pouch. I poked my head back into the tent to tell Anna that breakfast was ready, but that's when things got even weirder. Anna wasn't there. I didn't think it was likely that she could have left the tent without me seeing her, but maybe she had done so while my back was turned. I waited for a bit, figuring she stepped out when nature called. About 15 minutes passed, and I was starting to get worried. I walked to the edge of the campsite and called out for her, but there was no response. I walked to the trail and called out her name as I walked up and down the path each way, but still nothing. I went back to the campsite and checked the tent, but it was still empty. I searched for her belongings, but that's when I realized she hadn't brought a thing with her. I couldn't even remember her checking her phone last night, which she was in the habit of doing. She always checked her phone, always brought it with her in case her grandma needed her. That's when I grabbed my phone and decided to text her. I didn't have any signal, so I walked back up the trail a bit to the truck, where I knew the signal was good. That's when the text messages started flooding my screen. All of them were from Anna. My hands began to tremble as I read. "I have something to tell you." That was the text I saw earlier. I went on. "It's bad news. My grandma just passed away. Are you there? Can you meet me at Grandma's when you can? I can't go camping tonight, I'm sorry. We should reschedule." "Where are you?" "Fine, I'll be at my sister's house for the night. Call me when you can." My hands were shaking so violently that I dropped my phone. My mind reeled so fast that I had to fight to not pass out. I ran back to the campsite and searched it, but there was no evidence of Anna or anyone else being there. I checked the tent to look at her sleeping bag that had clearly been used last night. I even checked the garbage bag to confirm that there were, in fact, 2 plates from dinner last night, one with food still on it. I ran back to the truck and sent Anna a text because I didn't trust my voice not to tremble if I called her. I told her I got really sick last night and couldn't text her back. I apologized profusely and offered my condolences about the passing of her grandma. She texted me back letting me know she was okay and that I would see her later today. I walked back to camp in a daze. My mind seemed to want to shut down. It couldn't process what had happened. At first, I thought I was going crazy. I thought I'd had a breakdown and imagined everything. But the used sleeping bag and uneaten dinner told me differently. Who or what kept me company last night? Who or what could look just like Anna, but not be her? Had it been a ghost? A doppelganger? A shapeshifter of some kind? Was all of it just a sick joke? I packed up camp with difficulty. My stomach was in knots and my muscles were weak. I felt like I was going to get sick at any moment. I made it home and sent a text to Anna. I said I was still sick and didn't want to make her sick. I saw her next on the day of her grandma's funeral, where I easily passed off my residual anxiety about the whole ordeal as grief and sympathy. As I said at the beginning, I haven't told this story to anyone. Anna and I are now happily married and I still haven't even told her. We don't go camping in those woods anymore. We found a much nicer, hopefully safer spot. I look back on that night often. I replay all the scenes in my head, trying to find hints that will lead me to an explanation. But I haven't figured out anything. I still only know one thing. I spent the night with someone or something that wasn't my girlfriend. Hill 29 from The Woodsman. Talk to anyone around my age about camping when they were young, and they'll tell you all about their proverbial good old days. I suppose I'm no different, really. We used to go and get plastered in every grove and gully from here to Florida. Not like we had much else to do. School was a joke. We were young and stupid. We didn't have a care in the world. Funny enough, you go camping as much as we used to, and it becomes less like camping, and more like just kind of hanging out. I mean, really, every summer, every weekend, all the time we had to spare. You could expect us to be in some backwoods hollow raising heck. So as you can imagine, most of the memories of those days I got are just kinda one big blob. But not this one. Out here, federal land means to us free roam. Never really knew why the feds latched themselves onto so much nothingness, but they did, and it created for us our very own little slice of the wild. Rarely did we see or even hear anyone else out there. The only other human beings out there, within 50 miles, were the army squads that used the woods as training grounds pretty regularly. They had a whole grid and label system set up out there, and thanks to a kid named Tommy's dad, we'd gotten our hands on one of the maps. We navigated with the grids, markers, and numbered features, and all kinds of other minute, individually specified details. Even now, people refer to my hometown area as hill country. High sandstone cliffs with winding, dusty paths stretching far into the sky, as well as low, dark valleys where the air felt good as conditioned. The lands bordered on a big military base, so generally speaking, the town was an army town. Of the small group of guys we had that went out, all but one was a military kid. Now, I'm not saying that army families always have trouble in them, but it'd be ignorant for me to not say that they did more often than not, so getting out of the house was sometimes a priority. And so we'd load 2 or 3 old pickup trucks with our green army bags and put on our green army coats, heading into the endless green valleys and ridges. Not long ago, parks and the like weren't really maintained as well as they are now, and federal lands had basically no management in comparison. Dirt roads and dilapidated fences made up the border of the nearly untouched open expanse. There were hardly even trails, and half of them were cut by us. Cell phones weren't really a thing we had, so to keep in contact we used radios. A friend of mine, Mika, was a real whiz with that kind of thing. I was never really considered the brightest of kids, especially when it came to electronics, so I had rather basic understanding of how the radios worked. What I did know was that the hilly terrain messed with them, so when we had 2 separate groups, we'd have to set up a small relay tower, and then take it down at the end of the trip. Nothing major, just a small little tripod thing in a little black box, propped atop one of the many numbered hills. This particular trip happened late summer. Our senior year of high school was to start up soon, so we had a pretty sizable group. It was me, Tommy, Mika, Porter, Herschel, and another group of 6 who'd be across a cliffside from us, some of Herschel's friend, a guy named JT, and some other kids we sorta knew. We were all set for a week-long, beer-fueled send-off to the summer of '86. Stupid? Yeah. Fun? Also yeah. Anywho, we loaded up the same old way. Couple of beater cars headed up and down the winding valley roads. Pushing about 8 o'clock, we pulled off onto some back road, bounced up and down along the old dirt path for a few miles, and eventually parked in a little clearing. The 2 groups split themselves and unpacked their bags from the trucks, reviewed our plans, and got ready to roll out. Herschel, Porter, and Tommy would head off on the south side of hill number 29, along the 38003 line, and the other group would work their way along the close side of hill number 28, ending up somewhere along the 36-001 area. It became mine and Mika's job to work our way up 29 and set up a communication tower, so the 2 groups could keep in contact. Everyone set off like a little pack of GIs, eventually diverging our separate ways. Mika and myself, with pieces and parts lashed to our pack frames, began the ascent to the sandy reaches of 29. as the rest of the guys headed deeper into the rapidly darkening woods. We made up our minds to be swift about the task, as it would be pitch black within the hour, and our flashlights weren't exactly the brightest. The climb was rough in patches, with rather sheer rock slides that were only made navigable by the protruding roots that served as our natural handholds. We made it to the peak area as the sun was setting, and worked out a setup for the tower. Soon it was erected and ready for relay. "Hey Jake, think we'll pick anything up?" Mika had a set of headphones plugged into the box, rotating a dial. "Dunno. Probably not. How strong is it?" I replied. "Oh, if we heard anything, it'd be army in the area. Save for that, I'd be surprised if anything were close enough," Mika answered, while digging into the OD green carrying case. He produced another set of headphones from somewhere within the plastic box and gestured for me to take them. I slide them down over my ears and listen in. I can faintly hear Mika's as the static flickered back and forth over the radio. Little but faint murmurs came through, and static to fill the gaps. Mika sat back, looked at the device again, and switched a dial over. A sudden new patch of static filled my ears, as Mika began to carefully rotate the knob. For a minute I thought we'd hear nothing, when the radio picked up the faintest of signals. I could only pick up small phrases between the static. "We'll go right side, over the south, back on the..." Faint ramblings faded in and out of our hearing. "Target 0079 is within 03, moving west at... Roger, stay vigilant." The channel then reverted back to static and we could no longer hear anything. "I wonder what that was about," Mika pondered, removing the headphones. "Probably some army drill or something," I replied, placing my own headphones back into the case. The sun was getting really low. "Well, we ought to be getting down to camp. At this rate, we'll be getting there by dark. If they don't have the fire set up by now, I'll strangle one of them." He trailed off as he packed his things. We began back down the steep trail towards the turn and headed for camp. It was dark, as Mika predicted, when we finally trudged into camp. Two rather basic wooden sheds we'd built some time back stood illuminated by a fire contained in an old metal fire ring. We ate a hasty meal of canned garbage, radioed the camp across the hill to check the comms, then fell asleep. I woke up maybe half an hour before the crack of dawn, and did what all campers do upon awakening. I walked what felt to be a suitable distance from the campsite, and took care of business, then decided to head down to a nearby stream. As the first pastel lights of morning cut their way through the sky, I washed my face and took a drink. I plunged my arms into the cold water, and as I did so, a crack and a screech faintly bounced across the valley. Perplexed, I stood up and strained my ears for more, but it never came. This was a strange occurrence, sure, but I'd certainly encountered stranger. Besides, I was pretty sure I knew what this one was. If you've never heard a cougar scream, well, I'll say that I can understand why the old settlers told stories of monsters in the hills. I made my way back to camp and began to throw some more logs onto the fire. Soon the crackling of flames eating away at dry logs awoke the guys. Within a few minutes, the camp was full of life. Herschel and Tommy were frying up some bacon over the fire. Mika and Porter collected wood, and I busied myself cleaning one of the 2 hunting rifles we brought. The rifle itself was Porter's, or rather his dad's. A rugged old bolt-action chambered in .308 with a short nondescript scope set atop. The other rifle, Tommy's, was a touch newer, a sleek, slender .22 made for small things, squirrels and the like. For today, we'd planned a short hunt, as it may just be the only full day when we weren't drunk or hungover. After sitting down to eat our breakfast, and some messing around with each other, we loaded up our packs, then set off with either rifle or binoculars in hand. Porter and I would set off on the mid-elevation areas in search of deer or anything else substantial, and Tommy, Mika, and Herschel would go about bagging some squirrel or rabbit. Neither of those animals were in season, but that wasn't something that was enforced, nor that anyone really cared too much about for that matter. Each group took a radio and took off. As we trudged into the woods, light flecks of rain began to mist across our shirts, and soon warranted a deployment of our army ponchos. The cliff trails were soon slick with mud, as our leather boots left tracks behind us. Every now and again, we would stop at an overlook, scan with scope and binoculars, and see what we could find. We saw some light movement on the other side of the valley, and very little aside from that. We walked on into the afternoon in the misty rain, stopping to have some lunch of canned sausages and sandwiches. Soon we were on the move again. The rain began to fall with more force, now at a full rainstorm pace. On one of our stops to search the valley, Porter picked up more movement. "There, next to the pine," he said in a subdued breath. "Yeah, I got it," I replied, equally as hushed. "Buck?" "Yep," he excitedly whispered. He began to dial in his scope. I heard the click of his safety moving into the offsetting. A shot suddenly cracked through the valley, followed by 3 more in rapid succession. The deer raised its head, turned for an instant, and took off into the woods. "Dang it!" exclaimed Porter, lowering the rifle. "Ugh, Tommy. Why'd we give him the rifle again?" he said with a disappointed chuckle. "Never was a good shot. Surprised he got more than one in, though," he trailed off. "I don't know. Something seems a little weird about that. Let me radio in," and my words were cut short by a burst of noise from the radio in my hand. "Porter? Jake? The heck did you find that took 4 shots to take down?" garbled out of the black box. Porter and I exchanged a brief, "Wait, what?" look before I pressed the button and raised the comm to reply. We were just about to ask you the same thing." A moment passed with no reply. This rain is real bad. The radio cut out abruptly. "Mika?" I asked into it. "Radio check, do you copy?" No response. "Well, dang," Porter said aloud. "What do you think we should do now?" "The weather's too bad to stick around. I think they'll think the same and head back to camp," I replied. "Probably not a bad idea. Let's get moving," Porter said, flicking his safety back on and sliding 2 caps onto the scope. The sound I heard at dawn rang out from the same vicinity of the shots. I said, confused. "I heard that same sound this morning." "Mountain lion?" Porter theorized. "I guess," I replied. "Creepy things, huh?" Porter nodded in agreement, but I could tell something didn't sit right with either of us. Nevertheless, we began the trek towards camp, winding down the slick, twisted face of the rocks. Our packs grew heavier and the sun crept lower by the step. We made haste towards the campsite and arrived at around 5 p.m. Porter and I took refuge in one of the old Adirondack shelters around what remained of the morning's campfire. We sat our now damp packs down, hung up our rain gear, and changed clothes. We sat down in the back of the shelters and waited for the rest of the folks to arrive. An hour passed by, and both myself and Porter began to get anxious. Our nerves were calmed by the soft sound of footsteps and twigs breaking in the near distance. Porter turned his head. "You know, y'all had me a little worried for a second," he called out, standing up and advancing towards the open wall of the shelter. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and so did Porter. Silence fell on the campsite. "Tommy? You guys good?" he cautiously said into the dark droves of trees. The weighty footsteps burst off, scampering in the opposite direction. Porter hardly breathed a "what the hell?" before another set of footsteps from behind him made him whip around, facing the oncoming steps. It was Herschel, Mika, and Tommy. "What's going on? You good?" Herschel questioned to a disoriented Porter. "Yeah," he stammered out, with somewhat of a relieved sigh. We all settled down into our shelters as the rain pelted the roofs. For a while, a silence hung about the camp. No one wanted to address the strangeness of the events that day, and I knew the other guys were just as suspicious as me and Porter. Mika broke the silence. "I think we should radio the other group," he declared, standing up. "We need to get the comms working again to make sure they're okay. From what I can tell, I think the storm may have knocked out the tower. I'm not sure, though. I don't remember JT or any of them saying if they had rifles or not. Maybe they did. Maybe that's what we heard, but we still need to check." We nodded and grumbled in agreement. The plan was that Mika, Herschel, and myself would work our way back to the station atop 29, figuring out what was wrong with the relay, then contact the other group. Porter and Tommy would stay at the campsite, waiting for contact from us. With our bags packed and ready to move the next morning, we skipped dinner and laid down for the night. The sounds of the rain pouring against the shelters put us to sleep. I rose at first light, which was shrouded in the grim clouds that still bore rain. With some difficulty, I was awakened by Porter, who was up before anyone else. The rest of the group followed. "You think this bloody rain will ever stop?" groaned Tommy, cracking open a can of beans. He placed 4 more cans into the struggling fire, lids open, and gave each a stir. All of us got dressed and laced our boots, checking on our bags and getting ready to set out. We joked around a bit while digging our spoons into the burnt cans, eating a quick meal. "I'm honestly not too sure what happened to the relay," Mika said between bites. "It's never done anything like this before. It should have been able to make it through a storm 10 times this fierce." We all exchanged somewhat uneasy glances. For the first time, we collectively acknowledged the strangeness of the trip's occurrences. The moment passed, and we prepared for our trek. I slung my backpack on, donned my poncho, and watched my 2 companions do the same. Porter and Tommy began to find something to keep themselves, collecting and splitting wood, cleaning a rifle, and things like that. Mika and Herschel began to move towards the trails, and I followed. We soon found ourselves amongst the endless, pointless ups and downs that inhabited these woods. The soft pats of rubber-soled boots became our soundtrack as we moved about the forest. After a while, the rain let up, and we became bored of the sounds around us. We started to talk. "I thought this trip would be a little less, weird," Herschel said, echoing our thoughts. "Me too," I replied. "I hate being on edge out here." "I think we're thinking too much," Mika sighed. "Let's forget about all this creepy garbage and drink some beer or something." Truer words were not spoken the rest of the trek. Eventually, we reached the base of the hill. The sky grew dark again as we neared our route. The slick limestone faces above peered down at us, as a bear might to a mouse. Plant life grew all down the sides and along the length of the ridge's spine. Great boulders and minuscule pebbles stood alongside each other, perched high above the dark recesses of the grounds beneath. With a grunt aloud, Herschel was the first to start the steep ascent. The climb of sorts followed a series of crags and faces as it worked its way up. Parts of the hill were little more than inclined hiking. Others were more akin to rock climbing. I certainly felt my pack the whole time as it gave the slightest of pulls on my back, away from the hill itself. We made good time of the hill, and soon we found ourselves rapidly nearing the peak. Each of us found ourselves a small seat atop the hill, taking a drink of water and breathing hard. The sun was just past its midpoint, and the view across the valley was unparalleled. A hush crept amongst us. We all felt a stark tranquility. The overlook gave us a look into all that was the valley. with its tall, dense green shadows and looming hills as far as we could see. For a moment, we were all at peace. The passing quiet was shattered by sounds I'll never forget. First a thud in the near distance, then another shot, followed by screams. I've heard people in pain cry out before, but this was like nothing else. Pure primal shrieks of absolute pain and terror. I could feel the fear in my ears as the screams ripped across the valley in front of us, echoing off the distant hills. My stomach dropped, like I was a rider on a million roller coasters. I felt sick to the core. I saw Herschel and Mika react the same way. Mika looked like he might vomit too. With huge eyes, he spoke. "What? The Mother of God was that?" He staggered out, mirroring all of our reactions of confusion and fear. "I don't know," Herschel said. From the looks of it, he was ready to bolt. "Call Porter. Figure out what that was." "Right," Mika said curtly, as he frantically dug for his radio. "Porter, Tommy, did you hear that?" No response. "Guys, not funny. Did you hear that?" Mika was beginning to panic. Silence. "Did you hear that?" Mika screamed into the radio, nearly in a rage. He cursed and shoved the radio into his bag. "We need to get up to that tower right now," I said. Herschel nodded, and Mika turned to continue. We scrambled up the rest of the trail, going faster than was probably safe. Soon the small metal tower and box popped into our sight. It stood solitarily amongst the darkening clouds in the sky above it. Mika hurried to it and knelt down beside it. Herschel and I caught our breaths and bent over with our hands on our knees, watching Mika fiddle with the box. His face suddenly went pale. What? What?" Herschel asked, to no response from Mika. "Mika," I shouted, snapping him out of it. "Someone messed with our relay," he said, quietly, still not looking back at us. "What?" I asked, confused. "Someone messed with our relay," Mika shouted. "Someone cracked into it and battered the dials and bloody turned it off." Mika was growing angrier by the minute. "What the heck?" Herschel spat. "Who would do that? Who else is even out here?" I don't know. I don't know," Mika dejectedly stated, cooling down. "I don't know." "Can you fix it?" I asked, determined. "Yeah," he replied. "Give me a minute." Herschel and I looked on as he reset the dials and flipped switches. Suddenly, the radio sprang to life. "Negative. Sighting was 301-2 north side, looking for a visual on..." "Roger, we'll go." A stern and regimented voice faded in and out. We all recognized the tone of the man's voice as military. "Looking for visual. 0079 is would be north side of hill number 29. Over." We all went pale. "Stay sharp. Move in. Over and out." "Did he just say..." Herschel trailed off. "Yeah," I replied, with the lump in my throat. "North side of 29 is... that's where JT and his guys are," Herschel said, realizing what was happening. "Get them on the radio," he said to Mika. "The radio." "One sec," Mika replied, rapidly moving dials. "Get them on the freaking radio," Herschel shouted. I am, give me a bloody second." Mika lashed out, turning dials with more urgency. He whipped out his radio. "Hey, JT, whoever has the radio, this is Mika. What the heck was that?" An indistinguishable garble flooded the radio. Mika cursed and adjusted more dials. "Repeat," he commanded with authority into the microphone. "Who is this?" Came back through. "This is Mika. We're on the other side of the hill from you," Mika said quickly with utmost urgency. "Oh, so you're the punks who have been screwing with us, huh? Well, piss off." The radio replied. What are you talking about?" Mika responded, confused. "It's not funny, dude. Screaming and dirtbag move." "That wasn't us," we replied. There was a pause. "What do you mean?" the radio responded. "It wasn't us. We're trying to figure out if you're okay." Mika was growing in anger again. "What? I mean, yeah, we're shaken, but no one's hurt. JT said he'd been trying to reach somebody. I guess that was you guys. We've been in this cave JT and some other guys found a bit north. We're gonna hang tight and hopefully this crazy jungle stop happening." "Maybe not a bad plan. Stay in contact. The radio should be working now." "Will do. Sorry about the misunderstanding." "It's no big deal. Just stay safe." Mika set the radio down and sighed. We paused for a moment and thought about the events we'd just witnessed. Mika called down to Porter, who said they'd faintly heard the noise and had tried reaching us. He said they'd stay and make contact with the other group to try and set up someone to reliably contact. "Well, while we're up here, might as well check the weather," Mika said, finally relaxing a bit. He tuned the radio to the weather frequency. "And it looks like we're going to have some nasty rains coming in this evening in the next few days. We have some flooding issues in the lower valley region, so if you're in those areas, roads will likely not be safe to travel on. Many local towns have declared a shutdown of most roads in order to..." "Did they say here?" I asked aloud, realizing what this might mean. "That's just great. Now we can't even leave," Herschel exclaimed, hearing the bad news. "Yeah, looks like we're stuck here, at least for the night," I sighed. "If we're gonna be here, let's at least try to enjoy it, guys," Mika said, standing up. "Let's head back to camp. It's been 2 days out here already and we haven't even touched our cooler. Let's go get plastered." And that's what we did. By the next morning, we were up far later than was normal, all of us sporting head-splitting hangovers from the night before. Herschel groaned as he sat up, setting the precedent for everyone else. We all slogged up slowly and doggedly set about our tasks. We were all doing our best to ignore the prior events and try to enjoy ourselves, at least a little. The ever-present rain made it hard to get a fire going. Fortunately, Porter and Tommy occupied themselves with the acquisition of firewood the day before and had stored nearly half a cord in the shed, using the old maul stored there. The group enjoyed the rather slow and tired breakfast of hotcakes and bacon, a warm refresher from the previous day's breakfast. For a while, it seemed like all was going normal again. It was still raining, not as hard as it was, but nonetheless, so we sat just inside our Adirondack sheds, talking and laughing. We killed maybe 3 hours doing that. The day passed by uneventfully as dark clouds continuously rolled over our heads. The fire crackled as a meal cooked. Porter moved towards the fire and stirred the pot. A horrible stench wafted up out of it. "Jesus," Mika remarked. "What'd you do to that thing?" "I don't know. Maybe I overcooked it," Porter replied, perplexed. Tommy, Herschel, and myself shared the sentiment with Mika. We reluctantly dug out eating equipment and spooned ourselves some of the thick, terrible-smelling stew. We sat back down in our sheds and slowly began to eat, with pinched noses. To everyone's surprise, the soup was delicious. We all looked at each other, shrugged, and kept eating. Soon the cooking pot was empty. We cleaned our bowls and equipment only to find that the smell persisted. Confused, Herschel spoke out. "What is that smell? It's awful," he said in disgust. "It's not one of you?" Tommy jabbed. "No, I don't think so," I said, holding my nose. We tried to play it off, to ignore it, but it was to no avail. A few moments passed as our resolve to continue disregarding the stench that invaded our nostrils faded gradually, and Herschel was the first to crack. "Hell with this. What is the friggin' smell?" he blurted out. "You're right, I can't stand it. We gotta find whatever that is and chuck it off a cliff or something," I replied in utter agreeance. We fanned out and began searching, checking around the site until Porter called out in surprise. "Hey, guys, you ought to come look at this." Porter's accented voice faded out as we rushed over to see what he was looking at. His dark eyes were fixated on the ground at the base of a tall oak, just maybe 50 feet down the slope at the back of the campsite. The scattered members of our group slowly and apprehensively made their way to the spot. We strained to peek around the trees, or Porter, whichever obstructed our views. There at the base of the tree lay a jagged lump of puffy white and brown fluff and shiny dark liquids. The tree itself was spattered with the same. It was a deer, misshapen, contorted, sliced, and torn apart. All of us knew from hunting when we were younger that it was relatively fresh. The blood was still bright, the flesh still red and not browned. Bones jutted out from various places within the small pile of creature, cracked like a glow stick. Now bemused, I looked to the others for an explanation, a plan, a concession, anything. I soon found that they matched my expression, and that there was no such reasoning to be heard of. Wordless, we turned to make the slow, cautious retreat back into our nearby encampment. I think we could have stayed silent for the rest of the trip, if it were not for what happened next. As we stepped into the edge of our sight, Tommy began to pick up some of his things and moved into the sheds. He returned clutching an axe he'd brought. The rest of us gave but a mere concerned look before inevitably coming to the same conclusion that he'd reached before us. That being, we weren't alone out here. As if a stage cue had been issued, the situation immediately escalated. Behind myself, there was a crack of a stick. Everyone's heads, including mine, snapped backwards to see what had made the faint, nearly inaudible noise at the edge of the tree line. We held our breaths and waited for another noise. Nothing, at first. Then something. Another stick broke, this time louder, opposite from where the last had come from, resonating from behind Herschel, who now had found that he had quickly changed from being the back of the group to being the front. He whipped around just as I, but not before another stick broke, this time 2 cracks in rapid succession. All of us began to back together, wide-eyed and vigilantly scanning the tree line. I noticed Porter make a slow, methodical shuffle to his shed and returned with the deer rifle. He began to raise it, pointing in the direction of the most recent tracks. I saw Mika do the same with the .22 and suddenly felt naked of defense myself. I drew out my knife and I held it out, as if it would be a deterrent for whoever was encircling us, to whatever was encircling us. Mika dialed in the rifle, preparing a shot at seemingly nothing. He never got the chance. A shadow, a cloud, a lump of darkness flashed through my vision, blurted out of the trees, and backed in like a dog running a competition. Tommy, nearest the movement, swore and fell backwards, scrambling to get away. In his panic, the axe in his hand slipped, careening into his lower left calf and slicing into him. He cried out in pain, and I rushed to him as Mika and Porter swung around, rifles raised, like sentries on a shift. Tommy was cut bad. The bit of axe had dug about 2 or 3 inches into his leg, revealing the dark, reddish matter beneath. I made for my bag, retrieved the first aid kit, and fumbled it on the way back to Tommy, who now was wincing repeatedly. I quickly moved to start applying gauze, and Tommy bit down on a stick he had placed in his mouth. Mika and Porter were shouting to each other, but what exactly, I could not tell. I was focused on Tommy, and finishing applying the antiseptic liquids I was pouring onto a rag. I began to cover the wound, when out of the corner of my vision, I saw Porter raise his rifle. A dreadful quiet fell over us as Porter aimed towards where he last saw the looming dark mass. A moment passed, a mere second that felt like an eternity. The silence was shattered by 2 deafening booms in rapid succession. Booms that made my ears ring. The dark shadow appeared once more, this time fleeing. The heavy and steady pattering thump of footfalls returned deep into the woods once more, and as they faded away, the whole encampment faded to silence for yet another time. It seemed now that all of these significant events of which we experienced were marked by a silence, a quiet of some kind. We all got up and looked around, as if we hadn't really seen any of it, as if we'd all just imagined everything. But now things were different. It was no longer this sort of unrealized game of cat and mouse. Now we knew what we were into. Now we knew that we weren't just seeing things. Now it was us and them. We all realized this as we set about solemnly patching up Tommy and packing our bags. The rain and the flooding, it couldn't have been that bad. We had to get out. We all sat down back at our propped logs near the fire that was now smoldering. "We gotta go," Mika said, voicing all of our thoughts. Tommy, Porter, Herschel, and I mumbled in agreement. "But we can't try in the dark," Porter said, sounding just as apprehensive as we all felt. "We have to. What the hell are we going to do if that thing comes back?" Herschel blurted. We shuddered at the first mention of the creature we'd seen since it happened, as if somehow speaking of it gave it life and made it reality. "Herschel, you know we can't. You know with all the hills and slopes and crap, we just plain can't make it through in the dark." Porter pressed on. "I know, I'm just... Hell, man, we're in a shaky spot right now. And... He trailed off. We knew that Porter was right. We'd have to stay one more night. That didn't stop us from completely mobilizing as the sun set, though. By the time darkness descended upon the site, we'd gathered enough firewood to light up almost 50 feet around us in all directions, and had packs lined up, completely packed, save for our sleeping bags, which lashed onto the outside. We divided up shifts. Porter would start at 9 p.m. and go until midnight, standing watch with a rifle. Porter would wake Mika, who took 12 to 2 a.m., followed by Herschel at 2 to 4, and eventually me, from 4 to sunrise. Tommy needed to rest and heal from his leg. The sun was getting low, so we retreated to our shelters, grabbing some additional firewood on the way. Porter examined his rifle, rubbed a mark off the barrel, and chambered around. He sat down onto his upturned log, sighed, and pulled his hat lower. "You good to go?" Mika inquired. "Yeah, I'll wake you up in 3, he replied, clearly shaky. "Good luck, man. Don't hesitate to get us all up if you need us," Mika finished after a bit. Yeah, Porter resolved, tugging at his hat again. The rest of us laid down and waited. According to my watch, Herschel shook me awake at 3:56 a.m. "Hey," he said in a deep, hoarse voice. "Hey," I replied, just as exhausted. "Still plenty of wood. Nobody's seen anything yet," he informed me as I exited my sleeping bag and stood up, pulling on my boots and tucking my arms into a button-up shirt. It was surprisingly chilly. "Enjoy the sleep, dude. Wish me luck," I said, slapping him on the back as he went for his own bag. "Let us know if anything goes wrong. You're up till sunrise," he drowsily stammered, tucking his face into his sleeping bag. I moved to the fire and saw that Herschel had chucked on a few logs before plopping back down next to the fire. I resolved to keep a good watch of the stretch of tree line where we'd seen the thing before. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes to hours. The creatures of the dark chirped and howled as the fire crackled. The night grew colder, and I was glad for the flames. Aside from warmth, the blaze allowed me to see around myself. The stars and moon were bright dots painting the sky, lighting up the night, allowing me to see even farther. I could faintly hear the creek at the base of our site, emitting a distant trickle. A cool, nearly imperceptible breeze flowed through my hair and wisped away sparks and embers of the fire. The tall trees of the valley swayed and danced like ancient deities, engaged in a sleepy waltz. The sky opened itself, as if it were the spotlights upon the theater that was the valley, with curtains of pines and solemn stone faces. My eyes grew heavy as the hands of the great forest gently shut them for me. I awoke from my near catatonic state to what I believed to be pine resin in my fire, cracking louder than usual, as it sometimes does. I put together the thoughts to check my watch, finding it was now nearly 6:30. The sky was beginning to light up. The fire popped loudly again, but something was off. It took me a minute to realize that the fire behind me was not giving off much light anymore, nor was I being warmed. I turned to face it. It was smoldering nearly out. I murmured an expletive and tossed on a few new logs. Soon the fire was going again. I was about to drift off again, before my brain finally realized what felt so wrong. How did the fire pop so loudly, if it was out? With impeccable timing, another pop rang out. Fully awake, I placed it as a distant noise. It was a gunshot. No, I spoke softly to myself, beginning to realize what was happening. That ear-rending scream I knew all too well boomed through the valley again. My stomach sank. I felt like a kid who was about to be sick on a county fair ride. I stood alone, listening still. Another shorter groan echoed again and snapped me out of it. I turned toward the shed. "Guys, hey guys," I yelled, panicking. There was stirring in the shelters. What? What? Mika said, standing up. "Listen," I demanded, frantically gesturing to the distance. The 4 others, now plenty awake, listened intently. There was nothing. They looked at me confused. In the distance, there were shots and screams. I exasperatedly stated, just as Herschel gave a bemused, "Huh?" The screech was back, followed by 2 more shots. They turned to me wide-eyed. "Ah, hell, JT," Herschel said. "Radio. Get them on the radio." Mika frantically went for his pack. He produced the radio and flicked it on fast. "JT, Group 2, anyone, come in. This is Mika, come in," he shouted. No response. He tried again, but to no avail. Everyone swore. "Bags. Get your bags. We gotta go help," I commanded, sounding far more confident in my choice of words than I really was. No one replied, instead heading for their packs and quickly lacing their boots. Porter helped Tommy up, and after talking, I assumed they determined Tommy was well enough to walk. We took off, quickly kicking the fire out as much as we could in about 30 seconds, clicked on our dim lights, and prayed that between that and the slowly rising sun, we would have enough to make our way there. Mika tried over and over to reach Group 2 by radio. We walked into the solemn woods once more, rapidly approaching Hill 29. When we made it to 29, Mika and myself set up the hill for the 3rd time, leaving the rest to wait with Tommy to let him get some time off his bad leg. This time, though, we knew our route and got up the hill in no time. To our relief, we didn't hear any more sounds from the other camp. On the flip side, Mika still couldn't reach them, so it wasn't just the radio. We recovered the comms equipment, rapidly strapping it to our pack frames. We scrambled back down and set on the trek again. The forest had transformed so much since our walk in. What was our own green heaven was now a shaded nightmare. Our boots were in a strangely uniform cadence as we nearly marched our way up and down the deep hills. The sun was reaching higher and higher in the sky. We clicked our lights off, and soon we drew within a few miles of the second encampment. Mika called out loudly. No reply, no surprise there. We descended into the valley down the campsite, and soon we could see the large shapes of the shelters in the afternoon sun. We broke the tree line into the camp's clearing, and what we saw was bizarre. The site was vacant. We called out again, but it truly was vacant. There were loose belongings here and there, a shirt, a water bottle, and even a pocket knife. The shelters were slightly charred, and the remains of what once was a tent was now a few metal poles and shreds of fabric. A lone yellowed note, clearly soaked in rain, was left just inside the shelter under a rock. We tried to make out the words, but what we were able to read was, "We had to leave, radio won't, meet back, and something out here." Mika read the mostly unintelligible note. "They're already gone," he concluded. "God, I hope they made it out." Tommy trailed off. I guess we're on our own now, and we gotta get the heck out of here, Porter said, firmly. We turned and began to mobilize. Porter and myself began to help Tommy up, who was sitting on the ground. "Hey," shouted a gruff, deep voice, startling us all so badly we nearly dropped Tommy. Mika turned, reaching for his .22 and facing whatever it was. As I faced it as well, I was taken aback. A tidy row of about 6 green-clad troopers stood, each clutching weapons. Several were wearing pack frames with pressurized tanks strapped to them, and all kinds of hosing running all over. Others clutched heavy rifles, but all of them were armed to the teeth. They were fanning themselves out and checking around the site like some cheap movie scene. "What are you doing here?" demanded one of the soldiers, stepping forward with his rifle thankfully lowered. We were camping," I replied. "Why'd you bypass all the signs? This place is on lockdown." "What signs?" Tommy inquired. "This land has been off limits for 4 days now. You shouldn't be here." "We've been out here nearly a week," I responded. He sighed. "Listen, you shouldn't be here, and you need to go. But we have some questions first." This gave me a bad feeling. "Do you know this area well?" he inquired. We nodded. "Do you know how to get out the fastest?" We nodded again. "Are you armed?" We were confused but murmured a yes again. This time he nodded, as if to say, "Good." "All right," he said. "We're looking for a unit who was sent out on an evasion exercise." I perceived immense mistruth in this excuse. "Have you seen anything for a while?" You knew what they were looking for. "Yeah, that way past the 3rd hill. There's another campsite just like this one. It ran in and out of the trees, there," Mika said, sounding almost irritated. The soldier seemed taken aback when Mika so confidently delivered the answer he wanted. I think he knew that we knew. The soldier sighed again. "I need you all to get out of here now," he commanded sternly but relentingly. "And if you don't want trouble, stay away." My desire for answers was quickly outweighed by my need to get away from this thing in the woods, and looking to the others, they nodded in agreement. We slung on our packs, and the soldiers made their ways out. We then set off, back up the trail. We were going home. The walk out was our final silent checkpoint in the timeline of our bizarre experience. Eventually, the green tunnel developed some holes, and soon we stood next to our truck. We loaded our gear and started it up. Piling in, we talked retrospectively about what we'd seen. I think we all didn't, or couldn't, believe that it all happened, and talking through it made us feel like we could truly think about it. We'd have to track down the other group when we got back, and figure out what they'd seen. We sat for a bit, and eventually we set off for the winding hilly back roads that would lead us back home. As we passed the "Now Leaving" sign, written in plain white dremeled letters, a thin column of black smoke arose from the forest, from right on the other side of hill number 29. Encounter with a shadow being in the woods, from Snowman 185. It's taken a long time for me to come out and be more public about this experience in my life, as I've repressed it due to a terrible and traumatizing experience. This experience happened in Hartington, Nebraska, during turkey hunting season in 2015. The specific plot of land that my friend Jackson and I were hunting on was labeled private because the hunting was really good there, and the owner of the land is notoriously mean and tight with who he lets hunt on the land. Luckily, and unluckily, Jackson is friends with the owner of the land we hunted. Since remembering this experience, it permeates in my mind with horrifying clarity. It was 5 o'clock in the morning when Jackson and I arrived at the beginning of the land, so that we could get to the spot where turkeys roost. Now, for folks who don't turkey hunt, these creatures are pretty intelligent, and the slightest sound you make might spook them, so you have to get to your post before they wake up with complete silence. Immediately, when I set foot on the land, I had a very uncomfortable feeling, but I eventually ignored it. I hadn't been back here in a year, so it felt much less familiar to me, thanks to the time gap. The process of hunting and getting our turkeys went very well, just like many times before in the past. After we both shot our turkeys, we picked them up and went to Jackson's grandparents' house to butcher and clean up the kills. After we got all that done, it was roughly 1 in the afternoon, and since Jackson wanted to go back to check his trail cam later at night, we decided to go get another memory card. The day after that was uneventful. We just did the same busy work at his grandparents' farm until dark. The whole time, I had this feeling in my stomach that I couldn't really pinpoint, and yet again, I chalked it up as random stomach problems that I often have throughout the day. Once it was dark outside, we began to make our way back to the plot of land with the trail cam. As we drove over there, I saw a flock of crows fly past. I took this as a bad sign, which made my stomach pains even worse. I turned right to Jackson, and I told him that we should probably go back. We could change the memory card another time. Jackson, being a generally rational and hard-headed person, insisted we go to the camera, because he wasn't going to be up in this part of the land for another 2 weeks. I reluctantly agreed, but I felt my stomach turn as we pulled up next to an abandoned corn crib. We began to make our trek up some hills to reach the camera. We discussed how lucky we were to bag our turkeys as quickly as we did earlier that day. We hopped the barbed wire fence and made our way up the hills. The woods were alive with forest critters doing what they do every day. Bugs whirring past you, squirrels scurrying up trees, and the occasional crinkle of leaves further into the woods. Coming up to about halfway to our destination, Jackson turns to me and says he has to go to the bathroom. Now that I thought about it, I had to go as well. We go our separate ways to do our private business. While walking through the trees alone to get away from Jackson for a moment, I couldn't help but notice that all the normal business of the woodland creatures all but ceased in a matter of moments. The moment I noticed this, the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. This prompted me to turn around and shout for Jackson to see where he was, to see if he noticed the same thing. I call 3 times at the top of my lungs, but I do not receive a reply. I end up deciding that I'll stop right there where I am, use the bathroom real quick, and speed walk back to Jackson. When I was carefully laying the guns I had on my back to the ground, I heard rustling in the woods to the left of me. I brushed this off as there are many deer in the area at the time of the year. I forgot to add that we both had headlamps with adjustable strengths of light due to it being nearly pitch black outside. After laying my guns down, I adjusted my lamp to the highest setting for maximum clarity of my environment. While I was adjusting the headlamp, I hear my name being called to the left of me. The way the voice sounded, it's hard to explain. It was like a mix of someone who smokes a pack of cigarettes a day, blended with nails on a chalkboard. Instinctively, I turned to my left, hoping it was Jackson, whose voice may have cracked for whatever reason. He did smoke cigarettes pretty heavily. When I turned, I saw what caused me to repress my memories for so long. I can only explain it as an entity of some kind that measured about 8 feet tall. It was running straight at me when I looked, but the figure was composed of complete darkness, like some sort of animated shadow. Think of the darkest environment you can. Relate that to the color of the figure I was seeing. The scariest part was that while it was running, it was not like any run you could do with 2 legs. Whatever it was doing was more of a scuttle, all the while making absolutely no noise. This is impossible due to there being dead branches and leaves littering the forest floor. When I initially saw this entity coming right at me, it was about 75 yards away, but I blinked once, and the distance instantly shrank to only 25 yards. Staring at this thing running towards me, I noticed that it had no distinguishable features, until it opened what appeared to be a jaw. Inside were hundreds of thin, sharp, needle-like teeth, tips glossed over with what appeared to be a red color, as if it had killed recently. While this thing was doing this, eyes protruded on its body from seemingly nowhere. These eyes were red with a hint of yellow thrown in. Struggling to breathe in my panic, I grabbed the 12-gauge Remington Super Mag, and I fired in its direction 3 shells. My ears rang, and I became briefly deafened. As I shook my head and looked back at the creature, it was still coming, unscathed, but I did notice a blister in the tree behind it. One of the shots that should have hit had gone straight through. I turned and ran, but I knew it would catch me. If something could travel 50 yards in the blink of an eye, I was honestly surprised that I wasn't dead yet. The entire time I ran, I could hear my name in that same voice as before, being called from behind me. At the same time, I began to scream Jackson's name, hoping that he would find me. After a minute or 2, I finally hear him yelling my name to the right. I yelled back at him, but I was already so close to the truck that I just told him to pile in with me. I peeled out, and we left the hunting ground. Jackson had plenty of questions, but I wasn't in the mood to talk for a while. I don't go back to that hunting ground anymore. I'm too afraid to go back to that land, and I wish I had any idea as to what I saw that day, but I don't. Warning: the following story contains written illustrations of dead animals that some viewers may find disturbing. What do the crow feathers mean? From Wicca Boo. Growing up as a little girl in the backwoods of rural eastern Pennsylvania, I learned a lot of things. I learned how to make a fort. I learned what plants I could eat and what to avoid. I learned how to tell what track belonged to which animal. And most importantly, I learned what places I should never go. My earliest memory of the 200 acres of state game land that our property sat in the middle of was something I'll never forget. At the age of around 6 or 7, I can remember that one day that I heard mewing coming from under the porch. When I peered under the wooden steps, I stumbled upon 2 very different cats. My mother came home to find me grass-stained and sitting with a fluffy black and white kitten and a scraggly old gray cat with matted fur. Not until she called my name did I turn to face her with a cut across my face. Right then, she knew that we'd have to name them. So we did. Baby and Scar. I came home every day to play with these cats until my mom decided that we couldn't take care of them both, and my neighbor adopted Baby, the cute little kitten, leaving me stuck with Scar. Scar was a strange cat. As much as I loved and enjoyed him, he of course was not my cat so much as nature's cat. He would always leave me dead things like birds and mice to clean up. Scar knew how to survive and thrive in the woods. He seemed to know every path hiding in the whole game lands. Although Scar, the beast, would wander off always, he never failed to be waiting for me back at home. So of course I was surprised when I got home from school one day. and my lovely Scar was nowhere to be found. I decided, of course, I would find him. I trekked off into the woods past the stream on the property and into dense forest. The trees waved in the slight breeze and the sun shone overhead. Birds chirped and leaves rustled. Despite how distraught I was about possibly losing my beloved little monster of a cat, I was beginning to enjoy myself on this walk. Just as soon as I began humming to myself, I could hear a mewing off in the distance. Of course, that makes so much sense that Scar would know my voice. That's what I thought, so I bolted in the direction of the meow. Soon I found that the sound of my feet crunching the leaves below blocked out the subtle mewing in the distance. I slowed down to realize that I no longer heard my Scar's meows, and I heard absolutely nothing at all. The only noise that was made were my footsteps. The birds had stopped their songs, and the wood's movement from the wind had gone dead still. The sun had now fallen behind some clouds, creating a thin shadow of darkness under the already blackened tree coverage. Due to this silence, my ears sharpened. My other senses seemed to focus too. I looked around, wondering where I was, and if I could even get back. I thought about how my mom must have gotten home by now. She'd be so mad at me for running off in the middle of nowhere before she got home. My eyes focused on a cleared spot in the dense brush. I realized I'd found a trail. My survival guide brain kicked in and I rationalized that it must lead somewhere, so I figured I could follow it and eventually get home, or at the very least to a road. I began to walk, and walk, and walk. I began to notice something that piqued my attention. I always kept my eyes at my feet while I walked, because I was a clumsy child, and I was afraid I would trip over a root or twig. So when I was staring at my little boots in the mud and leaves, I began to notice a color that you don't always see in nature. Bright red. I inspected the leaf with the dense red liquid on it, and I knew what it was. I'd seen blood before, as I had scraped my knees pretty bad many times. At first, my mind began racing. Would I find Scar? Would he be dead? No. Just keep walking. Follow the trail. The blood followed the trail too, though. Every step I walked to avoid the drips and drops and splatters. But my little mind was relieved when the blood had feathers instead of cat fur. The shiny black feathers were large and had a green tint to them. I figured at some point I'd find the animal they belonged to, all mangled and no longer living. I was dreading that scene until I had an epiphany. Perhaps my Scar had killed many a small creatures. He'd left a trail of blood up my wooden porch dozens of times, leaving us plenty of little cat presents. This had to be him. Had to be my Scar. I raced and dashed among the branches and ferns. Somewhere the blood led, somewhere that my Scar would be. I just knew it. My heart skipped a beat as I stepped and my shoe got stuck under a log, sending me flying forward. I had skidded across the forest floor and my shoe got taken off, still wedged under the log. My arm had hit a rock and it tingled, but I found myself brushing off my clothes and hopping back up. I was okay. I refocused. I was following a trail. A trail. My eyes beated back and forth for the trail, but it was gone. Where had it gone? It was just there. I frantically turned, searching for that familiar crimson color that I'd followed for what must have been miles. But it was gone. I abruptly sat there and cried. I knew it. That was Scar, and I had no hope of finding him. Just as I opened my eyes, wiping tears away, my vision corrected and revealed yet another color that you rarely see in nature. Fluorescent pink. I knew that color, though. It was the one my dad used to mark the trees on our property line. The ones he never got around to cutting down. I knew where to go now. If I just run towards the tree, my house would come into view soon after. So that's what I did. For the last time, I ran overjoyed to be in a familiar place. Just as my driveway came into view, my mother's car was pulling into the parking spot. I ran to her and hugged her with the biggest 6-year-old squeeze. She smiled at me and said, "You're sure happy to see me?" I pleaded with her not to punish me, that I was sorry for being gone so long. She frowned and scolded me for being in the woods alone, but said she had no idea what I was talking about. She had just got home. My mom got home from work every day only 20 minutes after I got home from school. This did not make sense, though. I'd been gone for several hours, lost in the trees, following a feathery, bloody trail. My little kid brain wasn't too bothered by that gap in time, however. The only thing that mattered was that I was home. I was safe. I was secure with my mom. When I pulled away out of her arms, I noticed something behind her. The crimson drips across the concrete that formed a walkway to my porch. He was home. I knew it this time. I jumped across the concrete, turning toward my deck toward the stairs. I was right. Scar had come home to me just as I'd wished. I expected to see him there, with a crow jutting from his jaws, and though this was nearly the case, something was wrong. I fell backward, and a wave of dread crashed over me. My Scar had come home, all right, but he had been mangled and crushed with fresh blood still creating little plops on the steps below. His gray stripes could barely be seen under the coat of deep color liquid. His limbs seemed to have been pulled from their sockets, dislocated and broken. He had become a mess of a carcass, nearly unrecognizable. But I knew it was him. I could always tell him apart. For as much as no one would believe, he was my cat. The only distinguishing thing in this mass of mess was a single reflecting crow's feather. Now, let me fill you in on some things that you didn't know before. Things that I certainly didn't know when I was 6 years old. Our woods were on Native American land, or what used to be their land. There are 3 signs outside of the development that talk about how the natives gave the land to the pioneers, and however quirky and nice that sounds, it's simply not the truth. I soon found out that the land was sacred and had been stolen from the tribes. One of the signs, that is very dilapidated, states that there was a wagon trail that led the mountaineers here, and they started building mines under where all the houses are. In fact, there are these old mountaineer homes that are abandoned on a trail near my own house. Every time I explored one of these houses, I found a new dead creature. Not freshly dead, usually just bones. There used to be a dead crow nailed to the ceiling of one of the houses. However, it has since been moved by someone or something. Lastly, during my trip to a clearing behind my home, I found an arrowhead in the dirt. This land is now mostly owned by the state, but my house is here, and I know it was never meant to be. I've come to the conclusion that some sort of native curse or entity had killed my cat, leaving the feather as a sign. I know that the crow feathers must mean something, because I would always continue to find them wherever I found dead animals. I know it sounds odd, unbelievable even. I wish I could be more informed on the subject. But believe me when I say, the last thing I want to do is to anger the natives and their spirits. I saw it crawling on my neighbor's roof. From Plague Bacon. These incidents occurred over a period of time when I was younger. However, it was only until recently that I connected the dots. I grew up in Louisiana, right on the outskirts of New Orleans. The city itself has so much history, myths, and intrigue surrounding it that I would be remiss to say that I didn't have other experiences involving spirits and all that, but that's a story for another time. Right after Hurricane Katrina, I was displaced by the storm and ended up staying in Florida for a while. While there, it seemed as though every channel on the news had coverage of the horrific event. People's homes were flooded, the roads were blocked, businesses destroyed, and to make things even worse, there were many reports of people committing some heinous crimes. Part of the news covered people trying to escape the storm and the resulting aftermath. The other half seemed to cover the dark side of humanity. Vandalism, theft, looting, violence, all of that occurred while others were simply trying to survive. To make matters worse, the prisons were destroyed, and a lot of the city's unmentionables started roaming the area, causing more trouble for the people who were simply trying to exist. Some really horrible stuff went on. Like, sure, this experience involves the aftermath of a horrible storm and the possible encounter with something dangerous and unexplained. But I'll never put it past humans to be the darkest, most cruel creatures in existence. The news covered up a lot of it, of course. This is where people begin to say, then how do you know what really happened if there was a cover-up? And to you I'll say this. I was there in the Superdome. I hid from the prisoners when they broke in, and I, being one of the able-bodied people in the area, had to help deal with the people who weren't as fortunate in being able to hide. Coverage about the swamp's flooding, animals escaping zoos, as well as creatures from the bayou areas, like alligators and such, were frequent. Many of these dangerous animals made their way into the same broken streets as the ones where there were people simply trying to get back home. So what I'm trying to say is, all manner of beasts were displaced by the storm, not just humans. But what about the things that we are told don't or shouldn't exist? Is it possible that the storm impacted them as well? A few months after the storm, I eventually moved back to Louisiana, trying to put back the pieces of my own life. I lost a dear friend to looters. My house was in shambles, and the majority of my classmates were off in different cities now. Thankfully, I started dating my now wife from Florida. We would take turns visiting each other every other weekend. It was a long-distance thing, but we made it work. This is relevant to the story, trust me. One week as I was driving my sister home from the movies, we started talking about lions. She was 13 at the time, and she just got out from seeing the Narnia movie with some friends. We crossed over the small bridge over a canal that led into our subdivision, and as we turned the corner, she said something along the lines of, "And Mr. Tumnus started to play a flute, and—" "Wait, what's Tumnus again?" I asked. She saw my confused face and continued. "He's got like the legs of a goat, but he has horns and doesn't have any hair on his body like Phil. You know, from Hercules." She paused mid-sentence. "Oh, did Ashley get a new dog or something?" She motioned towards our neighbor's yard. I glanced to the left and saw what looked to be a grayish dog, sort of like a greyhound, sitting in their front lawn. Something about it didn't feel right. It was skinny, like a little too skinny. Its muzzle looked to be flat, and its legs were longer than I thought they should be. But I was no dog expert by any means. I didn't think too much about it at the time. "I'm not sure," I said, as we drove past their house. "But I can ask later." We drove off, with that dog looking in the direction of our car, almost as if it were following us with its eyes, but I figured that's what animals do, and I cast it off as nothing. Later on, I would text Ashley about her new creepy puppy, but she had no idea what I was talking about. She said, if anything, it was probably some stray that got a whiff of her dogs.
Poor thing was probably malnourished if it was as thin as you described.
She told me. I wrote it off as whatever and forgot about it entirely for a while. A few weeks later, I was on the phone with my girlfriend, talking about our respective days at school. I walked into the kitchen to grab a Coke. Robin, my sister, was browsing her friend's MySpace pages and listening to Lil Wayne on Pandora. As soon as I walked into the kitchen, I could barely hear what my girlfriend was saying, so I asked Robin if she'd lower the music. She begrudgingly complied, after muttering to herself. I grabbed my Coke, a whole bag of chips, don't judge me, and was making my way back upstairs when I heard Robin call to me.
Kuya,
she squeaked as I rounded the steps.
What's that?
What do you mean?
I heard something outside.
I groaned and told my girlfriend to hold on a moment. I went back down into the kitchen to see Robin peeking out through the blinds.
Ooh, that dog is back,
she said, closing up the laptop and heading towards the stairs.
I'll be in my room. That thing gives me the creeps.
Sure enough, there it was, sitting at the edge of our property. Trying to sound tough, I told my girlfriend I was going to go outside to scare it off, and I'd call her back. In reality, I wanted to see the thing up close, bring it some food if it wasn't hostile. However, if it was, I didn't want her to hear me scream like a baby. I opened the sliding glass door that led towards my backyard and proceeded to walk over to where Robin saw the dog sitting. Now, to get an understanding of our backyard, it had a cement patio that connected to the grass, and at the very end of the yard was a canal. We had cement bases for a fence, but due to the hurricane, all work stopped there. As I approached closer, its gaunt silhouette started to make me feel uncomfortable. It did that thing with its eyes that nocturnal animals do when they reflect light. You know, making it look even more unsettling. I took a deep breath and was about to let out a, "Hey boy, you hungry?" But before those words could leave my mouth, it quickly jolted up and turned its head back toward the canal. For some reason, this caused me to freeze. The way it moved was wrong. It let out this moan, maybe it was a growl. Sounded like the combination between a dog's howl and a goat bleating. It was more melodic though, if that makes sense. I saw its eyes flash that eerie glow again as it spun its body around and darted down toward the canal. It was creepy, sure, but once more I wrote it off as whatever. Fast forward another week or so, and one of Ashley's dogs was found dead in her backyard. Now, I didn't see it myself, but from the way she described it, the poor thing was torn to shreds. Pieces of fur scattered all over in what appeared to be a struggle. The general consensus was that a bobcat or some other wildcat had done it, but she wasn't convinced.
But Jocks was a mastiff,
she kept repeating.
There's no way some bobcat got to him like that.
Now, I know what you're thinking. It's probably related to that thing I saw, right? It was outside of her house that one night, too. I mean, the thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want to bring it up around her. Later that same day, I was sitting on my roof. I would crawl out of my window from the second story and recline on the rooftop that hung over the garage. This gave me a good view of the neighborhood. I was telling my girlfriend about all that had happened so far, how I kept hearing strange sounds at night, and about how Jacques was found dead. I was in the middle of telling her how these sounds have been increasing in occurrence these past few days, when I heard it again, right there. It sounded louder, closer. Before I could ask if she heard it as well, she asked,
"What the hell was that?"
confirming that she had heard it too. I then proceeded to tell her my theory on how it was connected to the creepy dog. When the weekend came, my girlfriend was in town to visit, so I took her and my sister out to dinner. It was a nice meal: steak, potatoes, soda. The latter is important because none of us had any alcohol during the meal. On the drive home, we were discussing the intricacies surrounding religion and faith, when Robin screamed. She pointed to the roof of a nearby neighbor's house. In my shock, I slammed on the brakes to get a better look. And that's when we saw it, and I mean really saw it. It was slender, almost to the point of absurdity, and its limbs were outstretched, joints bent in some unnatural posture. It had pale gray fur. Well, not fur actually, it was skin. Its skin was pale gray and stretched extremely tight over its body. It was quite unnerving to look at. I sat there, with a foot on my brake, as I tried to make sense of what it was. My sister screamed, "Go! I want to go home!" Then the creature froze. Wait, I thought. Did it hear us? No, there's no way it heard us. The creature twitched, turning back to face us, once again hitting me with the eerie glow of its eyes. And then it skittered, like the way a lizard does, body close to the surface, over the other side of the roof, towards their backyard. I quickly called my neighbor as soon as we got home and told him that we saw something on his roof. In an attempt to not sound crazy, I said that it looked to be a huge possum crawling around the second story. His reply shocked me. "Did it look like a monkey?" Wait, what? No, it was... "The wife and I have been seeing this monkey-looking thing hanging in the trees at night. We called animal control and they said it was probably some possum done escaped from a preserve. But I know what a possum looks like, and that thing ain't no possum." I was more than a little confused. I guess. I mean, it looked like a long, skinny dog or something. We just saw it crawl. Yep, that's the one, little man. That's the one. Don't you worry, though, it just sits there staring at nothing. I figure if it means any harm, it would have done so already. He had interrupted me. "I guess," I said. "Well, I just wanted to let you know. It's pretty weird looking." He laughed. "Well, if it come in here, I'll knock it dead and mount it on my wall." And that was the end of that. Fast forward to a few weeks ago, early 2020. My wife, the girlfriend from the story, and I ended up moving to Florida, became parents, and were living the good life when my sister and parents came to visit us for the weekend. While the grandparents were enjoying putting our daughter to sleep, Robin suggested looking for creepy videos on YouTube. We're horror buffs, so why not, right? We came across a few scary story channels, but then soon came across another YouTube channel. Wish I could say the name of the channel in the video. But he had a numbered list of the creepiest things ever caught on camera. It went through various ghost sightings, unexplained occurrences, and even dabbled into the unexplained creature territory. This YouTuber started to talk about the Rake, a creepypasta creature. As with the other items on the list, it had some photos and videos attached, all of which looked eerie, until we came across one photo. A photo of a long, emaciated creature sitting on all fours. Almost as an aside, Robin said, "That looks like that thing we saw on the roof. Do you remember that, Kuya?" I looked up and squinted. "Yeah, kind of. I'm surprised you remember that." My wife added, "She's right. I remember it as well, and it did look very similar to this." We laughed it off as a strange experience and proceeded to watch the video, which more or less said, supposedly the Rake lives within deep forests. Reports have also cited the creature in places like Louisiana. We all froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as it all came crashing back. I looked up to see my wife and Robin in similar instances of awe. "Well, crap. Now that's creepy," I said. The video proceeded to show more convincing footage of the rake, with glowing eyes, via a video from a sewer tunnel. You probably know what video I'm talking about. As I watched it, I began to feel uneasy. Those eyes, they pierced through me. I mean, that's exactly what I remember staring back at me from way before. That's even worse, I started, because that's how I remember the eyes look. I cut myself off. Then the creature in the video ducked out of view, moving in that same fluid yet jittery motion as it did on that roof. My wife and my sister froze, both visibly shaken. This sparked a big discussion on cryptids and the like, ending with both my wife and sister telling me to share our story. Someone needs to know something, they said. A thing I forgot to mention earlier was the smell. There was always this dry, musty, rotted smell lingering in the air whenever we remember seeing it, but I couldn't find anything that talked about how the rake smells. So whoever's listening, did we really encounter the rake back home? Is it possible that there's more than one of these things out there? I mean, what else could it be? I know it's hard to explain, but the creature in that video, it was so similar. The movement, those eyes, one does not forget a sight like that. Not at all, especially once you've seen it on your neighbor's roof. What is taking people in the Northern California wilderness? From Wicked Wendigo. This story was passed down to me by my grandfather. I'll be relaying this story from his point of view. He said this happened to him when he was 17 years old. He was born and raised in the lush wooded landscape of Northern California. Our family has roots all over Northern California and Oregon, so naturally most of us are avid hunters and outdoorsmen. My father, grandfather, and I are very experienced with the wildlife that inhabit these woods. So what my grandfather encountered in the woods of NorCal back in 1968 is something still debated amongst our family. It was late spring in 1968. My senior year of high school was coming to a close, and I couldn't help but reflect on the last 4 years of my life. So much had happened. My childhood best friend, Greg, had gone missing on a hunting trip 2 years prior. No evidence had been found that could help determine what had happened to him. Local law enforcement eventually gave up searching. All that was left of Greg were my memories, and his face with the word missing plastered all over our small town. From the day he vanished, I spent every weekend scouring those darned woods, hoping I could do what all the trained professionals couldn't. I needed some kind of closure. I needed to know what happened. Listen, son, I don't expect you to believe me, no one ever does, but you know Pop would never lie to you. Just don't put me in one of those crazy person homes after this. I'm not crazy, my grandfather told me as he chuckled and cleared his throat. Okay, here's what happened. A long week of school had wrapped up. With college applications and testing coming up, it was hectic, to say the least. I didn't worry too much, honestly. I was focused on finding Greg. Even after all the time that had passed, I still had hope that he was out there. Looking back, I know it wasn't hope I was feeling. It was guilt. I was supposed to go with Greg on that trip. I got the flu, and I had been bedridden, so I couldn't make it. I was hard on myself after he went missing. Maybe if I'd gone with him, he'd still be here. Anyway, it had become routine. I'd done this so many times before that it became normal, almost like brushing my teeth every morning. Just another part of life. I got home around 3 p.m. I told your grade Pop where I was going, and when I'd be back, before taking off in my old 57 Chevy pickup. I was heading to the popular local trailhead. This is where most of the locals started hunting and camping trips. the same place I went every weekend. It was the same place Greg entered and never returned. I arrived, threw my pack over my shoulder, and started the long hike up the mountain. The hike up to the camping spot was roughly 2 miles. I arrived at around 6 p.m. I made camp. I unfolded my worn map, filled with red circles and X's, taunting me with all my past failures to locate Greg. I sighed and circled the new location I would be searching. It was a 12-mile hike around the east side of the mountain. The landscape was dense and thick there, but nothing too crazy. I'd hiked the worst areas before. I started a fire and warmed up a can of beans I had in my pack. I let the fire die down over the next couple of hours before I climbed into my sleeping bag and I fell asleep. The familiar sounds of crickets and bullfrogs acted as a soothing lullaby. That night, I had a dream of Greg. Even though finding him was a main part of my life, not once had I had a dream of him. I remember I could see nothing but pitch black. I could hear the sound of trees rustling during a rough windstorm. Then, suddenly, a small light appeared in front of me. It was flickering yellow and red as I walked towards it. I reached the light and I could see Greg's face illuminated by the flickering light. He held an old oil lantern above his head. I stopped roughly 5 feet in front of him. I tried to talk, but no words came out. He slowly started to shake his head back and forth, and then he began to decay in front of my eyes, flesh falling from his skull like ice melting on a hot June day. Greg began to violently shake his head faster and faster in the same back and forth motion until he suddenly stopped. With nothing left but small patches of flesh and skin dangling from his skull, he said in a hushed tone, "No, not safe." I jerked awake with my body drenched in sweat. I felt sick. In that moment, I had no desire to continue my search. I wanted to go home. I wanted to hide under my bed and curl into a ball. I was terrified. I quickly crawled a few feet from my sleeping bag, and I began to vomit. I then sat up against a nearby oak tree, and I began to quietly sob into my knees. After a few minutes, I opened my eyes, and I was met with my necklace dangling from my neck. It was a 1943 silver penny on a dog tag chain. Greg and I found a pair of these matching pennies one day at the local supermarket. We drilled holes into the top of them and wore them as a type of memento to our friendship. This reinstated my overwhelming desire to find him. I knew I owed it to my friend to find out what happened. So I stood up with the morning sun peeking through the tree canopy, and I got ready to start my hike. It was around 11 a.m. when I started the hike up to the east side of the mountain. I had never been on this trail before. This side of the mountain was very dense. Prior to this, I'd searched all of the southern and western sides of the mountain. I just knew I was getting close to finding answers. Those woods held the secrets of what happened to my friend. I just had to search every inch of that cursed place to find them. I stopped to rest and rehydrate around halfway up the trail. I sat on a large boulder facing the direction I'd come from. I took a sip from my canteen when I heard a loud, guttural scream from behind me. It was far away, but I felt uneasy seeing as it came from the direction I was heading to. I told myself it was a mountain lion, and that I needed to stay vigilant. All I had on me was a large buck knife for protection. I stood up and began hiking again when I heard the scream once more. It was a bit closer this time, but still fairly far away. I stopped walking to listen. My anxiety grew, and Greg's words just kept echoing in my mind. No, not safe. I took a deep breath and continued on. I couldn't stop. I reached the 8-mile mark around 4 p.m. I'd been hiking for 5 hours, and I needed to start heading back to make camp before dark. I walked around the area to scout a camping spot for next weekend. As I still had 4 miles of this trail left to search, finding an adequate spot, I stopped and leaned against a nearby tree and began to unfold my map, when I heard something unbelievable. Now listen, this is the part where stuff gets crazy. So listen closely and save your snarky remarks and eye rolls for the end, my grandfather said to me. I chuckled and leaned in, now fully invested. My grandfather's face went serious, and he began again. Something called my name. Tommy. It was Greg's voice. I jolted around quickly to the direction I'd heard it, my eyes frantically scanning from tree to tree trying to locate the source. My eyes filled up with tears as my brain was attempting to rationalize what I heard. Then I heard it again, but this time from behind me. Tommy. I turned around and was instantly met with a sharp pain on the right side of my head. I fell to the forest floor. My vision started to fade in and out until all I saw was black. As he told this story, tears started to well up in my grandfather's eyes. I knew he was serious. I'd honestly never seen him so worked up. Okay, I just need a moment to calm down before I continue. He took a minute to regain himself and began again talking with a shaky voice. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I awoke I was met with pitch black dark. The wound on my head throbbed with pain. It was tender to the touch. I touched my face and realized dried blood was running down the side of it and along my neck. I sat up and attempted to adjust my eyes to the dark. I was hit with an overwhelming smell of blood with an underlying hint of sulfur. I scanned my surroundings, looking for anything that wasn't darkness. I spotted something to my right. It was dull blue light accompanied by a faint flicker of yellow and red. Deja vu hit me hard. I remembered my dream from the night before. Surely I wasn't dreaming. The pain I felt was very real. I struggled to stand. Once on my feet, I fell to my right and hit a rocky surface. It was apparent now that I was in a cave. My anxiety heightened as no maps of the area showed caves. I put all these thoughts in the back of my mind. I had one goal at this point: getting out of the cave. I made my way towards the light, using the cave wall to help balance myself. I could not put much pressure on my right ankle. Blood was slowly dripping from my right pant leg, but I pressed on. I could see the light more clearly now. It was coming from the mouth of the cave. I could even see the dull blue moonlight shining brightly with the occasional yellow and red flicker peeking from the bottom of the cave mouth. As I reached the cave mouth, I slowly stumbled out onto a cliffside edge overlooking a small valley. I could make out the mountain I'd been hiking in the distance in front of me. I was shocked. How in the world did I get here? I looked down into the valley and noticed a large bonfire with a tent near it. That explained the flicker from before. I could see 2 men lying on the ground. I assumed they had gotten pretty intoxicated and fell asleep outside. I turned to find a way down the ledge and into the valley. I needed to get down there and get some help. I found a small trail that led down the cliffside, but something caught my eye as I scanned the ledge. Personal belongings were scattered across the ground, leading into the cave. torn shirts, old shoes, tent poles, even a child's teddy bear. I felt uneasy seeing all these intimate items just lying around. Then my eye caught something reflecting the moonlight. I walked over and picked up a dog tag chain from the dirt. My heart was pounding. I could hear it in my ears. With my hand shaking, I ran my fingers across the chain until I found something round at the end. Then I reached for my necklace. It was still around my neck. A mix of dread and joy filled my body. I wanted to jump and cry at the same time. Greg was here, or he was at one point. I called into the cave in a hushed tone. Greg, are you in there? I started to wobble back into the cave when I heard a loud crashing from the valley below. I placed my back to the ledge and crouched down as to not be seen. I scanned the tree line surrounding the camp when I saw movement. I watched in horror as a long, lanky gray arm sporting 4 bony fingers slowly emerged from the tree line. It grabbed the right leg of one of the men and slowly dragged him into the surrounding brush. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Suddenly, everything made sense. My dream, Greg's warning, how I was knocked unconscious and ended up in a cave. I had no idea what that thing was, but I knew it would be back. I shoved Greg's necklace into my pocket and made my way down the cliffside trail as quickly and quietly as possible. With adrenaline pumping, I made my way to the tree line towards the mountain. As I reached the tree line, I turned back to the bonfire, still burning brightly. It was roughly a football field to my left. I noticed the second man was gone. I could only assume the creature had already come back for him. I then looked back up the cliff to the cave mouth, and in the moonlight, I saw it. A tall gray mass moving up the cliffside trail, the one I had just come down. I saw its 2 arms, longer than the creature itself, dragging behind it, clutching 2 dark masses. I could only assume it was the 2 men from the camp. I quickly ducked into a bush and watched as it disappeared into the cave. I wasted no time. As soon as it was out of sight, I made my way towards the mountain. I stopped every few minutes to make sure I wasn't followed. Eventually, I found a familiar trail. I was so tired, I went off the trail and laid under a fallen oak. I fell asleep rather quickly. I awoke to the sounds of birds chirping and the sunshine blinding me. I sat up, still attempting to process what I saw. My ankle was in a lot of pain. I pulled up my pant leg to reveal 4 purple bruises with dime-width holes at the end of each bruise. The bruises wrapped around my calf and ankle. They matched the long fingers I saw grab the men that night before. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Greg's necklace. I now knew what happened to my best friend. Whatever that thing was, it took him, and it almost took me. Judging by the items I saw at the entrance to its home, it had taken many others as well. I made my way up the trail and eventually back to my truck. When I arrived back home, I told your great Pop-Pop that I had a run-in with a small black bear. We went to the hospital to get my head and leg checked out. I knew that lie was the only way I would stay out of a mental institution. You couldn't just go around claiming to see those types of things back then. Regardless, I finally had closure and a newfound respect for the unknown. I don't know what it was that took my friend, but I know I never returned to those woods. I graduated high school, and eventually I moved here and met your grandma. As my grandfather wiped tears from his eyes, he reached into the collar of his polo shirt. He pulled out an old, slightly rusted dog tag chain necklace. with 2 silver 1943 pennies dangling from the end. He smiled, tucking them back into his shirt. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Son, some things are better left alone." I'm about to ruin one of the most fun and wholesome places on Earth for you. And if you don't like to hear stories with violence against animals, then consider yourself warned. This story is called The Wrong Count and was sent to me by an anonymous sender. In it, 2 zookeepers endure a stormy night while watching over the animals. But something breaks in, something that is neither human nor animal. This story answers an interesting question. What happens when a skinwalker sneaks into a zoo? I started at the zoo when I was 23 years old, right out of community college with my associates in animal science. And I've worked every section at least twice. Ungulates, carnivores, primates, birds, reptiles. I've done it all. I'm a zookeeper. I'm a professional, and I love what I do. But prepare yourself, because what I'm about to share with you is going to sound crazy. I could say I'm not the type of person who likes to make things up, but you probably wouldn't believe me, especially after hearing this. But this is a very true story, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. You should also know that I love animals. I know our animals, and I know how they move and how they sound. I'm used to their behavior. When they're sick or scared or breeding or dying, I've seen all of it. So when I tell you something was wrong that night, I hope you'll at least hear me out. A thunderstorm rolled in that night, around 6 p.m. The weather service had been predicting it all week. They were saying it was a huge system coming down from Canada, and it would be sitting on top of us for 12 hours. We actually spent most of that day getting ready. We had to secure some loose equipment and check drainage grates. We also had to make sure all the indoor holding areas were prepped, in case we had to bring some animals in from their outdoor exhibits. For our zoo, and for mini zoos, this is standard storm protocol. And it wasn't anything we hadn't done a dozen times before. I was on the night shift that week. Just me and my coworker, J.J. Wheeler. We'd actually joined on at that zoo only a couple months apart, so basically we'd been there around the same amount of time. Night shift during a storm is usually pretty quiet, except for the storm. You do your rounds and check on the animals and make sure nothing's flooding or leaking. Mostly you sit in the keeper station, watching the rain come down, making sure nothing gets worse. Obviously, most animals don't like storms any more than people do. They tend to hunker down in their shelters and wait it out. By the time my shift started at 8 p.m., the rain was coming down something fierce. It was bad enough I couldn't see the parking lot lights from the keeper entrance. The thunder was basically constant. Movies don't really do that kind of thunder justice. You know, the loud bang and several seconds of stunned silence. This was more like a continuous, low rumbling, with lots of peaks and no valleys. There was lightning every couple of seconds, and it was so humid it felt like I was trying to breathe through a pillow. JJ was already in the keeper station when I got there. He was drinking some coffee and watching the weather radar on his phone. "Going to be a long one," he said. "Yeah, looks like it. Main gate's already locked down. Bartley left about an hour ago, said to call him if anything goes sideways. But otherwise, we're on our own till 6. Tom Bartley was the night supervisor. He lived about 40 minutes away and had a tendency to head home early whenever storms came through. Couldn't really blame the guy. There wasn't much he could do here that JJ and I couldn't handle ourselves. I poured myself a cup of coffee and settled in. The station had a bank of monitors showing feeds from cameras around the zoo. most of them washed out by rain and darkness. I could see the outlines of buildings, the shapes of trees bending in the wind, but not much after that. The audio feeds were just static and thunder. Around 9:30, JJ's radio crackled. It was the automated perimeter alert, the system that monitored the fencing around the zoo's boundary. "Sector 7, JJ said, checking the notification on the main console. "Looks like we've got a breach." Sector 7 was the northeast corner of the property, back behind the African Savannah exhibit. The fence there was older than the rest of it, chain link instead of the newer steel mesh, and boy did it love to come down in high winds. We'd reported it to maintenance half a dozen times, but nothing ever got done. Very, very tiresome. "I'll go check it out," I said. "You want some company?" "Nah, JJ, I've got it. Probably just a tree branch, or maybe an entire tree, we'll see. If it's anything serious, I'll radio you." I grabbed a rain jacket and a flashlight, then headed out. The path to Sector 7 ran past the Big Cat complex, and along the back of the ungulate yards. The rain was coming down sideways, driven by a wind that was making the trees creak and groan. I pointed my flashlight beam through the dark, but it didn't help much, considering all that rain. The lions were in their night house, which was standard for weather like this. But as I passed their outdoor enclosure, I noticed something that made me slow down. The viewing lights were on, those dim red ones we use so visitors can see the animals after dark. And in that faint glow, I could see all three of them. They weren't pacing, and they weren't sleeping either. They weren't doing anything I was expecting them to be doing right now. They were lined up at the fence, all three of them shoulder to shoulder, completely still, like feline statues. They were facing the ungulate yard on the other side of that path. I stopped and watched them for a minute. Lions are ambush predators. They'll watch prey animals for hours sometimes, waiting for the right moment to strike. But these weren't watching the way hunters watch. There was something fixed about their attention. They were rigid. They didn't appear to be tracking movement, looking for weakness. They were staring at one specific spot in the zebra enclosure. All three of them almost unnaturally focused on the same spot. To me, they looked more hypnotized. I tried to see what they were looking at, but I had no luck from where I was. The zebra yard was dark anyway. The animals were presumably sheltered in their barn, and the rain made it impossible to pick out details. So whatever had their attention, I couldn't find it. The big male, the one we called Caesar, suddenly made a sound. Not quite a roar or a growl. Something really low, though. It sounded like the warning vocalization I'd heard maybe twice in all my years working with big cats. They make that sound when they sense something dangerous, something that could even threaten them. I stood there in the rain, listening to that sound, and feeling the hair rise on my arms. I made a mental note to mention it to JJ, and kept walking. The fence in Sector 7 was down, just like I'd expected. A big oak limb had come off in the wind and taken out about 20 feet of chain link. Despite that much damage, it appeared pretty clean. Nothing that couldn't be patched temporarily with some zip ties and a tarp, until maintenance could get out here in the morning. I spent about half an hour in the rain securing what I could. After that, I radioed JJ to let him know the situation.
"Copy that," he said. "You want to do a full perimeter check while you're out there?"
What the heck, might as well. I'm already soaked. I walked the entire boundary fence, all the way around the property. Took me about an hour. The only other damage I found was a section near the loading dock, where some debris had piled up against the mesh, but it wasn't anything major. By the time I got back to the keeper station, I was cold and wet, and so ready for more coffee. "Anything interesting?" JJ asked. The lions are acting weird. I saw all three of them lined up at the fence, just staring at the zebra yard. Storm stress, probably. Yeah, I guess so.
I wasn't actually sure about that when I said it. I don't think JJ believed it either. We'd been doing this long enough to know what storm stress looked like. And that wasn't storm stress. What it was at that moment, I couldn't tell you. But I would soon find out. Around midnight, we did our first full animal check. This is standard procedure during severe weather. You walk through every building, verifying that every animal is accounted for and healthy, and you note anything unusual. It takes about 2 hours to cover the whole zoo. I took the north half, which included the African section. JJ took the south half, which included the primates in the reptile house. The ungulate barn was warm and dry, a long building with individual stalls for the zebras, giraffes, and various antelope species. The animals were restless, but they're always like that during storms. The giraffes were swaying slightly in their stalls. The antelope were pacing back and forth. Nothing crazy, normal behavior, all of it. The zebras were in the back section, 4 stalls in a row. I walked down the line counting them off. Their stripe patterns are actually unique to each individual. They're kind of like human fingerprints, in a way, so I knew these animals by sight. There was Duchess, the oldest female, in stall 1, Bongo, the male, in stall 2, Ziggy in stall 3, and in stall 4 there should have been Pepper. But stall 4 was empty. I checked my clipboard. Pepper was definitely supposed to be inside. The day shift notes said all 4 zebras had been moved to the barn at 5 p.m. when the storm started getting bad. I looked at the stall again, thinking maybe she was lying down in a corner where I couldn't see her. But the stall was empty. Clean bedding, full water bucket, but no zebra. I felt the first flicker of real concern. A missing animal is serious. It means paperwork, incident reports, possibly a search if the animal got loose somehow. I radioed JJ. Hey, I've got a problem in the ungulate barn. Pepper isn't in her stall. What do you mean not in her stall? I mean she's not here. The stall is empty. That can't be right. Day shift logged all 4 zebras in the barn before they left. I'm looking at the stall right now, Jay. She's not in there. There was a pause. I could hear JJ thinking through the same possibilities I was thinking through now. Animal got moved. Someone forgot to log it. Or animal got out somehow and nobody noticed. Hopefully the animal was hiding somewhere in the barn. Somewhere I hadn't checked yet. Did you look outside? He asked. Not yet. I was about to. Check the yard. Maybe she got back out before they closed the barn doors all the way. I'll pull up the camera footage, see if I can figure out what happened. I went back outside, into the rain. The zebra yard was dark, except for the faint glow of some perimeter lights and the occasional flash of lightning. I swept my flashlight across the enclosure, looking for any sign of movement. And I found her. Or I thought I did. There was a zebra standing at the far end of the yard, near the fence that bordered the lion enclosure. It was alone, which was unusual. Zebras are herd animals. They don't like being separated from the group, especially in bad weather. Why would Pepper leave the barn and come out here in the rain, just standing there? She wasn't even grazing or moving, just standing. I watched this zebra for a minute, waiting for her to do something. But she didn't. It continued standing so still, with its head slightly lowered, facing away from me, rain streaming down its flanks. The lightning flashed, and I got a better look at her outline, the shape of her body outlined by darkness. That wasn't Pepper. Something about this zebra looked wrong, but I wasn't sure why at first. Was it the neck? Maybe the legs? The way it was standing was strange too. All 4 legs perfectly straight, evenly spaced, like the model of a zebra, not an actual zebra. You see, in real life, these creatures shift their weight around, cock their hips, rest one leg. But this one was standing like it had been placed there, like a little model on someone's shelf. I told myself it was just the lightning, the sudden and stark contrast of light and shadows for a brief moment. Then I noticed the lions were still at their fence, and they were still staring this way, and I could hear that low rumbling sound coming from them, the warning sound. They were looking at the same zebra that I was. I lifted my radio. "JJ, I found her. She's in the yard." "How'd she get out there?" "I've got no idea. I'm gonna try to get her back in the barn." "Do you need me to come help?" "Let me see what I can do first. If she won't cooperate, I'll give you a call." I walked over to the gate that led into the zebra enclosure. Standard procedure for this kind of thing was to approach slowly, get behind the animal, guide it toward where you want it to go. Zebras aren't naturally aggressive, but they can kick hard enough to break bones if they're startled. I opened up the gate and stepped into the yard. The mud sucked at my boots, and the rain was freezing cold on my face. I kept the flashlight pointed low so I wouldn't spook the animal, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. The zebra had not moved yet. It was still standing in the same spot. That odd stillness about it made me think of the lions, of the way they'd been lined up at their fence, staring at this exact spot. What in the world was going on? I was maybe 30 feet away when it turned its head and looked at me. Even the way it moved its head was all messed up. I knew it right away. It was like joints bending in a direction they're not supposed to bend. Zebra necks have a limited range of motion. They can turn their heads to look behind them, but only to a certain degree, only with a certain quality of movement. This one turned its head too far. Smoothly, too, seemingly without any of the normal constraints of muscle and bone. It turned until it was looking at me over its shoulder with one black eye, and it kept turning past the point the spine should have prevented further rotation. I froze up. I couldn't make myself move, even if I wanted to. The zebra was staring at me now. Its eye caught the light and reflected back, and I noticed the eye shine was far too bright and differently colored than I expected from a zebra. Like there was something behind that eye that I didn't recognize. I didn't feel like a zookeeper in that moment. I felt like a prey animal. To an herbivore? Then it turned its head back, slowly, with that same smooth rotation. After that, it began to walk towards the barn. I stood there in the rain, watching it until it disappeared through the barn door. My heart was pounding the entire time. I nearly dropped my darn flashlight. Before this, I had never wanted to run away from a zebra, but my legs were ready to bolt at any second. I felt the need to get out of that enclosure, as if I was in the lion pen and not the zebra yard. I told myself that I was a professional, that my current thoughts and instincts were just nonsense brought on by a storm. What I just saw, there's a rational explanation to. What I saw was impossible, which means I didn't really see it. So I went back into the barn. The zebra was in stall 4, Pepper's stall. It was standing in the corner with its head down, now looking exactly the way a normal zebra looks when it's settling in for the night. The other 3 zebras were in their stalls too, but now they were each pressed up against the walls as far from stall 4 as they could get. Their ears were flat back against their skulls, and their eyes were showing white. I'd never seen them react to Pepper like that before, or the zebra that was supposed to be Pepper. I counted them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, the correct number. I closed the barn door and walked back to the keeper station. My job was technically done, and I did not want to stay in the barn any longer. JJ looked up when I came in. Got her back inside? Yeah. What was she doing out there? I don't know. I sat down in my chair. My legs felt weak. A day shift must have miscounted or something. Left one outside by accident. That doesn't really sound like him. I know. JJ looked at me with an eyebrow raised. I must have looked shaken, because his expression changed, and he began to look worried. You okay, man? I'm fine. Just cold is all. I picked up my coffee. It was empty. I stared at it for a moment, not really realizing it was empty until a few seconds later. Hey, can you pull up the camera feed from the zebra yard? I want to check something. What time? Just now, basically. The last 15 minutes or so. JJ typed something into the console. The main monitor flickered and showed a grainy night vision view of the zebra enclosure. We watched as I walked into frame, flashlight visible as a white flare against the dark. We watched as I approached the zebra. We saw the part where it turned its head to look at me. But on the video, from that angle, the movement didn't look weird. The head turned, it stopped, then turned back. From there, it didn't look unusual. Just a zebra looking at a zookeeper in the rain. Now, I should have felt relieved, right? But I wasn't. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. What were you looking for? JJ asked. Nothing. Never mind. Forget it. The camera feed went back to real time, and we stayed there just watching the cameras, chatting on occasion, or listening to the storm. But after some time, I couldn't help but notice that after 2 hours, the lion still stood in the same spot, staring at the zebra yard. The next few hours after that were quiet. The storm kept hammering the zoo, wind, rain, and thunder, but inside the keeper station, everything felt muffled and still. JJ did paperwork, and I pretended to do paperwork, and the talking had died down. Around 2 a.m., JJ got up to do his rounds. I'll take the primate house and the reptile building, he said. Back in an hour. Gotcha. Hey, you sure you're all right? You've been staring at that same page for like 40 minutes. Just tired, man. I'm fine. I could tell he didn't quite believe me, but he didn't push it. JJ was good like that. He knew when to give people space. After he left, I pulled up the camera feeds on the main console. I started to cycle through them. The zoo looked empty and dark. Just rain-slicked paths and closed buildings. The occasional shape of an animal shelter. I found the zebra yard and let it sit on my screen, watching the night vision footage for any sign of movement. The 4 zebras were still in the barn. I could see them on the interior camera, their 4 striped shapes huddled in their stalls. 3 of them were still clustered together as much as their individual stalls allowed, pressing against the farthest walls away from stall 4. The 4th zebra, that was supposed to be Pepper, was standing perfectly still, right dead center of its space. It wasn't lying down. Zebras lie down to sleep sometimes, especially when they're comfortable. The other 3 were all in normal resting positions, bodies lowered, legs folded, but the one in stall 4 was just standing. Now I sat there, and I watched stall 4 specifically for about 15 minutes straight. I did not see that animal move once. Not a shift of weight, not a flick of an ear, nor the twitch of a tail. Not a thing. I was watching a video feed, but it was more like watching a photograph. I was still staring at the screen when the radio crackled. Hey. It was JJ. Could you, meet me at the primate house? Yeah, man. What's wrong? For about 2 seconds straight, he didn't reply. Then he said, Just come here, okay? There's something I need to show you. I grabbed my jacket and flashlight, then headed back out. The rain had somewhat let up, settling into a steady drizzle, but the wind was still gusting hard enough to make the trees groan. The path to the primate house ran past the lion enclosure, and I looked for them as I passed, but in this darkness I couldn't see them, and I didn't want to wait around for lightning to show me what was or wasn't out there. I hoped they'd finally gone inside. JJ was waiting at the entrance to the primate building. His face was pale in the glow of my flashlight, and he was holding his own flashlight in a grip so tight it made his hand look even bonier than usual. "Hey, what's going on?" I asked. Rather than answer at first, he grinded his jaw and thought. He looked scared. Finally, he spoke. "I was in the corridor, doing the ape check. Everything was normal. I counted heads, checked the locks, all the usual. Then I came around the corner by the chimp enclosure, and I saw you." "What? I've been at the station." "Well, you were standing in the hallway, about 20 feet away, looking at me." I felt that cold sensation in my stomach again, now spreading upwards to my chest. "Jay, I wasn't in the primate house. I've been in the keeper station the whole time." "I know." JJ's voice cracked slightly. "I know you weren't here, but I saw you. You were standing right there in the hallway and you were waving at me. Waving back and forth, and you smiled for some reason. But it didn't look like your smile, man. I don't know how to explain it." "JJ, this sounds crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I could have just not said anything. I'm sorry. What'd you do after that?" "I called out to you, asked what you were doing over here. But you didn't answer, you just kept waving. A second or two later, you started to walk away, toward the orangutan section. So I followed you." "What'd you see after that?" There was nothing there. The corridor was empty. I checked every room, every closet, every space big enough for a person to hide in, but there was nothing. So I came back to where I first saw you, and I radioed you. I needed to make sure you were real, that I was talking to the real you." "JJ, that wasn't me." We stood there in the dark outside the primate house, rain dripping from the overhang, as both of us tried to process what he was saying. I wanted to say something reassuring, or that he'd imagined it, but I couldn't say that. It was clear he believed what he saw, just as I had, and I was starting to think these things were connected. "Man, I need you to do something. Could you say something only you would know?" JJ asked. "What?" "Something only you would know. Something I could verify. I need to be sure it's really you." I understood what he was asking. If something could look like me, and could wave at him and smile at him, walking around like a man, then how did he know I was really me? It was a big jump in logic. This could be an intruder. Why didn't he think I was just playing a prank on him, even though it was something I'd never done to him before? Instead, JJ was going full invasion of the body snatchers on me. Could I blame him? I mean, the way the animals had been acting, I don't know. So I played along. All right. The Christmas party last year. You got drunk, and you told everyone about the time you accidentally let the macaque loose in the gift shop. Bartley still gives you grief about it. JJ let out a big breath, his shoulders lowered. Okay, that's real, that happened. You're the real you. Thank goodness. Can we go back inside now, you weirdo? I'm freezing. Let's get warm and talk about this. We went inside the primate house together, and neither of us wanted to be alone anymore. So why did you just assume it was a copy of me, like some sci-fi film, not someone who broke in, or heck, not even me trying to scare you? Because, man, it looked exactly like you, but I could tell it wasn't you. Just trust me on this, even if it sounds insane. Could be a glitch in the Matrix or something, I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
Not trying to make you sound like a madman. It's just, tonight's been kinda weird, you know? You're telling me. The building was warm and humid. The air was heavy, with that dank primate smell. The apes were restless, moving frantically around in their night spaces and vocalizing. But they weren't screaming or panicking. Their vocalizations were soft. Something was wrong. There was stress in the way they moved, like animals that knew something was wrong and could not figure out what it was. Kind of like us. JJ showed me where he'd seen, me, or the thing that looked like me. It was a straight corridor leading from the chimp section to the orangutans, with doors on either side opening into keeper areas and storage rooms. Nothing special about it. No place for anyone to hide. So no explanation for how it could have appeared and then disappeared. But we checked every room anyway, finding nothing. "Man, what the hell is happening?" JJ said. We were standing back in the corridor, both of us looking at the spot where he'd seen my double. I took the moment to come clean, letting him know about the zebra incident, but carefully admitting that I wasn't completely sure about what I saw. When I was done, he rubbed his head and walked around in a circle, saying, "What the heck, man? What the heck? Should we call someone? Bartley? The police?" "I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think they're gonna like the sound of, 'We're seeing doppelgangers at our zoo. Please send help.' If they do send someone, they're probably gonna bring a drug test." "Alright, so what are we gonna do?" I thought about it for a moment. I tried to be logical, calm. We were still at the point where what we'd seen could be explained in some way, even if it was a stretch. Heck, for all we knew, there was a gas leak somewhere, making us see crap. But that didn't mean we couldn't be safe and careful about it. I couldn't deny that there was a part of me that wanted to run and get away from this zoo for a while. "Well, Jay, we're gonna have to keep doing our jobs. We finish the rounds, we document anything weird we find, and we wait until morning. Once the day shift gets here, we can tell Bartley what happened and let him decide how to handle it. I mean, come on. We're not even sure if it's just the storm making us see things." JJ didn't look happy with that answer, but he nodded anyway. Neither of us had any better ideas. We finished the primate house together and headed back toward the keeper station. The rain had almost stopped by then, now just a mist hanging in the air, making halos around the pathway lights. The storm was passing, and in a few hours it would be dawn. Everything would go back to normal. It was almost over. We were passing the Lion Night House when we heard it. A voice. A child's voice, coming from inside the building. I stopped, and so did JJ. His head turned toward the night house door. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. We stood motionless in the dark and listened to see if it came again. And it did.
"Hello? Is someone there?"
It was definitely a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, judging by her sound. She sounded scared and lost.
"Please, can someone help me?"
JJ and I looked at each other. There should not be anyone in the Lion Night House, let alone a child. The building was locked. Even if a child had somehow gotten into the zoo during a storm, how would they get into a secured building? How would they get past multiple locked doors between the public areas and the animal holding spaces? But that voice was certainly real, not some illusion or hallucination, like we could excuse the rest of the night as being, because this was something we both heard, and it was coming from inside. "We have to check," JJ said. "You're right. I know." We went to the door. I swiped my keycard and the lock clicked open.
The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by the dim red glow of the nightlights. The air smelled like Big Cat, all musky, and it never quite goes away no matter how much you clean. I could hear the lions moving in their holding spaces. Their paws make this soft thudding sound on the concrete, and their heavy breathing is often raspy. "Hello?" I called out. "If someone's in here, make some noise so we can find you. You're not in trouble, I promise." The little girl's voice echoed down the corridor.
Please, I'm so scared. It's really dark in here.
The voice was coming from the main holding area, the space where the lions spent their nights when the weather was bad, when they could not be in the outdoor enclosure. "This is wrong, man," JJ said. "This is really, really bad." I knew what he was talking about. Everything about this felt wrong. The voice, the timing, the location. Just the impossibility of it. Some kid breaking in, being locked in a building in a restricted area in the middle of the night during a storm? What are the odds? Not to mention, how had the lions not found her? But there was a child in there, and we had to do something. We could not just walk away. I moved down the corridor toward the holding area, surrounded by red-tinged darkness. The lion smell got stronger as I went. I could hear them more clearly now, the soft sounds of their movement and the low vocalization. They're smart animals, very keen. They knew we were here. The holding area had a viewing slot, a small window that keepers used to check on the animals without having to open the main door. I approached it slowly, my flashlight pointed at the floor, my heart trying to climb up my throat.
Please let me out. It's so dark in here, please. And the lions.
The voice said. It was coming from inside the holding area. I was sure of it, from inside the space where the lions were. I reached the viewing slot. I lifted the light and I looked through. All 3 lions were in there, all of them awake, their eyes reflecting from the beam, becoming bright green points in the dark. They were staring at me. Not at the door, not at the window, but at the exact spot where my face would be visible through the slot. They weren't moving now, not making a sound either, just watching. The voice came again.
Please, I'm scared.
It was coming from the corner of the enclosure, the corner that was outside my beam, wrapped in shadows so thick I couldn't see anything there. When her voice came, the lions didn't look towards her. They didn't react to it. They just kept staring at me. I tried to angle my flashlight as best I could toward that corner, just to see what was over there. The beam just seemed to die in that darkness, possibly too far, swallowed up before it could reach what was over there. But I did catch the edge of something, just for a second, a shape that was even darker than the shadows. Something crouched very low to the ground. One of the lions made a noise then, a low, deep sound in its throat, basically a rumble. Another warning sound. I've been working with big cats for a while now. This reminded me of a noise they make when they're trying to communicate with their pack, trying to warn the others, trying to say, "Don't go over there. We can't protect you if you go."
Please let me out.
The voice had changed. Just enough. That childlike quality was there, but there was something else beneath it. Something that didn't quite fit the sound of a person. Almost mechanical.
It's so dark and lonely in here. Won't you come and get me?
I was certain of it now. It was like there was a second voice layered underneath it. The child's voice on top, but something else under it. Something deeper. Something even these lions didn't like. I backed away from the viewing slot. "I think we need to go. Now," I said to JJ. He didn't say a word. Together, we walked back down the corridor. That voice, though, seemed to follow us,
still calling out from inside the holding area, but somehow not getting farther away as we left. We made it to the exit and pushed through the door, stepping out into the night air. JJ was right behind me. The door swung shut and the voice was cut off. Not entirely, though. It was still there, faint but barely audible. We stopped and listened. For a moment I thought we'd gotten away. That was until the voice started to get louder again. It was moving towards us. We did not go back to the keeper station. We sat outside on a bench near the main path, in clear view of the sky, and we waited for the sun to come up. Neither of us wanted to be inside anymore. We didn't want walls around us, not spaces or holes where someone could hide, or something. No darkness either, where something could hide and watch. The mist lifted as the hours passed, and the clouds began to break up. By 5 a.m., the eastern horizon was slowly starting to light up, and by 5:30, there was true light, the first glow of dawn spreading across the zoo. That's when JJ grabbed me by the arm and pointed toward the African section. "Look," he said, and I looked. The lion enclosure was visible from where we sat, a stretch of artificial savanna with rocks and tall grass and a shallow pool. The 3 lions were out there now, standing at the fence line, staring again at something in the zebra yard next door. And in the zebra yard, something was moving. It was too far away to see clearly, just a shape, moving across the enclosure toward the perimeter fence. Moving in this sickening, disgusting way that's hard to put into words. It reached the fence, and it paused there for a moment. And even from this distance, I could swear it turned to look at us. Then it went over the fence, up and over the 8-foot fence in a single fluid motion, a movement that no zebra could possibly make. And it was gone, into the brush beyond the perimeter, into the trees. We found something at 6:15 a.m. The day shift was starting to arrive by then, cars pulling into the parking lot, and we heard people talking. The normal, comfortable sounds of the zoo waking up. JJ and I should have gone to meet them. All the stuff that happened was stuff we needed to report to someone. But instead, we walked over to that zebra barn. Curiosity killed the cat. We both needed to see. We had to know. The barn door was still closed, just as we'd left it hours before. I opened it, and we stepped inside. And the most horrid smell hit me in the face, like someone had dumped months-old blood on my face. The other 3 zebras were pressed against the far wall still, their fear lingering of whatever was in the 4th stall. They were trembling too, their muscles twitching under their hides. I'd never seen them like that before. We got to stall 4, and it was empty. Well, we thought so at first, but it really wasn't. There was something on the floor, laid out flat on the bedding like a rug. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. And when I did, I wanted to throw up. It was a zebra skin. A complete zebra skin. The hide had been separated from everything underneath it and spread out flat, legs extended, head still attached. The whole thing had been arranged with what looked like deliberate care, positioned in the center of the stall, like a display. The stripes were very familiar. This was Pepper's skin, the real Pepper, the zebra that was supposed to have been in this stall when I left last night. But it was just her skin. We could not find the bones, the organs, the meat, or even the blood, except for a few dark stains on the bedding underneath.
Just the hide, laid out neatly on the floor like someone had unzipped her and pulled the rest out. The face was so messed up. The eyes were still in there, man, clouded and dull, staring up at the ceiling. The mouth was slightly open, and the expression was one of surprise. It looked like Pepper had been caught off guard by something. The poor thing never had a chance, never even had time to understand what was going to happen to her. JJ made a sound behind me, a kind of choking noise. I heard him stumble out of the barn, followed by retching in the grass outside. I stayed where I was. I couldn't take my eyes off of what was left of Pepper. The skin had been opened up along the belly, one single long, precise cut, running from throat to the base of the tail. The edges weren't ragged like an animal attack. They were smooth, terribly clean. Whatever had done this had done it before, and it was taking its time. I thought about the thing I saw in stall 4 then. That thing I'd personally guided back to the barn. The thing that had turned its head too far to look at me, with eyes that weren't its own. That monster, it had been wearing Pepper like a costume, like a suit it could put on and take off. And at some point during the night, while JJ and I were sitting outside watching the sky and waiting for dawn, it just decided it didn't need a disguise anymore. I wondered, what did that process look like? Had it peeled itself out of the skin the way a person steps out of clothes? Or did it simply stop holding the shape, let the skin fall away on its own? Involuntarily, a sound came to my head as I visualized it. A wet, tearing noise. God, I didn't want to wonder these things. But it was like when you're sitting at the edge of a cliff and you wonder what it would be like to just fall off. I backed out of the stall and closed the door behind me. JJ was sitting on the ground outside the barn. His face was yellow and gray. I sat down next to him, and we stayed there for some time, silently. The sun was fully up now, warm on our faces, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the day shift going about their normal routines, getting ready for another day at the zoo. They didn't know what was out there. They had no idea what had been in here with us all night, walking among the animals, wearing something else's skin. "What do we do?" JJ asked finally. I wasn't sure. In all my years working with animals, this was something I never expected to encounter. There's no protocol for this, no procedures. "We tell Bartley," I said. "Show him what we found in the barn. Let him make the call for himself. He's gonna think we did it." "Maybe, but it's gonna be found one way or another. I think it's better we tell someone before someone just finds it. We can't just pretend it didn't happen." We found Bartley in the main office building. He listened to our story with this look on his face that shifted from skepticism to concern to something like fear. He then came with us to the zebra barn, and he looked at what was on the floor of stall 4. He gasped and covered his mouth, and he stared at it for a long time like I did. "You're sure this is Pepper?" he asked finally. "Yes, sir. The stripe pattern matches, and she's the only one missing." "What about the cameras? Did you check the footage?" We did, but the footage we had seen at the time seemed normal. Truthfully, sir, we haven't gone back to the station for some time. It didn't matter. The place didn't record its footage for very long, just hours before automatically being deleted. Bartley nodded slowly, "I'm gonna call the police," he said, "and the State Wildlife Agency. This is beyond anything we can handle here, boys." "What do you want us to do?" "Go home, both of you. Get some sleep, and don't talk to anyone about what you saw here. Not until you hear from me. I gotta figure out how to handle this." I didn't say anything else to Bartley. I was running on fumes, and whatever drips of caffeine were still left from that coffee. And the thought of remaining in this place any longer, I just wanted to get away. Somewhere safe, somewhere normal, and far away. JJ and I walked out to the parking lot together. Looking at the sky, you couldn't even tell there was a storm only hours ago. You'd think it was just another morning at the zoo. "Hey, you think that thing in the hallway?" JJ started as we reached our cars. "The one that looked like you. Do you think it was the same thing? And that little girl we heard with the lions?" I'd been thinking about that too. About what it meant if something like that could take a zebra's shape and wear its skin. How could it have taken my shape without my skin? Had it still been wearing Pepper's skin when it was calling to us from the shadows of the lion's containment room? Jay, I don't know what it was, and I don't want to talk about it ever again. I felt bad for saying that, because some people need to talk about these things. They need to be able to talk about trauma and confidence with their close friends. But I was already feeling sick, thinking about someone with my face, my body, waving at my coworker and smiling. Jay looked sad. He gave me a single nod, got in his car, and drove away. I went home and showered, tried to sleep, but sleep came hard. I had a nightmare finding the zebra skin hanging from my ceiling just above me when I woke up. The next day, there were police, detectives with notebooks and crime scene technicians with cameras and evidence bags. It was like a murder happened instead of an animal killing. I told them what I'd seen. I could tell them pretty much everything, because so much of it sounded so believable. I saw Pepper acting wrong. We saw figures around that shouldn't have been there. Saw someone leave in the early morning. Heard voices in the lion's enclosure. So long as I didn't tell them that I thought it was some monster that stole Pepper's skin, I was able to tell them pretty much everything. Though I have no idea if it came to anything. I still work here. Bartley tells me that the police think it was just a wild animal that broke in and killed Pepper. Stayed long enough to have multiple meals off of her innards, which is why we didn't find much, except the skin. But I know he doesn't believe that. It's been long enough that I've talked about it again a couple of times with my coworkers. JJ's even joked about it. Joked about how disturbing it would be if it came back and looked like him instead. And Bartley has admitted that he knows this is no animal attack, but what he truly believes it was, he's never said. So if you're reading this, or better yet, hearing it from my favorite narrator, what do you think did this? What kind of creature or monster does this kind of thing? I've read stories about aliens and wendigos and skinwalkers, tons of 4chan green texts that talk about things that can mimic human voices and appearances. But a zebra? Why would something from those stories even invade a zoo? Are skinwalkers afraid of the rain, of storms? Did it spend the night with us just to get shelter, passing the wee hours of the night, pranking the staff? Is that why Pepper had to die so horribly? Let me know what you think. I really liked this story. I hate what happened to that poor zebra, don't get me wrong, but this story was both unique and absolutely creepy. A skinwalker wearing the skin of a zebra. Never thought I'd see the day. And hopefully, we never see that day again. Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails. Find me on X at Dark Prevails, if you care about my opinions or don't. Or find me on my other podcasts for more scary stories like this. I tell scary work-related stories on Tales from the Break Room, and scary forest-related stories on Alone in the Woods, both of which you can find on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and your favorite podcast app. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Dang, I've gotta say, the new Tales from the Break Room coffee, Morning Brew, is my favorite coffee right now. Yes, this is a shameless self-promo, but it's genuinely good. Get yours before we run out at eeriecast.store. Join me, Morning Brew drinkers, as I have a very fun and scary episode today, full of state trooper horror, Japanese demons, and more. These are Tales from the Break Room. And don't forget to leave us a rating on Spotify and Apple Podcasts if you haven't done so yet. Thanks. Mile Marker 22. From Motto Man. I work as a state trooper in a rural portion of a mountainous state. The job is generally quite boring. In rural areas, we get a lot of calls for service, for farm animals blocking roadways, crashes, and occasional lost children or senior citizens. Every once in a while, the boredom is halted by a moment of sheer terror. I work as an interdiction trooper, which really means that my primary responsibility is to intercept vehicles suspected to be of human or drug trafficking origin. A special set of tools I was equipped with consisted of night vision goggles and a drug dog, a yellow lab named Hutch. Hutch is not intimidating whatsoever, and is quite friendly. His job was only to sniff for narcotics. A lot of the job of an interdiction officer is spent in the median, just looking for unusual circumstances, namely, out-of-state license plates, rental vehicles, stuff that is not normally seen in rural parts of the state. I was also issued a large Ford Expedition, which is a different patrol vehicle than most. It has more space for Hutch, and allows me to have access to extra gear and power tools needed to search vehicles. It was a particularly frigid winter evening, though snow had not yet fallen anywhere other than the mountains. As such, the skies were clear, and the roadways were dry. I was sitting in the median of the highway, when I noticed a set of headlights that appeared to be traveling at a high rate of speed. My radar gave off a reading of over 100 miles per hour on a 70-mile-per-hour highway. I turned on my overhead emergency lights, and the vehicle immediately began to slow. I caught up to the vehicle, a red Volkswagen, and it pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway. I turned on my takedown lights and my spotlight. I could see that the vehicle had 3 occupants. They appeared to all be college-aged females. I walked up, shining my flashlight into the mirror so that I couldn't be easily spotted. I spoke to the driver, who I noticed had just pulled her shirt down to be a little more revealing, a trick that some women attempt to get out of tickets. But in this case, it was not successful. All 3 women were friendly, overly friendly, something I found to be consistent with manipulative behavior. They were trying to be friendly to get me to let my guard down. I soon noticed the smell of alcohol coming from the vehicle, and I noticed that the driver's license of the driver indicated she was under the age of 21. I said, "Any reason you're driving so fast?" She answered, "We're out of school for the holiday. We're just trying to get home by a reasonable hour to be with our families." She did sound genuine. When I was about to respond by asking if she'd been drinking, I heard dispatch in my ear. "Any units in the area of mile marker 22 in the canyon? I have numerous 911 reports of a low-flying aircraft that may be crashing. I need units to respond code 3. I knew I was the only one working, and I would have been the only one in close proximity otherwise. I informed dispatch I'm clearing my stop and will be responding to the area. The girl was smiling, knowing she was about to get away with whatever illicit activity she was committing. "Thank you for your service," she said as I walked away. The girls laughed. I ran to my car and started the siren. Then I headed towards the canyon, leaving the red Volkswagen behind me. I was still 20 minutes away from this call for service, even with my sirens on. As I entered the canyon, I remembered that I don't always have radio signal out here, due to these cliffs. It was guaranteed that I wouldn't have cell service, but the radio should work in most places away from cliff edges. I continued to run as quickly as I could in my school bus of a police car. At approximately mile marker 20, I attempted to pick up my radio to inform dispatch that I was in the area of the emergency, but I noticed that the radio didn't give any tones when I attempted to key up. I looked down and saw the screen fizzle out. I took out my handheld radio and found I couldn't even switch it on or off. It wasn't functioning at all. Hutch began to whimper and whine, which was not like him. He's used to lights and sirens and engine sounds. I could hear him shaking in his cage, which concerned me. At this point, I noticed that my stereo was only playing static. This was unusual, as I had downloaded this country playlist on my phone, so I wouldn't have needed cellular to listen to my music. I passed mile marker 22, and I slowed down. If this plane did crash, it should be in this area where the 911 calls stated they last had seen it. I summited a large hill, pine trees on either side of the roadway, making visibility a nightmare. Snow had begun to fall lightly as my elevation increased. As I crested the hill, I noticed the trees opened up to a large meadow. I turned on my spotlight and began using it to search the meadow for unusual activity. With my spotlight, I was able to locate the aircraft. It rested in the meadow with a large debris field surrounding it, and a clear path of destruction leading to it, as it had crashed into the trees and foliage and dug up the dirt as it went. My radio was still dead. At this point, my car engine died entirely. I pulled out my phone, trying to call dispatch directly. As I tried to dial, the keypad went haywire. It acted like someone was touching every button on the screen at the same time, which kept me from making the call. Then the screen went rainbow striped, and it shut down entirely. My traffic radar made strange noises I'd never heard before. Then there was a snap sound, and I noticed a little puff of smoke coming from the radar antenna. It was toast. I had no time for that. I ran back to my expedition and grabbed my medical bag. Then I began to run to the aircraft, which was about 300 feet off the roadway. As I was running to the craft, I noticed it didn't have any wings. Well, it had crashed after all, so maybe it lost its wings when it hit the trees. The craft was about twice as long as my expedition, but only about half as tall. I couldn't locate any engines. The thing was cigar-shaped. I ran up to it and began trying to find the occupants. Thing is, I couldn't find any windows or doors anywhere. I stood against the side of the craft, and I felt a slight warmth coming from it, but it made no noise. I found this strange writing on the side of the craft. Reminded me of hieroglyphics. I also noticed an insignia on the side that did not appear to be consistent with American military. Just then, the field was illuminated completely, and I was overwhelmed by the sound of a dual-rotor helicopter. I looked up, and I saw a Chinook helicopter orbiting the field, keeping the spotlight on the craft and myself. I was very concerned then. I'd responded to an airplane crash before, and it was nothing like this. I could hear Hutch barking from my vehicle. I noticed a lot of activity on the roadway. Several military trucks had just pulled up and surrounded my vehicle, and about 24 soldiers climbed out of those trucks. They had rifles slung, and 4 of them ran towards me, telling me to keep my hands away from my sidearm. The first one that reached me immediately took my sidearm out of my holster. The next grabbed my arm
telling me I needed to sit in my vehicle until I was told I could leave. I got a good look at the 4 men that were escorting me to my car. They wore military camo and had plate carrier vests with extra magazines. They had helmets on that also had night vision goggles equipped. Slung over the shoulder was an H&K MP7 submachine gun. They had no patches or insignia, aside from American flags on the front of their plate carriers. These definitely weren't some National Guard nerds. They opened my car door and made sure I sat down in the car. One stayed by the door of my car to make sure I didn't leave. I noticed the other soldiers were clearing the field and woodline around the craft. Then, a military semi-truck pulled up, which was pulling a large flatbed trailer with a crane. A second semi pulled up, and this one had a large military-style fifth-wheel camper trailer. It had what appeared to be a satellite relay on the top, and a large generator running in the back to power it. I assumed this was some sort of mobile command post. Hutch was going absolutely hysterical in the back. Behind me, I noticed the soldiers had set up a blockade on the highway. I then saw red and blue police lights near the blockade. How long had my radio not been functioning? If I had missed dispatch trying to check in on me, they likely sent other units looking for me to make sure I was alive, but I'd missed it. I attempted to use my radio then, but it still wasn't functioning. I watched in my mirror as a silhouette approached me, unmistakably a state trooper, campaign hat and all. It was my sergeant. For this guy to come out was unusual. You hardly ever saw him on the road. He said to me, "You okay, trooper?" I said, "Yeah, I'm good. Who are these guys?" He responded, "I was called about the downed craft, and I was told I needed to come and speak to you. Be here in case any media show up." Speak to me about what? Did I do something wrong? "I don't think so, son, but I don't know who these guys are. It's best we just do what they say for now." This unsettled me. I'm not trying to get involved in anything. I just needed to check for casualties. That's why I was here. "They took my gun," I told him. Sarge told me, "We'll get it back, but don't do anything hasty. This is all very strange. I've never seen any airplane like that before. It's shaped like a tic-tac. Where are the engines?" Just then, 2 men in suits approached us. They did not introduce themselves. I noticed they both were about a whole head taller than my Sarge, who was 6 feet. They both had Sig Sauer P226s holstered on their belts, with no visible badges. Their shoes looked neatly shined, and they made very uncomfortable eye contact with me. "What did you see?" I got the strong impression I wasn't supposed to have seen anything, so I replied, "Nothing, sir." One of them responded, "Good. All you saw here was a small passenger aircraft that had a malfunction." They turned to my sergeant, who looked unsettled. "Can you take his dash camera footage? We're gonna need it. Do not download it for your records." My dash camera had a storage device in the dash of my truck. You can only access it with a special key. He pulled out the key and inserted it into my dash, then pulled out the large storage component entirely, handing it over. One of the suited men opened the passenger door of my truck and took my body cam out. Then they both walked away. "What the hell is all this?" my Sarge asked. After about an hour, the craft was loaded onto the flatbed, covered by tarps. The helicopter was still orbiting. We were told to leave the canyon and to not follow the convoy, so we did as we were instructed. We drove back to the office in town where my LT stood waiting for us. "The hell happened? Why weren't you responding to the radio?" I explained. "It stopped working. No idea what happened to it." By then, my phone and stereo began to work again, and my handheld began working too. My radar, though, was absolutely fried. "What did you see?" he asked. My Sarge said, "Just a downed aircraft. We had bad radio signal up there. No casualties, though. Everyone went home safely. The LT asked the Sarge. They just went home? I mean, don't we at least need to make a public statement? The Sarge simply said, No, that won't be necessary. The LT scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? I went home at the end of my shift, and I had a lot of trouble sleeping. The next morning I was sitting in the kitchen, still ruminating on the night before. There was a knock on my door then. I opened the door, and there stood the two suited men from the night before. But I didn't see a car parked in my driveway, nor anywhere on the road. One of them handed me my sidearm, saying, Thank you for your service. Remember what we told you. They then walked off my porch and down the sidewalk. I got the feeling that I shouldn't continue to watch them. When I got to work later that day, my dash camera storage unit was in my locker, along with my body cam. I plugged them both in. They'd been wiped clean. No records of anything that happened that evening after the traffic stop I made with that car full of drunk girls. The LT is back to pretending I don't exist. The worst part is I'm too afraid to tell anyone, because I just can't place it, but there's something unnerving about those suited men. I don't want to encounter them again. Banks of Mitoyo, from Salty Snowman. My name is irrelevant, but I'm 32 years old this year. I've been a travel vlogger for the better part of 12 years, so I go out, looking into haunted or abandoned places, often just doing what's called urban exploration. I've moved overseas since last year, and I made my way to what is now my home, in Kagawa, Japan. It had been a lifelong ambition to live in Japan, as I got lured in with their temples, rich history, and ancient ways of life. So I settled in the city of Mitoyo, which wasn't the largest city in Kagawa Prefecture, but honestly was quite beautiful and had its own way of life. It is a city rich in culture, legends, and lore. I was doing a vlog with a friend of mine. I'll call him T. T and I had been friends since I started doing my vlogs, and he stumbled across them all those years ago. He had emailed me with his excitement of seeing what the rest of the world had to offer, and we became fast friends. Honestly, as sweet as it is, we hadn't met up until last year, and that year was a whirlwind, perhaps the best year of my life. T and I planned a tour around Kagawa, of all its haunted and spooky locations. We'd already been to a few locations where nothing happened, but it was still pretty spooky. I enjoyed walking around the riverside, camping, looking for anything to vlog about, other than just walking and showing off the beauty of Kagawa. This day we were going to explore Yashima, which is a battlefield in Kagawa. It is also a lava field where people have lived for centuries. It seemed like a great place for ghost hunting, and honestly I'd been excitedly waiting all week for this. T and I made our way there, and we got set up within our claimed spot for the evening in the campground. It was still a ways till evening, but setting up meant we would be prepared for when it was time to set out and hunt. It was midday by the time we were done, so we took a rest for a few hours, until around 7. We got the camera, and we set up. It was a long process because somehow I had packed the batteries in the wrong bag, and it took forever to find the spare we needed. We had permission to go up to the temple, and I was thrilled to get started. So I figured, with that thrill, I'd mispacked some things. No big deal, but it was a massive time killer. T and I found the battery, and we were off on the trek to the temple. It wasn't too far, and we got there about 8, after we found a place to park and walked up the stairs. The hike was a lot of fun. We chatted about the history in front of the camera, explaining the temple's purpose, and how it was still used pretty often during the day. We went on about how people reported seeing soldiers, priests, and other creatures, and how we hoped we would see something this night. The walk itself was gorgeous. They had the pathway lit up for the residents to show the fall leaves and the beauty of the shrine. It was open for everyone, even after the sun went down, due to the viewing season,
but we had a section that was usually off limits for safety purposes. The power of waivers truly will never fail to impress me. T was getting a bit nervous. I couldn't tell if it was the excitement or the fear, but he was rambling about the history of the shrine itself, and how, when he was a child, he used to go here on his holiday breaks with his family. I was more so focused on the darkened spot that we were headed towards. It was a stark contrast to the well-lit areas. It seemed like the darkness was swallowing everything, even our own shadows, that were cast into the gloom. Things seemed to swirl, twirl, and melt into the void. The only thing I could see by was my camera's light. We were near an unused part of the shrine, and it was obvious it wasn't as tended to, since there were leaves littering the ground and decaying holy rope around the tree. Granted, we were behind the shrine complex, but it was still a bit eerie, especially when I looked over my shoulder, seeing just how different the lit area was from where we stood. I heard rustling and turned my attention back towards the tree. In the branches I spotted a tanuki, which by itself really wasn't unusual. It was just a bigger version of a raccoon, really. It startled me, sure, but it was something pretty common in the area, so nothing unusual about it. And that moment had T chuckling, tossing acorns up at the raccoon to drive it away. Lovely, I thought. Just what I needed. Cursed by a temple raccoon. I rolled my eyes at T before chuckling under my breath. My friend was a child at heart, and I loved him for it. He could turn any scary situation into something to laugh at. I kept walking with T behind me until we reached a flat area out of sight of the temple lights, and we set up an extra camera, which was shooting in infrared, to see what our eyes couldn't. We began to ask questions into the air, waiting a few moments and playing the questions back on a recorder which we'd brought. And aside from what small sounds could be heard, we hadn't heard any words, just things that sounded like sighs or maybe small gasps, which could easily be dismissed as us exhaling or small gusts of wind that we couldn't feel at the time. I broke out our snacks and looked at the time. It was barely 10 at this point, so we had consumed quite a bit of time in that area. We moved on from the location, heading towards the battlefield instead, which was quite overgrown and took a long time to actually reach. It was midnight by the time we set up again. We then sat down for a break. We ran the recorder, seeing if we could get anything by just being quiet for a while. The cameras were running for the vlog, and I kept tossing a few jokes to T, who was getting a bit tired, if his yawning was anything to go by. We were a ways away from anyone at this point, even though we had seen a few teenagers doing a trial of courage on our way here. They were by this old building that they claimed was far more haunted by spirits than the old battlefield. I added that to our list of places to check out. But anyway, T and I were alone at this point. That's when we began to see shadows moving. It was out of the range of our lights, but I swore I'd seen shadows moving about in the dark. I was horrified seeing it. I didn't know what I expected, but shadow figures was definitely not it. They were flickering quite quickly. It was like I was seeing them through the snow of a TV. They were distorted, and everything about them seemed blurred, no longer of our world. They appeared more like projections onto our area. I wasn't even sure what I was seeing, but I heard T react with silent prayers as he pointed his own camera at the sight. He was trembling by now as he aimed the camera. I was standing on shaky legs, trying to get closer with the recorder in my hand. I heard nothing though. The figure simply rushed by, but replaying the recorder later, I heard screams, running, and what I guessed was bodies colliding. Honestly, the playback was far scarier than seeing the silent shadows. T followed me reluctantly, spewing forth prayers and noises of discomfort whenever a shadow got too close. I stopped when we reached a point of the field where we could no longer walk due to brambles. I had foolishly decided to wear shorts. But past the brambles, into the slightly overgrown part bordering a construction site, we saw more figures rushing towards us. These were tall, hulking figures that dashed out of the shadows. We ran then. We were absolutely booking it back to the car. When we reached it, the figures slammed into it, dispersing against the metal, but as they made their way through it, there was a rush of air and what sounded like angry, horrifying screams. We made our way back to the camp we set up. We went through our findings, and T refused to ever come back to that area again. And for once, I agreed. That Old Theater, from Indestructible. This happened when I was 17 years old. I'd been looking for a job, any job, but I didn't want to do the usual stuff. You know, fry cook, burger flipper, stuck in a loud kitchen with half your high school. A lot of my friends worked those places, but it just wasn't my style. I don't know, fluorescent lights and greasy floors and yelling managers. It all felt wrong for me. So I tried looking online. I found a bunch of postings that went absolutely nowhere. I even showed up to one place, and the address wasn't even a business. It was an empty unit with paper on the windows. After a couple of weeks of that nonsense, I was about to surrender and put on a fast food hat when my neighbor told me he knew a guy who was hiring. He said it was hard labor, but the pay was good. And honestly, at that point, good money sounded like heaven. So I met up with the guy. I'll call him Mr. Danner. Mr. Danner told me he'd bought our town's old theater, the one that had been shut down for like 30 years. Everyone in town knew about it. Faded posters still stuck behind dusty glass, marquee lights long dead, that kind of thing. But apparently he had big plans. He'd bought the two businesses on either side of the theater and wanted to knock the walls down, adding extra screening rooms, making the old main theater the centerpiece, a huge one with a balcony and everything. He said nobody made theaters with balconies anymore, and he wanted something classic. So that summer, I started working for him. He stuck me on simple stuff at first, unbolting old seats, moving them out on these little dollies he had. We stripped out the whole place, molding, trim, dusty curtains, everything. The crown molding looked older than anybody working there. Crews were up on lifts, tearing down the big stuff, while I was just doing my thing on the ground. And truthfully, I didn't mind. I had my little tool bag he gave me, and it felt good just having a job where I didn't have to smell like fryer oil when I got home. After a couple of weeks, the main theater was completely gutted. They'd already cut a hallway and were building those new rooms on the sides. 4 new theaters in total. The heavy construction stuff was almost ready for the next team to come in. The carpet people and screen installers and the fancy seat company. That's when Mr. Danner moved me into the lobby. That place looked like a time capsule. There was an old popcorn machine with that greasy yellow glass and faded movie signs. There was some kind of metal roaster thing on the counter. I had to ask him what that was. He said they used to steam roast nuts in it, or candy or something. He said he wasn't even sure. Anyway, that's when things started to get weird. It started small. Some of the old glass cases were still on the walls back then, the ones that used to hold play posters. They had little bulbs lining the frames, like they were meant to light the posters up from all sides. Old school stuff. One afternoon, not even nighttime, just late in the day, they cut the power to the lobby. They were running new electrical lines, pulling out all the old wiring. Knob and tube, they called it. That was the day I learned what that even was. An electrician handed me one of those porcelain insulators and said, "Keep it, kid. You can sharpen a knife with it. They don't make these anymore." Not sure if he was serious, but I did keep it. Since the lobby power was cut, they had run extension cords everywhere. Lights strung across the stage and hanging off ladders. Just enough to see what you're doing. I'd unbolted that old nut roasting machine a day or two before, and it was still sitting in the middle of the lobby. At the time, I thought it was just going to end up in the junk pile. But apparently, someone bought it. Whoever wanted that thing must have been really into the nostalgia. I was taking my break, sitting on what was left of the concession counter. They had torn it out, dragging it into the middle of the room to haul later. I had my old sliding keyboard phone, playing some simple game on it. I didn't have a smartphone back then, just something to pass the time. And then I heard this little hum, like a soft vroom. I looked up, and one of the display cases, the one still on the wall, was buzzing. A low, vibrating sound, and the bulbs were flickering. I remember thinking how weird that was, because there wasn't supposed to be any power in that whole section. Then, out of nowhere, it lit up. Bright. Too bright. Suddenly, a couple of the bulbs blew out with these sharp little pops. Glass specks pattered inside the case. It made me jump. It didn't make sense to me. How could that happen? A minute later, a few guys from another crew came in, asking if the machine in the lobby was the one that needed to be boxed up and sold. I told them yeah, that was the one. So they had me help move the counter and everything else out of their way. As we shoved the counter toward that same wall, I got a close look at the case that had lit up. The bulbs were pitch black inside, like smoke had filled them. They had definitely burnt out. After they wheeled the roaster out, I swept up the area. The old carpet had been glued to the concrete, and when they ripped it out, it left these little ridges everywhere, thousands of them. The owner told me they were going to diamond polish the concrete and buff it shiny later. But first, I had to get all this glue off. He gave me orange-scented glue remover. I mixed it up like the jug said, then I spread it across the floor, letting it sit for a while. But that while took forever. By the time I got to the last patch, the whole room smelled like those orange mechanic hand cleaners. I was kneeling there, looking at the floor, thinking it actually smelled kinda good. And that's when I heard it. A popping sound, just one at first, then another. Soft little cracks, almost cheerful. It took me a second, but when I realized what it reminded me of, I froze. Because it sounded like popcorn. But that couldn't be. The popcorn machine had been tossed in the dumpster 2 days ago. In fact, I unhooked the whole thing myself. Nobody had even touched that area since. I turned around, thinking maybe one of those poster case bulbs had blown again. But everything was still. Dead quiet. Except somewhere in that lobby, faint, pop, 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 like a popcorn maker was warming up. That was enough for me. It was close to the end of my shift anyway, and I didn't want to be in there anymore. The orange cleaner said it was friendly and citrus fresh, but I treated it like it had a chemical smell, and I grabbed my stuff and got out. The next day, things were back to normal. Or as normal as they got in that place. A cleaning crew had come in earlier and scraped up all the glue I'd soaked. The concrete looked a little better, still rough, but cleaner. I came in halfway through their shift to help haul out some trash and move boxes. Easy stuff. The kind of work where your brain starts to drift because all you're doing is lifting and sweeping. At one point, I walked through the lobby to toss some debris, and I caught a smell. I hadn't smelled this since the roaster had been pulled out, but I knew what it was. Roasted nuts. Warm, sweet, like I was right next to an old-timey festival booth or a mall kiosk. Cinnamon mixed with something else I couldn't place. Thing was, that roaster was long gone, sold, and the air in the lobby should have smelled like dust, wet concrete, that orange chemical stuff. But it didn't. Not then. It smelled like someone had just cracked open a fresh batch. I didn't say a word. I kept working, figuring maybe one of the guys had brought snacks or something. Later on, when we were pulling out another section of the old concession counter, the smell changed. It went from roasted nuts to something richer and thicker, reminding me of melted chocolate. Almost like those old theater treats dipped in chocolate. Things they hadn't sold here in decades. I remember stopping and sniffing the air, thinking one of the crew might have spilled something. But nobody had any food. It was all tools and dust masks, even warm Gatorade bottles, but no chocolate. A little while after that, the foreman asked me to go sweep the far corner again, the one near the old poster cases. That was my least favorite spot. I don't know why, I just didn't like being there. Anyway, I headed over, broom dragging behind me, and as I got close, I noticed something odd. The glass inside one of the cases was fogged over, just the inside, like someone had breathed on it, and there was a little smear on the lower corner. Maybe it was a handprint, except it was too smudged to be sure. I hoped one of the guys had brushed by it earlier, but again, no one ever went near those things unless they were taking one down. I turned away and kept sweeping. Dust, concrete grit, little shreds of glue, nothing special. But then, quietly, just on the edge of my hearing, I heard something. It wasn't a pop or a hum. It sounded more like people. They weren't talking. It was more like a crowd settling in before a show starts. The soft shifting of people's bodies, an occasional whisper, the low murmur of an audience waiting. It drifted through the lobby, like it was coming from the old theater hall itself, like the seats we'd torn out were still full. I stood there with my broom, holding my breath, listening. The murmur faded, then came back, but then faded again. There were no clear words or footsteps, just strange, quiet sounds of a crowd that should not have been and was not there. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the empty hallway. And when I finally stepped outside into the daylight, it was like someone turned the silence back on. Nothing followed me out. Nothing echoed after I closed the door. But I swear, it felt like I'd walked out of a room full of people. After that day, a few more strange things happened. Nothing dramatic. Nothing you could really point to, just little things. An occasional smell that shouldn't be there, a flicker of light even with the power off, the sound of shuffling in a room that was completely vacant. But the odd thing was, the more we tore out, the quieter everything got. Like every strip of carpet, every row of seats, every chunk of old molding we pried loose, took something with it. By the time we pulled down the balcony railings and scraped the last of the glue off the concrete, the theater wasn't doing anything anymore. I stopped hearing hums and whispers, and I stopped smelling things. It was like we'd gutted whatever life it had left, like we'd torn its very soul out. When the renovation was finished and the place finally reopened, none of the new crew ever mentioned anything weird. The place was all bright lights and new carpet and fresh paint. It was just another movie theater now. But for me, that summer will always stick with me. I'll never forget those eerie little things. It felt like the old theater was trying to hold on, trying to put up a fight, trying to save itself from being torn apart. I'm not sure if you believe in that sort of thing, but I was there, and I'll never forget it. The Plaster Man, from Billy Towers. I'm a construction worker, or rather, a deconstruction worker. I work in demolitions, and despite what many people think, it's not just slamming a wrecking ball into a building or blowing it up from the base. Demolition requires planning, including learning the integral structure of a building, identifying potential hazardous materials, determining the most suitable technique for the job, and of course, ensuring that absolutely no one is in the building. Clearing out vagrants is the most challenging part of this job, at least for me. Living in the Midwest, most of them are just homeless people trying to get out of the cold, with the occasional user trying to snort, smoke, or shoot up in peace. Whatever the case, it doesn't feel great telling someone who was once peacefully asleep that they now have to clear out,
or risk getting blown sky high or buried under rubble. That's how I used to feel, until I got the plaster factory job. This happened bright and early at 6 in the morning. Well, bright is an overstatement, because the sun wouldn't rise for another hour and a half, but it happened in the morning. My work crew and I gathered around the plaster factory, a rundown construction material plant that hadn't been used in over 40 years. It was anyone's guess how it was still standing, but it was. And now it was our job to tear it down that day. Initial sweeps of the building showed no signs of anyone staying there. But despite this, I could not shake the feeling that every time I entered the place, I felt like I wasn't alone, like I was being watched. I also swore I heard breathing, short, raspy breaths that barely registered above a whisper. My coworkers explained it away. Sometimes the foundation shifts, and when the foundation shifts, it makes noises, they said. I guess that just comes with old creepy buildings, which is why I was glad to see it being torn down. Our site manager gave us our assignments, and I, of course, and 3 other poor souls, were chosen to do one last sweep before the charges were finally set. When we walked into the building, the feeling of being watched immediately came over me again, like the walls themselves had eyes. I was ready to leave before we even started. 2 of the 3 went off to the east, and the last and I went off to the west to perform a full sweep. My coworker, whom I learned is named Josh, went up a narrow staircase and found ourselves in the old office area of the plant. We looked under desks, in cabinets, and in closets, and came up empty. Nothing but old files and cans of plaster. Just as we were about to leave, Josh turned to a nearby wall and stared at it. When I asked him what was wrong, he said that he felt the wall was looking at him. That alone had me ready to walk out, to get everyone in here and have the place stripped down to the studs. Quick narrator's note, I had to switch microphones because that one was giving me problems, so it might sound a little different here on out. He slowly inched closer to the wall, watching for the debris on the floor until he was right next to it. His radio buzzed. Then it spoke with the voice of our site manager, asking for our location. I turned to the wall, only to see 2 eyes open from the wall, staring at Josh. Josh looked up and screamed as a mouth formed from the wall, and it screamed in response. Soon 2 legs loosened themselves from the wall, along with a torso and 2 arms, one of the hands holding a hammer. He was completely naked, which is how I knew they were a he. Every part of his body had been covered in plaster. I stood in stunned silence as the man covered in plaster raised his hammer at Josh, who was now screaming and backing away frantically. This plaster man swung his hammer down on Josh's head, cracking his skull and dropping Josh to the floor limp. The plaster man turned to me with a plaster-covered face and yelled for me to get out. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned around and immediately went for the hallway. Just as I'd made it to the top of the stairs, I heard the sound of something shaking, maybe something cracking. I turned around quickly to see the plaster man crash through the drywall of the office rooms into the hallway. I stared, frozen in fear, as I watched blood trickle down the plaster man's face. His right shoulder was limp, dangling loosely. I think he dislocated it when he rammed through the wall. He grabbed his arm with his left hand and popped his shoulder back in with a growl. He screamed again, this time at both a high pitch and a low tone, for me to get out. I stumbled backward and found myself falling down the stairs. I tumbled and tossed on each step before I hit the landing. I groaned before I picked myself up to see the plaster man dashing down the stairs after me. I turned and ran back to the main entrance, the plaster man close on my heels. I opened the main door and ran out, stopping to catch my breath when I thought I was far enough away. I turned, and there was the plaster man at the threshold of the door, panting as he glared at me. It didn't take much convincing to get the site manager to call the proper authorities. After a violent but brief encounter, they were able to apprehend the plaster man and get Josh to safety. Josh suffered a concussion and had to get 37 stitches. Plaster man was also sent to the hospital, but I'm not really sure what happened to him after that. What I do know is that the next time I check for people in a building, I'm not taking just one person, and I'll definitely be taking closer looks at the walls. Uber Legend from B.W. Newman. Some time ago, I was listening to another of the podcasts on this network about skinwalkers and how they seem to be adapting, manipulating technology. It slotted a lot of pieces into place for me about an incident that occurred a few years ago when I was driving for Uber. This isn't one of those tales of a lonely stretch of road and something nefarious keeping pace with my car, but it might be something just as embedded in our collective paranormal experiences. A phantom hitchhiker. Only she wasn't a hitchhiker. A phantom, maybe. Likely, but not a hitchhiker. Not really. Like I said, I'd been driving for Uber. I accepted this ride. There were account details and everything. Both locations were real. Granted, the pickup location was a bit strange, but nothing hair-raising. The spot had been recently raised for a box store bonanza. You know the type, like a strip mall only on Texan-sized steroids. The area used to be one of those post-war neighborhoods, small family homes built for returning GIs and their future progeny. I mean, all that PTSD concentrated into one geographic area. Who knows, maybe something took root, frayed the edges of that liminal veil. More likely, the economy took a dip. The rich ditched, and just as the place was about to slip into official urban decay, a developer came in to save the day. Poetic, no? Anyway, when the call came in, those houses had been rubble for a long while, and you could just make out the shadowy shapes of heavy machinery on the outskirts of the property. In short, this was not an ideal place for adolescent antics, but given that it wasn't far from a commercial/residential area, it wasn't the oddest place to request a ride from either. It was quiet and secluded, but also very well lit. It had been a Goldilocks kind of night. Not too slow, not too harried. A balanced smattering of talkers and window gazers. But now I was ready to go home. So when the app offered me one more ride, I nearly declined. But I noticed her destination was in the same direction as my place. So I figured one more ride couldn't hurt. I envisioned a quick drop-off at one of the fancy condos I assumed she lived at, then heading home to close the night off with a much-deserved nightcap. When I pulled up, she opened the door and closed it again. There was no walking through walls nonsense, or 1 second she's outside and the next she's sitting in the back seat, staring creepily at me through the rearview mirror. There were no overt red flags. At least, nothing I could clock at the time. Looking back, one could argue there were a few key moments, seasoned with a little spooky spice, but nothing that a dose of rationale couldn't clear up. For example, this had been a cool but dry spring night. The weather had not been calling for rain, and yet this girl was soggy. Not like fell into a pool kind of wet, more like she took a few sprints through the community sprinkler system. I didn't really think too much about it. We were all young once. We've gotten up to all manner of ridiculous mischief once or twice. Frankly, I was more concerned about my back seat than this girl's watery escapades. I could tell right away she was gonna be a window gazer, which suited me just fine. I just wanted to get us both home as quickly as the laws allowed. She was profoundly quiet. I kept peeking into the rearview mirror to make sure she was still alive, which in hindsight was grossly unnecessary. I thought about making small talk or turning the radio on, but there was something sanctified about this silence. It was the sort of quiet that envelops a gravesite. For her part, she just kept looking out the window. Then I noticed she wasn't holding her cell phone.
I haven't seen many teens without a Heston vice grip on their devices. Maybe the battery was dead, or it got waterlogged after her misadventures. Who knows? At the time, it was one of those passing observations that did not warrant much thought. But when you zoomed out the picture, things got a bit more perplexing. One thing I forgot to mention was her outfit. Aside from being damp, it was outdated. When I was pulling up, I was taken back a couple of decades by the faded jean combo she was rocking. A jean jacket over a garish t-shirt, sporting some long-forgotten 80s pop icon, tapered acid-washed jeans, leg warmers, and Reeboks. Her hair seemed to be coming down a bit after having been teased to within an inch of its life. She had most of it tied up with a neon green scrunchie. Everything had a plausible explanation. I'd picked up a Stranger Things superfan making her way back home from some cosplay pool party gone awry, and now all she wanted was to go home and sleep it off. I didn't pull up to any condos like I thought I might. Instead, I drove down a dark cul-de-sac and up what I assumed was her driveway. That's when it all sort of fell apart. I didn't hear the door open, and the interior lights had been acting up, so they didn't come on. But by the time I stopped and looked back, she was gone. The only indication that she had been there at all was my damp back seat and the wide-open car door. At first, I was annoyed. No thanks or sorry for the upholstery, but now you can't even close my door. I looked around, but I couldn't see her. So then I got worried. Did she fall out at some point? Was she sick and splayed out on the driveway? I came around to her side of the car, but she wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. The house I'd pulled up to was dark, and it stayed dark. The street remained deserted. I mean, it's possible she ducked and rolled before I pulled into the driveway, but then what? She sprinted into someone's backyard and jumped the fence to avoid detection? The fare was prepaid, so it's not like she was skipping out on the bill. It was weird, uncanny. And before y'all ask, no, I didn't talk to anybody at the house. There was no grieving mother smiling sadly at me with a framed photo of the daughter she lost 20 years ago. There was just me, looking increasingly more and more suspicious, prowling around some random person's driveway. I shut the door and I made my way back behind the wheel. I was super tired by this point, and more than a little weirded out. So I didn't even check my Uber app. I just clocked out and went home. It wasn't until the next day, when I was going through my rides, I noticed hers was missing. Like it had never taken place, it had never been there. But I know it had been. I drove to 2 separate locations, I had a passenger, and the wet seats proved it. Of course, I inquired with Uber, but they came back with nothing. They had me signing out of the app right before I confirmed the last ride. I've never been quite able to get my head around this. I have no idea who that girl was. I had no reason to remember her name. Sure, I confirmed it at the time. It was something like Cassie or Chloe, but nothing to build an internet sleuthing ring around. I was just going to file this one under stories for the bar when I heard that Skinwalker episode, and my worldview imploded a little. Somewhere out there, I think there's a ghost in the machine, just trying to make her way home. The Mad Ill Lot, from Anonymous. People have this romantic idea about the starving artist, the tortured genius in his garret, suffering beautifully for his craft. Nobody tells you the Garrett is actually a 2003 Honda Civic with a cracked windshield and a passenger seat full of everything you own. I ended up in Oklahoma by accident, more or less. I'd been heading to Austin. I had a friend there who said I could crash on his couch while I figured things out. But the Civic had other plans. The transmission started to slip somewhere around Ardmore, and by the time I limped into this nothing town called Madill, the mechanic told me I'd be lucky to get another 50 miles before it gave out completely. I could still drive it around town if I babied it, but the highway to Austin might as well have been the moon. $2,200 to fix, I was told. I had about $400 to my name, so that was that. My car was a ticking disaster. Madill, Oklahoma. Population maybe 4,000. One Walmart, one McDonald's, a Mexican restaurant that was actually pretty good. I ate there once before I started rationing what was left in my bank account. After that, it was gas station food and whatever I could find at the food bank at the Baptist church on Wednesdays. I parked behind the Walmart at first, which was stupid. They ran me off the second night. After that, I found this spot. A dirt lot behind a farm store that closed at 5. The owner was this older guy named Dean, who saw me pulling in one evening and came out to see what I was doing. I told him the truth, that my car broke down and I was waiting on money to come in. I just needed somewhere to sleep. He said I could stay as long as I wasn't doing drugs or causing trouble. I wasn't, so yeah. 3 weeks I lived in that lot. As for the writing thing, I should explain that. I'd sold exactly one short story in my entire life. $800 to a literary magazine no one's ever heard of. But in my head, I was a writer. I was going to write the great American novel. I was going to be somebody. Instead, I was 34 years old, sleeping in my car in Oklahoma, applying to gas station jobs on my phone, and getting rejected by most of them. And then, the thing started to show up. It was around the end of my second week there. The first encounter, I thought it was a dog. A big one, maybe some stray. The lot backed up against this empty field, and beyond that was woods. Decent-sized patch of timber that ran along some creek. I'd see deer sometimes in the early mornings, coming out to graze in the field. Dogs weren't unusual either in a rural area like this. People just let their dogs run about. But this wasn't moving like a dog. I was trying to sleep. It was maybe 2 in the morning, hot as heck, even with the windows cracked, and I kept hearing this sound, a sniffing sound like a pig rummaging around, a grunt and a huff. I sat up and looked out the back window. There was this shape out in the field. It was about 50 feet from the car. It was down on all fours, nose to the ground, working its way across the grass in strange little circles. The moon was bright enough that I could see it pretty well, and my first thought was, that's a big freaking pig. My second thought was, oh, that's not a pig. The back legs were longer than the front, so it moved with this weird rocking motion, hindquarters higher than the shoulders. The snout was long, more like an anteater than a pig, and it swept left and right as it probed the ground in front of it. I don't know how long I watched it, but eventually it moved off toward the tree line and disappeared into the woods. That was a rough night for sleep, I'll tell you that. The night after, it was closer. Around the same time, the same sounds. But this time, when I looked out, it was only about 20 feet from the car. It was still snuffling around in those strange circles. But I could see more details now. The skin was hairless, or mostly hairless. Patches of bristle here and there like a diseased hog. The color was disgusting. Like gray pale with a sheen to it. I mean, wet looking. It stopped what it was doing and raised its head. The snout came up and waved in my direction, like it was tasting or smelling the air. I could see its nostrils flare up, 2 dark slits at the end of that long tube. It didn't have eyes, or I couldn't see them. If it did have eyes, they were small enough to disappear in the moonlight. We stayed like that for 10 seconds. I was in the car trying not to breathe, and that thing was in the field, snout pointed at me like some sort of dreadful antenna. Thank God it went back to rooting around rather than taking notice of me. I got out of there Started the car, transmission grinding and engine whining. The whole vehicle shook like it was going to fall apart. And I drove, carefully, to the Walmart parking lot. Security or whatever be darned. I sat in that lit parking space until dawn, and I didn't close my eyes once. Dean asked me the next day why I'd moved. I told him there was some animal out there that was freaking me out, some sort of wild pig thing. He gave me this look, and he didn't look surprised. "Did you see which way it went?" Into the woods, towards the creek." "Yeah, folks have seen that before, or something like it." He didn't elaborate. Fine by me, I guess. I went back to that lot that night, because I didn't have anywhere else to go. The Walmart security guy had already warned me twice, and at least Dean's lot was safe from cops. That thing came back around 2:30. I was awake, because I was waiting for it, watching. This time it came right up to the car. I could hear it breathing through my cracked window. There was this scraping sound too, against the driver's side door. I saw it standing on its back legs now. Its front legs looked more like arms, and they were braced against the window frame. The thing's snout was pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of something thick and yellowish. I didn't see a mouth though. Again, just a long snout and 2 nostril slits, opening and closing only inches from my face. It huffed against the glass, fogging it up, and made this sound in its throat, like a gurgling noise. Imagine holding your head underwater and trying to make a growling sound. I'm not sure why I didn't scream. God knows I wanted to. But I was in this frozen state. Reminded me of those nightmares I've had, where you can't scream or move even though you so desperately want to. But it was real life. I sat there watching this thing investigate my window like it was trying to figure out how to get in. After a couple of minutes, it dropped back down to all fours and moved off. I watched it cross the field until it vanished into the trees. My transmission money came through 3 days later. A tax return that I wasn't sure if I was even going to get. It was direct deposited into my account, and I felt like a miracle had happened. I was at the mechanic shop before they opened, and I was luckily out of Madill by noon. I didn't even say goodbye to Dean, which I still feel guilty about because he had been so good to me. That was about 8 months back. I'm in Austin now on my friend's couch like I planned, and I still haven't found a real job. I'm doing DoorDash now, and it's enough to keep me off the streets. I haven't tried to write anything since I left Oklahoma. One time I tried to Google Madill, Oklahoma, strange animal sightings, or Oklahoma pig creature, or variations of that, but I still haven't found anything like what I saw. Halloween Visitors, from Anonymous. We don't get trick-or-treaters because our house is 3 miles off the main road, down a gravel drive that doesn't even show up on most GPS apps. Our nearest neighbor, the Perezes, they're a solid mile through the woods. Their kids are grown anyway, both moved off years ago. So, when I heard knocks on Halloween night, my first thought wasn't, oh, trick-or-treaters. My first thought was something is wrong. My mom has been bedridden going on 2 years. A stroke took most of her left side, and what it didn't take, the diabetes has been working on since. I moved back home to help when it became clear she could not manage on her own anymore. I'd been living in Shreveport. I had a decent job at a dental office there. That was right after my 28th birthday. I'm 30 now. 2 years of feeding tubes and bedpans and physical therapy, and yet all of it hasn't really done much of anything. I've cooked her meals for 2 years now, but she can barely swallow, and we're both just pretending that we don't know how this ends. The house is my grandmother's originally. She left it to my mama when she passed. It's pretty old and sits on about 40 acres of East Texas pine woods. My granddad bought it cheap back in the 70s, and nobody ever did anything with it. There's no cell service unless you walk up to the ridge behind the old barn. The internet comes through a hotspot that I pay too much for. We get water from a well and power from lines, which go down every time the wind picks up. Halloween isn't a thing out here. Never has been. When I was little, we would drive into town for trick-or-treating, hit the neighborhoods by the school. Out here, there's nothing but trees and dark. So when I heard that knock, 3 raps, polite-sounding, spaced out like someone had been taught proper manners, I got up from the couch really slow. Mama was asleep in her hospital bed in the back room, oxygen machine humming like it always does. I didn't turn on the porch light right away. I just went to the window by the door and looked out. There were 3 children on my porch, 2 boys and a girl. They looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. They were wearing costumes. One of the boys had a vampire cape, the other was dressed like a cowboy, and the girl was a witch with a pointy hat. They had plastic pumpkin buckets for candy. I just stood there, trying to figure out how they even got here. No car in the driveway, no headlights on the road. The closest neighbor is a mile away through thick woods, and it was already full dark. Maybe 7:30. No kid is walking 3 miles down an unlit gravel road on Halloween night, even if their parents allowed it. Nobody even knows this house is out here. They knocked again. The same 3 polite raps. I should have just not answered. That's what I tell myself now. I should have turned off the lights and gone back to checking on Mama, and let them knock until they gave up. But they were kids, or they looked like kids. And it was a cold night, getting down near 40 degrees. I couldn't just leave children standing on my porch in the cold. I turned on the porch light, and I opened the door. "Trick or treat," they said, all 3 of them at the same time. Not like kids do it, all jumbled up and out of sync. They said it together, almost rehearsed sounding, even in the same tone. The vampire boy was closest to me. He smiled, and the smile was normal, but his face didn't move the way faces move when people smile. The mouth went up at the corners, the teeth showed, but nothing else lifted. His eyes stayed exactly the same, like watching someone do a smile that they'd only seen in pictures. I looked past them, scanning the driveway, the tree line. Where are your parents?" "They're waiting," the girl said. She pointed back toward the road. But there was nothing out there, just darkened trees. "I don't have any candy for you," I said, which was true. Why would I buy Halloween candy? "I'm sorry, we don't really get visitors out here. I wasn't expecting anyone." "That's okay," said the cowboy. His voice was like the others, with the same cadence. "Can we come inside and wait? It's so cold." "Wait for what?" "For our parents." The porch light was right above them, and I could see them clearly now, and I was starting to notice things. Their costumes didn't look cheap or homemade, but very, very old. The vampire cape had stiff, shiny fabric, which I don't think they made anymore. The cowboy's hat was shaped like something from a western that I'd watch with my granddad. The witch outfit had a collar I remembered from a costume catalog we used to get when I was little, back in the 90s. And their faces, the more I looked, the less they looked like anything. I know that doesn't make much sense. It's like when you stare at a word too long and it stops being a word. Their features were all there, I could see that. Their eyes and noses and mouths, everything in the right place. But there was no life behind any of it. It was like I was looking at and talking to cardboard cutouts. "I'm sorry, I can't let you inside. My mama's sick. She's sleeping." "We'll be quiet," the vampire said. We just need to come inside and wait." They still hadn't blinked, not one of them. I'd been standing there at least 2 minutes by then, and not one of them had blinked a single time. "You need to go back to your parents." I began to close the door. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The girl tilted her head, much too far, like her neck had a hinge on it, and she held it there at that angle. "We can hear her breathing," she said. "The sick one. Her lungs sound wet." I slammed that freaking door, locked it, and deadbolted it too. I stood there with my back against it, and my heart going crazy. I listened. I didn't hear anything, no footsteps down the porch and no little voices. After maybe 30 seconds, I made myself look out the window again. But the porch was empty. No kids, no pumpkin buckets. I looked out at the driveway and the yard and the tree line too, to be sure. But there was no movement anywhere. I sat up in Mama's room until morning with every light in the house on. I was watching her breathe. Her lungs did sound wet though. They sounded wet for months. The hospice nurse had said we needed to talk about options soon. But I'd been putting off that conversation. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. The window in that room faces the backyard, towards the tree line, and I don't know why, but I looked out. 3 shapes at the edge of the woods, kid-sized, standing perfectly still in a row. They were facing the house. I didn't look out another window until the sun came up. By then, the yard was empty. Again, no footprints or marks on the porch, no proof that I'd had any visitors at all. I called the Perez's the next afternoon when I could get signal. I asked Maria if she'd seen any kids around, anyone new in the area. She laughed and said, "Honey, there hasn't been a child on this road since our youngest graduated high school in 2013. I told her about the 3 kids on my porch, and she went quiet for a second, then said I must have been dreaming, that stress will do that to you. She told me taking care of your mama all alone out there must be hard. Whatever. Well, my mama passed 3 weeks later. Pneumonia finally took her. I was holding her hand when it happened. The house is mine now legally, 40 acres of that East Texas pine. I've been thinking about selling. A developer came by last spring asking about the land, and he left his card on the porch. I keep picking it up, telling myself to call. But every time I get close to doing it, I think about those 3 kids standing at the tree line, waiting. And I think about whoever buys this place, moving in, not knowing what happened here. So the card stays on the counter, and I stay in this house. Job Shadow Day. From The One They Call Lewis. My school does Career Shadow Day every year, and if you don't know what that is, you're supposed to follow someone around at their job for a morning. Most kids shadow their parents, but my mom works from home doing medical billing, and my dad drives trucks long haul. So neither of those were options for me. However, my best friend Cody said I could shadow his dad. He's a pastor at a Baptist church over on the west side of town. I figured that would be easy points. Just sit in an office, maybe help set up some chairs. Done by lunch. Cody warned me it would be boring. He was right about that part, at least. Pastor William picked me up from school around 8 and drove us over to the church. It was a big brick building, probably built in the 60s or 70s. It had a tall white steeple and those windows with the colored glass that aren't quite stained glass but want to be. The parking lot was almost empty except for 2 other cars. Wednesday mornings aren't exactly prime church time. Inside, the place was dim and cold. They keep the heat low during the week to save money. This was something that Pastor William explained. He introduced me to Mrs. Hannigan, the church secretary, and Miss Darlene, who runs the Sunday school program.
Both of them were nice enough, but clearly had their own stuff to do. So after the introductions, Pastor William took me on a tour of the building. The main sanctuary was huge and completely dark, except for some light coming through those colored windows. All the pews were empty. The pulpit up front had a big wooden cross on the wall behind it. Our footsteps echoed off the ceiling. Pastor William was telling me about how many people they get on Sundays, and what his sermon prep process looks like. But I was mostly just looking around at how different a church feels when nobody's in it. All that empty space meant for people, but no people inside, except for a few. It was all silence and dust floating about in colored light. We went through some classrooms, a kitchen, a fellowship hall with folding tables stacked against the wall. Then Pastor Williams said he needed to check on something in the storage area downstairs, and I could wait in his office or come with him. So I said I'd come with him, because sitting in an office sounded even more boring than just following him around. The stairs to the basement were behind a door near the back of the sanctuary. The stairwell had a light switch at the top, but when Pastor William flipped it, nothing happened. He said the bulb must have burned out again and pulled out his phone to use as a flashlight. I did the same with mine. The stairs were concrete, narrow, and cold. The basement was this long hallway with doors on either side, most of them open to dark rooms full of old furniture and boxes. Christmas decorations, folding chairs, that kind of stuff. Pastor William went into one of the rooms at the far end of the hall to look for something, told me to wait in the hallway, and I stood there with my phone light pointed at the floor. I don't know how long he was in there. A few minutes, I guess, but I was already starting to get bored, and wandered a bit down the hall, looking into the other rooms. One of them had old choir robes hanging on a rack. Another had a bunch of those felt boards they use for kids' Bible lessons, the kind with little felt cutouts of Jesus and sheep and stuff. When I turned around to walk back, I couldn't see Pastor William's phone light in the room anymore. So I called out to him. My voice sounded so weird in that basement, kind of flat and echoey at the same time. There was no answer, so I walked down to the room he'd gone into and shone my light inside. But in there it was just boxes and an old piano covered with a sheet. He wasn't in there. I figured he must have gone back upstairs when I wasn't paying attention. Maybe he said something and I hadn't heard him. So I walked back down the hallway towards the stairs. That's when I saw him standing at the other end. He was at the very end of the basement hallway, where I hadn't yet walked. There was another door down there that I hadn't noticed yet, and he was standing in front of it, with his back to me. He wasn't using his phone light anymore. He was just standing there in the shadows. I called his name again. He didn't turn around. But he did raise one hand, gesturing for me to come towards him. Like a little wave, very slow. Come here. Something about it made me not want to move at all. The way he was standing, that could have been it. Very still, like he was waiting for something. And his arm, when he waved, it moved kind of strange. Smooth, like it was dangling upside down, not like a man with muscles and bones in his arm. And he still had not turned around. I called again, asking if everything was okay, but he didn't answer. He simply waved again. I took a couple steps back instead. But when I moved, Pastor Williams moved. He turned his head to look at me over his shoulder. He only turned it part way, just enough that I could see the side of his face in my phone light. Pastor William has a beard. A short one that's mostly gray. But the face I was looking at had no beard. It did have a chin that was too long and too flat. I ran. I was going up the stairs 2 at a time. I slammed through the door at the top and came out into the sanctuary, where there was Pastor William standing by the pulpit, talking to Miss Darlene. He looked over at me when I came crashing through the door. Both of them did. He asked if I was okay and where I'd been. He said I looked pale. I told him I got turned around in the basement, and it freaked me out. He laughed, then straightened up, telling me not to go anywhere in the church without being accompanied. And I looked at him, confused. What was he talking about? He was the one that led me to the basement, after all. Before I could utter a word, he went back to talking to Miss Darlene. So I decided not to say anything about what I saw. I told Cody later that night, but Cody just said I was messing with him, and got annoyed with me when I said it really happened. So I just stopped bringing it up after that. The Career Shadow Day report I turned in said I learned about sermon preparation and church administration. I got a B+. I haven't gone back to that church. Cody still goes every Sunday with his family like he always does. I asked him from time to time if he ever saw anything weird, and he would look at me like I was crazy and said, "Dude, it's just a church. Nothing happens there." Minnesota Madness from Just Jerry. Last year we had a pretty hardcore winter where I live. I'll say it's somewhere in Minnesota. We're pretty used to driving on icy roads when we have to, but I'll just say if someone says they're comfortable doing it or even good at it, they're probably exaggerating a bit. I'm in my last year of high school, 18 years old, and I was and still am currently employed at a Jersey Mike's. Best sandwiches if you ask me. This happened during last winter on my drive to work. So it was about 4:30 p.m., and the sun was already basically useless. Technically still up, but giving off zero warmth and making everything look gray. My shift started at 5, and I'd left a little early because the roads were garbage. I'm talking that black ice situation where everything looks fine, but your car has other plans. I was driving my mom's old Subaru, which honestly handles pretty well in the snow, but I was still going about 35 on the highway because I'm not trying to die for a part-time job. The radio was playing some generic pop station, and I had long since zoned out because I drive this same route so many times. That's when I noticed a man standing on the side of the road. He wasn't walking or thumbing for a ride, he was completely still, facing the tree line. He was maybe 20 feet from the shoulder. He was so still I nearly mistook him for a statue. But as I approached, I could see the faint haze of breath coming from him in clouds. I decided to slow down, not stop, because I was curious as to what this guy was doing or what he might have been staring at. I slowed down enough to see, but not enough to make it too obvious, because then I would look like the creep. As I did, I noticed just how absolutely still he was. It was so bizarre. A person has slight sways or subtle corrections to their balance, and obviously their chest and shoulders will rise and fall as they breathe. But this guy, he was motionless. In fact, I was so bewildered by this, I didn't notice I'd completely stopped a few yards away from him. But I swear his shoulders, chest, nothing was moving. But his breath was still coming. That was the part that made my stomach sink. His breath was still coming out in those visible puffs, but his body wasn't doing anything to produce it. I sat there with my foot on the brake, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. My brain kept cycling through explanations. Perhaps he was wearing really thick layers and I couldn't see the movement. Maybe it was a prank and someone had set up a dummy with a kind of fog machine. Yeah, I know, that second one is really stupid, but I was desperate to know. The thing is, he was wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, normal clothes, not bulky at all. And then, my car chugged outside. I'm not even sure why. Did it backfire all of a sudden? Whatever it was, it caused the man to turn his head. But he didn't turn his body. His head rotated towards me, smooth and slow, while the rest of him stayed completely in place. Think that scene from The Exorcism. Something you'd hope to never see in real life. His face was very pale, and he was smiling. I don't mean a friendly smile or even a creepy grin. Just wide and weird. I hit the gas, and my tires spun on the ice before catching. I drove so quickly to work, I'm surprised I didn't slide off the road or ram into someone. Honestly, horrible of me, but I was freaked out, horrified. My mind was racing with excuses for what I just saw. The man just turned to look at me. Nothing wrong with that. The rest of what I thought I saw was an illusion. Yeah, white surroundings and his dark hoodie made me think otherwise. Right? At work, I told my coworkers about the event. They seemed very into the story. I mean, not a lot happens in this town, and we are a close-knit bunch, so they weren't going to disbelieve me if I was serious. In fact, after the shift ended, one of them asked if I could drop him off along the way. This particular coworker lived along the same road as me. We did this often, actually. I'll call this coworker Jacob. Jacob had brought his car in that day, but didn't mind riding with me if I didn't, as he wanted to see if this guy would still be there. I told him he was insane, but honestly, I wanted to know too. The not knowing was eating at me. We clocked out around 9:30, and by then it was pitch black out. Minnesota winters mean the sun clocks out way before you do. We got in my mom's Subaru, and Jacob was already making jokes about it, saying stuff about how we're going to find Slender Man or whatever. I laughed, hoping quietly that it wasn't actually Slender Man. After that, he got an idea, and he scrolled through Reddit, finding Skinwalker stories to share with me. I laughed and told him to shut up, because he was actually creeping me out. As we got closer to the spot, I began to feel this heavy dread settle into my chest. Though I wanted to know what I'd seen before, I suddenly started to feel like I didn't want to see that guy again. I really didn't, but I also couldn't stop myself from slowing down as we approached for some reason. Jacob put his phone down and leaned forward, scanning the trees. "Man, there's no one here," he said. And he was right. The spot was empty. I felt relief wash over me, and I was about to speed back up when Jacob grabbed me by the arm, startling me. "Wait, stop the car." I hit the brakes. "What?" He pointed toward the trees, about 40 feet into the woods, barely visible in my headlights. But someone was standing there, watching. Same guy, same hoodie, same posture. But now he was deeper in the woods, and somehow that made it worse. Jacob whispered, "Dude, is that him?" I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. We both sat there staring, and the figure stared back. At least I think it did. It was hard to tell. But knowing what his head could do, maybe I was wrong about that. Jacob reached for the door handle, but I grabbed his wrist so fast I probably left a bruise. "What are you doing?" I asked. He looked at me with weird excitement in his eyes. "Dude, I gotta get a closer look. See what this guy's about." I told him absolutely not, that was not the deal. He argued with me, but I began to pull away, so he didn't really have a choice. The next time we both glanced at the man, he was running, straight at us. Jacob yelled, "Just go, 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 go!" I floored it, my tires spinning on some ice for a few seconds, and I thought we weren't gonna make it. But thankfully, the tires took, and we finally took off. About 5 minutes later, after we were done freaking out, we started laughing. I dropped Jacob off at his house, and he made me promise to text him when I got home, and I did. Later on, we talked about it for a few hours that night, trying to figure out what we saw. He was convinced it was some local weirdo messing with people. I wanted to believe that. I really did. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Jacob. It was a photo. He had gone back, alone, in the middle of the night. The picture was dark and grainy, clearly taken with his phone's flash. It showed the tree line from the road. No one was there. But in the bottom corner of the image, almost out of frame, there was a hand, pale, fingers slightly curled. It was right next to his car door. I called him immediately. He didn't pick up. I drove to his house and his car was in the driveway.
His parents said he was still asleep, so I went up to his room, and there he was, just fine. He gave me a good scare. He was groggy and confused, but fine. But here's where it gets really creepy. I showed him the photo on my phone, telling him that he was a psycho going out there alone to see this man again. He looked at the photo on my phone, and he said that he had no memory of taking it. He checked his camera roll, and I looked too. It wasn't there. I had no idea what was going on, and I still don't. Unemployed and nearly destroyed. From Not 3333. I know you want to hear scary work stories, but I'm in the business of unemployed, and this happened when I was actually looking for work, so I hope it counts. For context, I'm 24. I got laid off from a warehouse job about 3 months before this happened. They were downsizing, and I was one of the newer hires. It sucked, but whatever. Unemployment was covering me for a bit, and I was applying to stuff online every day. Indeed, LinkedIn, even Craigslist when I got desperate. But the place I actually found the most leads was Facebook. There are these local job groups where people post openings of sorts, and sometimes you can message business owners directly. It feels more personal than blasting your resume into the void. That's where I found this listing. Some guy named Travis posted that he needed help clearing out a storage unit. 1 day of work, $200 cash, and he would provide lunch. The post had like 15 comments from people asking if it was still available, so it seemed legit, and I thought I would be late to the party. I messaged him anyway, shooting my shot. He got back to me within an hour, and he was super friendly. He said most of the other people had flaked, and he was glad someone serious had reached out. We set it up for that Saturday. He gave me an address out near the edge of town. I live in Ohio, and there's this stretch of industrial area that's half abandoned. There are old factories and storage facilities, among other things. I didn't think anything about it. Storage units aren't usually in the nice part of town. I told my roommate where I was going, mostly because I wanted someone to know in case this guy turned out to be strange. My roommate made a joke about me getting murdered. I laughed. He laughed. It was a laughing good time. I pulled up to the address around 10 a.m. It was one of those storage places with the orange garage doors all in a row. But it looked like it hadn't been operational in years. Half the doors were rusted shut, and there was graffiti on the office building, but no cars in the lot. I checked my phone to make sure it was the right place, and it seemed to be. I texted Travis that I was there, and he replied, saying he was running 5 minutes late, and to wait for him by Unit 14. I found Unit 14 near the back of the lot. The door was already rolled up about a foot, and I could see cardboard boxes stacked up inside. That made me feel a bit better. There was actually stuff to move, so the job was real. I leaned against my car and waited. About 10 minutes later, a truck pulled in. Some beat-up old Chevy, dark blue with mud on the tires. A guy got out, and I assumed it was Travis. He looked to be in his mid-30s with an average build, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. The most normal-looking guy you could imagine. He smiled and waved at me as he walked over. "You must be Danny," he said. I told him yeah, and we shook hands. I noticed his grip was very firm, almost painfully so, but I didn't read more into it at the time. He walked over to the unit and rolled the door up the rest of the way. Inside, there were boxes, an old couch, some furniture, and a bunch of garbage bags. He told me most of it was going to the dump, but a few things needed to go to his buddy's place across town. Easy enough. We started to load up boxes into his truck. About 20 minutes in, he said he needed to grab something from the back of the unit. He walked inside and disappeared behind a stack of boxes. I kept loading until I heard him say, "Hey, can you help me with this? It's stuck." I walked into the unit. It was darker than I thought it would be. The overhead light was out, and the only light was coming from the open door behind me. I couldn't see him. "Where are you?" I asked. There was no response. I took a few more steps, but then I heard the door rolling down behind me. Surprised, I spun around and saw him standing by the entrance, pulling the door shut. I ran toward it, but he was faster. The door slammed down, and I heard a padlock click into place. Complete darkness. I couldn't see a thing. I began to bang on the door, yelling for him to let me out, but nothing happened. I then heard his voice, muffled through the metal. "Toss your wallet and your keys under the door and I'll let you out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This guy had set this whole thing up to rob me. Or worse. The job listing, the friendly messages, all of it. I told him to go screw himself. Probably not the smartest thing to say in my position, but I was panicking. He didn't respond for a while, and then I heard him walk away. I stood there in the dark, trying to figure out what to do. My phone. I still had my phone. I pulled it out, and the screen lit up the space around me. I had 1 bar of signal. I called 911 and whispered the situation as best I could. The operator said they were sending someone, but I had no idea how long that was going to take. Soon after, I heard the footsteps coming back. And I heard something else. A sloshing sound. Liquid. He began to pour something along the base of the door, and I could smell it almost immediately. Gasoline. I completely lost it. I started screaming, kicking the door, throwing my body against it, and I could hear him laughing on the other side. He said if I didn't slide my stuff under the door in the next 30 seconds, he was going to light everything up. I believed him. I got down on my knees and shoved my wallet and keys through the gap. I heard him pick them up. Then I heard his truck start. He left. He actually left. I stayed in that unit, trembling, until the cops showed up about 15 minutes later. They cut the lock and got me out. The gasoline was real. It was pulled along the front of the unit. If he had actually lit it, I wouldn't be here, and I would have died a very painful death. They luckily caught him 2 days later trying to sell my car. I wasn't his first victim, but I was the first who had called the cops in time. The others had been too embarrassed or scared to report it. Likely sketchier folk who were more desperate, or people who were on drugs, afraid to call the authorities. But one of them had told the police he had actually set a small fire before leaving, and that person got burned pretty bad. I don't look for job openings on Facebook anymore. I don't care how desperate things get. And every time I see one of those posts now, I screenshot it, and I send it to the local police tip line. Probably nothing ever comes of it, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something. I've never been more scared. From Linda. This happened a couple of years ago during a holiday rush. I was 26 and between real jobs, and I signed up to do deliveries for one of those courier companies that contracts out during peak season. The pay was more than decent, and I figured it would hold me over until January, when I had a receptionist gig lined up. I wasn't thrilled about it, but bills don't care about your career plans. The company was desperate, and I mean really desperate. They were short on drivers and even shorter on vehicles. Most of their regular fleet was already assigned, and the rentals they'd secured were going fast. By the time I got through orientation, the only thing left for me was a white minivan, a Chrysler Pacifica. Not exactly what you picture when you think of a delivery vehicle, but it had cargo space and it ran fine. The guy who handed me the keys apologized about 3 times, and I told him it was no big deal. A van is a van, and I had no idea that thing would end up saving my life. I should mention here that I live in rural Pennsylvania. There are parts of this state that feel like they have not been touched since the 1970s. My route took me through one of those areas. Long stretches of nothing and old farmhouses with long driveways, and patches of old woods all over the place that go on for miles. I can't say I loved it, but the deliveries out there paid a little extra per package. It was December 19th. I remember trying to calculate if I'd have enough saved up by Christmas to get my nephew a gaming console that he wanted. The sun sets early that time of year, and around 4:50 p.m., it was almost dark. I had 3 more stops on my list, all of them on this one road that cut through a wooded area. There wouldn't be houses for a good 5 miles. There were trees on the left, telephone poles on the right, and cracked asphalt in between. It felt like my headlights were the only lights left in the world out there. I was going maybe 40 miles per hour when I heard the pop. It was so loud and sudden, I jumped, and the van immediately started pulling hard to the right. I knew what it was before I even stopped, a flat tire. I pulled over onto the shoulder, which was mostly gravel and dead grass, and I put it in park. I sat there for a second, annoyed, before getting out to look. It was on the front passenger side, and it was completely shredded. I must have hit something on the road, but I hadn't seen a thing. I walked back a ways to see if I could find what it was, but there was nothing there. No glass or debris or anything. The tire had blown out for apparently no reason, or I just missed it. I'm not helpless though. I know how to change a tire. My dad made sure of that before I got my license. I found the spare and the jack in the back, underneath all the packages, and I started setting up. The air was very cold, around the low 20s I think, and my breath was visible in front of me. It was quiet out here, quiet enough that I was aware of my own heartbeat. No cars had passed by since I'd pulled over. I hadn't seen another vehicle in about 15 minutes. I had the van jacked up and was loosening the lug nuts when I heard a voice. It was coming from the tree line. At first, I thought I was imagining things. It was faint, and I couldn't make out words. I stopped what I was doing and just listened. But I didn't hear anything else just then, so I went back to work on the tire. Then I heard movement, branches cracking. It wasn't deep in the woods either. It was close, maybe a couple dozen feet away. I looked up again, and this time I saw something. A shape standing between 2 trees. Something very gray, too pale to be a person in normal clothes. And it wasn't standing on the ground. It was higher up, about 4 feet off the forest floor. There was nothing beneath it, not a stump or rock or fallen log. Whatever it was floating there, motionless, facing me. I froze. I couldn't bring myself to move or breathe. The shape didn't move either. We were both still. But then I heard the voice again. This time I understood the words. "Have you seen my daughter?" I don't know how I got my body to move, but I did. I turned back to the tire and started working faster than I've ever worked in my life. My hands were shaking violently. I kept dropping the wrench. The metal was freezing against my fingers. I could hear the voice repeating the question, and each time it sounded closer. I didn't look up. I couldn't. "Have you seen my daughter?" The lug nuts were off. I pulled the flat tire free and grabbed the spare. It felt heavier than it should have. Everything felt harder. I could hear footsteps now, not in the woods anymore, on the road, on the asphalt behind me, slow steps, not coming from whatever was making the whispers, but something that was answering. Each one made a soft scraping sound against the pavement. "Have you seen my daughter?" I shoved the spare onto the bolts and started tightening. My fingers were numb from the cold, and I kept on fumbling. One of the lug nuts slipped from my hand and rolled under the van. I left it, I didn't have time to go get it. The footsteps stopped then. I could feel something next to me. I could feel it the way you feel someone standing far too close to you in a line. The air got very, very cold. I could see frost forming on the side mirror. She was in the road. She was in the road, and then she wasn't. I tightened the last lug nut and yanked the jack out from under the van. The vehicle dropped hard, and I threw everything into the back, without caring where it landed. I ran to the driver's door and got in and locked it. My hands were shaking as I turned the key, and the engine started on the first try. Thank God for that rental. Before I pulled away, I looked in the rearview mirror. She was standing in the middle of the road, right where I'd been working. I could see her clearly now, under the dim glow of the van's taillights. She was wearing a nightgown, old-fashioned. It had lace around the collar. Her hair was long and tangled and looked soaked. Her face was pale and gaunt, and her eyes were completely black. No whites, no pupils. Her mouth hung open, and she was still saying it over and over. But I couldn't hear her anymore through the glass. I watched her lips move in the mirror as I drove away. I was flooring it. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway 20 minutes later. I never delivered those last 3 packages. I called the company and told them I'd gotten suddenly very sick. I never had to do that route again. Nobody questioned me. Here's the part that still haunts me. About 6 months later, I was telling this story to my aunt, and she looked stunned. She asked me exactly which road it happened on. I did my best to describe the spot. She explained that back in the 80s, a woman and her daughter were driving on that road late at night. The woman fell asleep at the wheel. The car went off the road and hit a tree. The mother survived, but her daughter didn't. They found the mother wandering the road the next morning, asking everyone she came into contact with if they'd seen her daughter. She died in a psychiatric facility 3 years later. She never accepted that her daughter was gone, and never stopped asking. My aunt lives out that way now. I go visit her with the kids a couple times a month. Every single time I drive past that stretch of road, I press the gas a little harder. My kids have asked why I speed up there. I tell them the road is bumpy, and I want to get past that spot quick. I'm not sure they believe that, but I'm not going to tell them the real reason yet. Maybe when they're older and won't get too scared to sleep. For now, it's just a bumpy road. The Voice in the PA System, from Shockin' Jones. I worked overnight stock at a grocery store for about 8 months. This was a few years ago when I was saving up for a trade school. The shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights it was me and 2 other guys. We rotated through aisles with pallet jacks. During that time, the store was closed to customers. It was quiet except for whatever was playing through the PA system. This PA system was old. It was connected to a phone in the manager's office, but no one used it overnight. The music ran on a loop from some corporate playlist, the same 40 songs or so every night. After a while of working there, you kind of just tune it out. 3 months in, I started to notice the music would cut out around 3 a.m. Not every night, but it was often. There would be a click, followed by dead air for about 10 seconds. Then the music would come back. I thought it was some sort of glitch, or some interference. Old system, old building, and all that. But one night, the click happened, and instead of just dead air, I heard a voice. It sounded feminine, mid-sentence, like I'd tuned into a conversation already happening. and I swear what I heard was something like, "Told him it wasn't ready yet." Then silence. Then the music came back. I asked the other guys about it the next night. They hadn't heard anything like I had, so I let it go. But this happened again about 2 weeks later. A click, but then a man's voice, calm and conversational sounding. He said, "She's not going to find it there." And that was that. The music came back right after. I started paying attention to the clock. It was always somewhere between 3:10 and 3:20 a.m. Never outside that window. I told my manager, and he said the PA had been weird for years. Probably picking up radio interference, like I first thought, and he didn't seem too concerned. The last time it happened, I was alone in aisle 12, stocking canned vegetables. The click came, and this time there was dead air for a while, about 30 seconds. I stopped what I was doing and listened. Then that woman's voice came back. This time she said, "He's listening again." I didn't move. Was she talking about... A man's voice responded, "I know." Then the music came back on. I was like, what the heck? I finished my shift, clocked out, and put in my 2 weeks' notice. But during those 2 weeks, I never did hear it again. I have no explanation for this. I mean, if it was interference, it shouldn't have had conversations about me listening. Or maybe that was all a coincidence. Then again, the woman's voice didn't say someone's listening. She said, "He's listening." Like they knew exactly who I was, and had been aware the whole time, and that night, they just decided to let me know. I work in HVAC now. Normal hours and no PA system ghosts. Lots of ghosties tonight, boys and gals. A gentle reminder that sometimes the scariest things we might see out there are the ones that look human, but only just enough that its subtle wrongness is pure nightmare fuel. Good night. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can find me on X at Dark Prevails, and on YouTube at Darkness Prevails. Send me your scariest work-related stories at eeriecast.com/submit so I can narrate them on this show. And be sure to follow and leave a review of Tales from the Break Room on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Don't forget to order a delicious bag of dead and roasted coffee over at eeriecast.store before we run out. Till next time, everyone, I've got to clock out, but I'll be back again real soon.